All right, officially good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to NADA. How's everyone doing? I love that enthusiasm. We're going to try that one more time. He's leading it. There we go. Keep it going. Keep it going. All right, listen, everybody, do me a favor. Just do this. Breathe in. Breathe out. We made it, right? Is there anyone local to New Orleans? Okay, you guys don't count. For everyone else, thank you for being here. It was an adventure, right? I know between planes, trains, automobiles, buses, and everything in between, it was a lot for us to get here. My name is Errol. I'm excited. I will be your NADA Live Stage host for the weekend. You are in our NADA Live living room, so I want you to make yourself comfortable. We only have one house rule. Whatever you bring with you, take it with you. That means if you're enjoying your coffee or beverage or whatever the case might be, just help keep the living room clean. Other than that, we want you to have a great time, take notes, and as I always encourage you, make sure that you download the NADA app, but then also make sure that you connect with someone that you did not come here with. It's a great opportunity to meet people far and abroad, and it's a great opportunity to kind of build out that social community. So make sure you take that chance. We all have name badges, so it's really easy to walk up and introduce yourself. One other thing you need to know about the live living room is that I tell dad jokes. It's the best way to pass the time. So the question is this, and anyone can answer. Does anyone know when a joke becomes a dad joke? No one? It's really easy. A joke becomes a dad joke when it becomes a parent. Take that one with you. Yeah, you like that. It's good. All right, so we're ready to kick it off. This is officially day 2, day 1 for some, but we want to get started with, of course, our 2025 economic forecast. And so to help us do that, as soon as I get logged into the Wi-Fi, done. Make sure you do that as well. I'd like to welcome up on the stage Patrick Manzi, Chief Economist for NADA. Joined by him is Jonathan Smoke, who's the Chief Economist for Cox Automotive. And then also Mark Strand, who's Senior Director of Economic and Industry Insight for Cox Automotive. Gentlemen, welcome. Stage is yours.
All right. Do we have mics? Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. I've got these two very smart individuals joining me here today. We're just going to talk about what we think is going to happen over the next year or so, some updates and an outlook for the new light vehicle market. And I'd just like to kick it off with a question, for Jonathan. One of the biggest stories of the past few years has been inventory. Do you kind of think we've reached a plateau, or do you expect to see it grow some more next year?
So, clearly we had a lot of recovery in inventory and growth over the last 3 years as we were recovering from the big supply chain issues back in 2021 that lingered. But if you look at what happened with inventory last year, we had a remarkably stable day supply all year long. And I think there's multiple risks that the manufacturers are facing, policy related, which may be a topic we get into, that is likely to keep us stable rather than see further increases. And in fact, because sales were so strong at the end of the year, we saw a decline in days supply. So I think it's a new normal. I'm comfortable in using that phrase because it's 20% below what we had in 2019. But I think for multiple reasons, it's likely to be constrained and not increase much more.
Yeah.
That said, by segment, by manufacturer, there's definitely actual results may vary. So there's quite a bit of differences on that front.
Okay. Mark, are you seeing any differences, regionally, across the country with the mix or what's getting put out there? Or?
Well, there are definitely some regional differences in market dynamics impacting vehicle demand, right? Mix definitely is impacted by market. New England loves their Subarus, things like that. But when you're looking at fundamental vehicle demand, we've been, one of the themes has been the robust labor market, affordability. All those dynamics are very different regionally, and you do see very different stories, right? The South has been kind of the growth leader over the last couple of years. Very tight labor market, better affordability, right? Home prices are up everywhere, but it's a little more affordable in the South. And you got a lot of population inflow into the South kind of boosting demand, right? And on the other side of that, I don't want to pick on California too much, but every region ended the market ended the year up. When we were looking at this kind of mid-year, California and the West region was still kind of negative, but finished out the year very strong. But the headwinds, it's a little tougher in California and the West Coast because while layoffs are not really a thing, there have been more layoffs in the tech industry. And we don't talk about it much, but there's kind of a recession in the entertainment industry, right? Some of the key industries out there on the West Coast are facing little headwinds. Unemployment rate in California is about 5%, nationally 4%. So it's a little more challenging, but they're still eked out positive gains, right?
Okay, cool. Well, Jonathan, what are you you and your team at Cox thinking about the new vehicle sales outlook for 2025 and maybe even a couple years beyond that? Do you see us? Do you think we're ever getting back to 17 million, or?
I think we're headed in that direction. As I mentioned, if manufacturers are being conservative because of policy risks on the front, then I think it's going to be a few years before we can see 17 again. But I think we're firmly over 16. We're optimistic, expecting 16.3 for the year, which I think is close to your outlook. Yeah. And because it's supply constrained, I think it's going to play to dealers' advantage because effectively it means the gross margins, which have deteriorated from the peaks that we saw during the pandemic, we're basically expecting that to flatten out and be relatively stable. So if you've got growth in volumes of around 3%, and then you have stable margins, that sounds like a really positive year. And really, we're forecasting growth in every department of the franchise next year because F&I has been strong from a revenue and profitability perspective. But if you look at the rise of cash purchasing, we've had fewer loans and fewer leases. And those dynamics are shifting, and we believe there will be growth there. Fixed ops is likely to have another very positive year for all the dynamics we've been seeing in the market, and none of that is changing. And on the used side, we're forecasting growth as well in terms of sales. So it's an environment where it's good to be a dealer.
I definitely want to come back to that used market, but I've been thinking a lot about how the new vehicle mix may shift in the next few years. I know there have been some rumblings that the EV tax credits might go away. And I generally would expect that would mean we might see these EVs sitting for longer. That EV day supply number that's great that you and your team publish may start to rise again. And so I wonder if those credits go away, do OEs pivot to more hybrids, plug-in hybrids, or do they carry on? I mean, and I think we were talking about this. You said it's a bit of a spectrum almost, right?
I do think it's a spectrum. I think geography is going to play a big role because the CARB waiver, which is going to turn into a Supreme Court fight, I think is going to take a long time to be resolved. I'm actually bullish about EV sales until the credits go away.
Yes, I agree.
Because the threat of the credits going away gave us a lot of momentum at the end of the year. The day supply that we track for EVs versus everything else closed the gap.
It really did.
At the end of last year. And I think we're going to be more in that environment until we hit the cliff of the credits going away. And by the way, the EV tax credit in the used car market has also moved the needle because EV day supply in used was lower all year. Once the credit could be applied at purchase, once that happened, it was lower than the rest of the market for the rest of the year. So I think we will see sales disrupted and some of the momentum if those credits completely go away. And I personally, at the end of the day, would fight for the used EV tax credit to remain over the new vehicle tax credit, because otherwise used vehicle EV prices will fall. That undermines consumer confidence. It's probably a much more bigger bang for the buck for what the taxpayer is funding.
Absolutely. You transitioned to used there, and I know that we're starting to see, I think it was in the third quarter, fourth quarter of last year, we really started to see the number of off-lease vehicles coming back to market fall significantly. And I know it's expected that's going to be the case for 25. It's going to be the case for 26. How do you think that affects wholesale values? Does that establish sort of a new floor in wholesale pricing. I know it'll probably make it tougher for all the dealers out here to source those vehicles for sure.
Yeah.
But broadly, what's your view on values?
So 2 parts of the used outlook that are not great news is, one, it's still going to be hard to source vehicles. But the good news is, when it's hard to source vehicles, not everybody can do it. And so the dealers in this room, franchise dealers, are in the best position to continue to perform there. We do see another leg down in off-lease maturities, another decline to about 600,000 units lower by the end of this year than what we had last year. So it's actually going to get harder before we hit the bottom and we start to see recovery starting in 2026. And it's merely because we're lapping the entire decline of the supply chain problems back in 2021, as well as the big drop in leasing that happened at the same time. And then as we go forward, there's going to be a heck of a lot more hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and EVs, because a disproportionate amount of last year's lease growth were to alternative powertrains. And so the market's going to have to find a home for those vehicles 2 to 3 years down the road, and precisely why you're going to defend a tax credit. The used one is a good one to defend.
Absolutely. I mean, Mark, are you seeing any regional differences in these used issues?
What I wanted to add to that is there's definitely going to be a shortage of off-lease vehicles. But if you think about the market you're in, not all markets are the same. If you're in a market like New York, Northeast, Southern Florida, where lease penetration is a lot higher, you'll sort of be in a favored position to get first dibs, because those vehicles are going to be coming back in your backyard. So pay attention to the lease penetration and the return cycle, but you'll be in a better position than other vehicles, say in the middle of the country, to get those vehicles at a price advantage, right, without the transport.
Okay. So, how does all of this affect your outlook for like CPO sales? Do you expect those to be down, I would assume?
You reminded me, that's the other part that's the only part of our forecast that's not positive for 2025, is certified pre-owned is likely to see a decline.
Yes,
and it's
certainly.
because of the scarcity of the nearly new vehicles, and mainly the off-lease units that just aren't going to be there to make it easy to certify. We still believe there's a very strong demand for certified pre-owned vehicles. So the consumer is going to be looking for them, and many brands, that's their entry-level product these days, because we don't have as many affordable vehicles in the new vehicle market.
You're right. One other thing I wanted to ask you all about was, what's your sort of outlook for vehicle financing rates? We did see 100 basis points of cuts to Fed funds last year, but longer-term treasuries are still pretty high. And so I haven't seen as much movement on new and used rates as I thought we might have seen, but those stubborn treasuries are stuck up there.
So auto loan rates last year, and historically they tend to be very sticky. So when the Fed starts moving and the bond market is moving, auto loan rates take a while to go up and take a while to go down. So the Fed started cutting and nothing happened in September.
That's right.
We started to see movement in October. We saw the most movement in November and December. And by December, auto loan rates in new and used had declined by over a percentage point from their peaks earlier in the year. And by the way, that coincided with some of the momentum we were seeing in the retail vehicle market. So far in January, the bad news is the bond market really had a sell-off, which drove yields up. It looks like lenders became a bit more conservative to start the year, and rates have come back up about 50 basis points so far. I'm optimistic that when we get into the heart of tax refund season, which, by the way, starts next week, mark your calendar, we will see loan performance improving. And when you take that, loan performance improving, combined with an economic outlook that is positive, the probability of a recession is the lowest it's been for a year, for multiple years. And then the fact that we believe used vehicle values do have a floor under them because of a tight supply, improving demand, it basically puts lenders more comfortable with being more aggressive. And I don't mean they're going to be aggressive in a worrisome, oh my God, we got a bubble and this is going to create a problem. It's more they've been extremely conservative.
Yes.
And as a result, yield spreads have been very wide. So I think we could see auto loan rates come down another half to full percentage point by the spring without the Fed doing a thing. Now, if the Fed helped us by cutting another quarter point, that would make it even easier. But I am optimistic that affordability is going to improve from that. And no matter what, incomes continue to go up.
It's true.
And so affordability will improve. And some of that pent-up demand that has been stacking up, I think is really going to be a part of our optimistic outlook.
Hey, that's a really great outlook. I really do hope that those rates can come down. It'll help boost some sales somewhat. You know, I wanted to ask you, Mark, we've been talking about, we talked a little bit about vehicle mix and stuff like that. Do you have any sort of different outlooks when you look at different parts of the country, or is vehicle, you know, distribution mainly centered around some of the laws like the CARB laws and stuff like that, or is it really OEs responding to specific market demands when they place their vehicles with different powertrains?
Not every OE does it perfectly, but generally, you look at the demographics there. I mean, Southern California pops into mind. Very strong market for sedans, right? People
Yes.
commute a lot of time on the highway. Fuel efficiency is important, but as you would expect, you go look at a market in the Rocky Mountains, all SUVs, right? But regionally, I think the same patterns and dynamics around demand, we will see that continue this year generally. It's going to be the headwinds on the West Coast, but probably still a positive gain. But South, and to agree, Midwest and the Northeast, I don't want to give short shrift to the Northeast. Mid-year, that was the top market driving growth, and financial markets have been on a tear, and historically strong equity gains correlate with strong new vehicle sales. So South, Northeast, a little more challenging out West, but not a doom and gloom story.
That's very great to hear. So generally, I'm pretty bullish on the broader U.S. economy. I think we're going to have another solid year of around 2%, maybe a little bit higher economic real GDP growth. Are you feeling the same way? Do you think that the broader macro economy is going to be in good shape for 25?
No, I believe we're going to see what I'm calling a Goldilocks economy.
Yeah.
It's not going to be too hot to drive inflation higher. Most economists' forecasts have inflation continuing to come down, at least in the first half of the year. We're going to have to see how policy changes might impact that. And our forecast is 2.6%. So we feel pretty good
That's good
about
to
the
hear.
broader economy. Yeah.
What do you think are some potential risks that could reignite inflation out there? Or do you think there are any out there at the moment?
You know, three things get called out in terms of Trump's potential policy action. Tariffs. I don't believe that actually tariffs are long-term inflationary. Tariffs traditionally cause a step change in price, but then you don't have follow-on effects from that. And I think most economists, I'll have to see if you agree with me on that one. Obviously, if we have some big changes in like tax credits and other things, it could reduce demand and actually be deflationary in the vehicle market for certain vehicles like EVs. Immigration is often talked about as something, but I think immigration too historically tends to cause a change in pricing for a period of time, but not unleash a big problem. I think the biggest worry is if we cut taxes and spend like crazy and build up the deficit. That's part of the reason the bond market has reacted, and that's my biggest worry.
The bond vigilantes will come in at that point, and you may not get that relief on rates.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like the band has just come in to signal the end of our session. Almost with perfect with the time. Yeah, right on time. So thank you all very much for making it to New Orleans. Thank you for coming to our session. I hope you all have a great rest of the NADA show, and be sure to check out all the amazing insights from these two guys over at Cox Automotive.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Today is Friday, January 24th, and day 2 here at the NADA Show 2025 in the Big Easy. And we have an exciting day planned. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. for main stage. Hear Ryan Leak, best-selling author and empowering executive coach, share insight on leading yourself, building high-performing teams, and driving dealership success. We'll also look at the state of our dynamic industry with 2024 NADA Chairman Gary Gilchrist. The expo opens at 10 a.m. Join us for a New Orleans-style grand opening and get ready for the ultimate experience in innovation, connection, and excitement. Backed by popular demand, the Dealer Learning Lab. Learn from and connect with industry leaders on a variety of hot topics right on the expo floor. New for 2025, NADA Live Stage will be located within the expo. Enjoy engaging interviews with industry experts along with a rousing pitch competition at 11 a.m. Also new this year, NADA's EV Power Pit, where EV subject matter experts meet one-on-one for Q&As with attendees. No appointment necessary. The exclusive and popular Dealer Manager Lounge offers a place to refresh and reboot during your time in the expo hall. So be sure to check it out. Education revs up with workshops and exchanges throughout the afternoon. And dealer franchise meetings start at 3 p.m. Those are the highlights of what's happening today at NADA Show 2025. To check times and topics, be sure to visit the NADA Show app. And remember, share your excitement on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. Today is Friday, January 24th, and day 2 here at the NADA Show 2025 in the Big Easy. And we have an exciting day planned. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. for main stage. Hear Ryan Leak, best-selling author and empowering executive coach, share insight on leading yourself, building high-performing teams, and driving dealership success. We'll also look at the state of our dynamic industry with 2024 NADA Chairman Gary Gilchrist. The expo opens at 10 a.m. Join us for a New Orleans-style grand opening and get ready for the ultimate experience in innovation, connection, and excitement. Backed by popular demand, the Dealer Learning Lab. Learn from and connect with industry leaders on a variety of hot topics right on the expo floor. New for 2025, NADA Live Stage will be located within the expo. Enjoy engaging interviews with industry experts along with a rousing pitch competition at 11 a.m. Also new this year, NADA's EV Power Pit, where EV subject matter experts meet one-on-one for Q&As with attendees. No appointment necessary. The exclusive and popular Dealer Manager Lounge offers a place to refresh and reboot during your time in the expo hall. So be sure to check it out. Education revs up with workshops and exchanges throughout the afternoon. And dealer franchise meetings start at 3 p.m. Those are the highlights of what's happening today at NADA Show 2025. To check times and topics, be sure to visit the NADA Show app. And remember, share your excitement on social media using the hashtag NADA Show. All right. Well, once again, welcome everyone. We are officially into day 2 here at the NADA Show. Feel free to come on in if you're standing around. Grab a seat in our NADA Live Stage living room. You can make yourself comfortable. We're going to have great programming for you all throughout the weekend. This is a great opportunity for you to learn some things, hear some things, and also take a load off, right? As we know, the only rule that we have in the living room is make sure that whatever you bring with you, you take it with you. So as you enjoy your beverage or anything else, just make sure that you clean up after yourself. All right, so we're going to keep our stage going, and next up what we're going to talk about is, and this is a great topic to talk about following the 2025 economic forecast, we're going to look at capturing the 2025 auto customer, and basically looking at streaming TV in a linear world. And to help us lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Brad Sider. Brad, come on up. How are you? Good to see you again.
Nice to see you again as well.
Absolutely. Stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to grab the remote right here. Thank you very much. Well, for everyone here, we're the hardy ones, right? We all now have stories to tell everyone about how we all trekked through the single greatest snowstorm in New Orleans history to be here. And I, myself, everyone at TVB, and I know everyone at NADA, thank you for making the attempt to be here. So what are we going to talk about today? Today I'm going to address the number one question we receive from dealers across the country, large and small, doesn't matter whether they're a big dealer or a small dealer. The number one question we receive is, how much money do I allocate to broadcast TV and streaming? Now that's the big question, and we're in luck today because this week is the week every year that GfK, Growth for Knowledge, releases their annual media consumer research study that looks at reach, time spent, and consumer influence for the automotive consumer. When we break that down for you, everyone should leave here today with a really good idea about how I allocate my media dollar between broadcast TV and all the different forms of streaming. And if you have any questions afterwards, I'm glad to answer them. So with that, let's jump in. So let's take a look at reach. This again is from GfK, Growth for Knowledge, well known. They take a look at the automotive consumers. We're looking at 18 plus now. We can look at any demo. We'll look at a few of those later. But how does reach work? So you'll see on reach, they find that 83% of reach comes from television. And inside television, most of that reach comes from broadcast TV. Then when we put together a reach campaign, the error a lot of people or consumers, agencies make, they look at it and go, all right, so you have 83% reach on television. So if I add in cable, for example, at 66%, all of a sudden I have 149% reach. It doesn't work that way. Obviously, you can't have more than 100% reach. So how does this work? It's duplication of viewer. Where is the viewer at the most? Where are they spending their time the most? Television. So they start and end their day with television. That's where the majority of the consumers are at. That's why my reach is so high at 83%. And then that same viewer branches off and they do other things. Who are those viewers? They're us. We listen to radio. We go to social media. We'll turn on cable, watch a sports program, maybe go to Nat Geo, whatever it is that you do. You'll go to streaming. You'll go to Netflix, Hulu, wherever. Watch your famous or your favorite streaming program. But you're the same person doing all these things. But the majority of us spend our time with broadcast TV, and then we go to these other places. That's why the reach is smaller and the other forms of media. And there's another way to make sense of it. I like looking at it this way. So if we look at reach again, broadcast TV at almost 83%, that's where the majority of my reach is. So how does reach work? If I add in cable, so remember cable was at 66% reach, but it's the same person. I'm not adding in 66% reach. I'm only adding in another 0.5% reach because it's the same person. I've already reached them on my broadcast TV commercial. Same with streaming. I come down here with streaming. I'm only adding in another 1.8% reach because it's the same person. You're going to hear this common theme, duplication of viewer. That's how reach works. I want to be in a place where I reach them the most, and then everything else is additional to the campaign I already have. Now, this study, and this is a surprise for us, we found out that actually I receive more reach if I add in some digital products. And that's because that's a slightly different consumer that's getting their news, sports information online than they are through the traditional linear way. But here's a question we receive from every advertiser, whether it's automotive or in other categories, and that is, how do I reach the consumer who's watching video, streaming video, where they receive no ads? Now, as advertisers, we like to think of the consumers in these individual silos. You're a streaming video consumer. You're a radio listener. You're a social media user. When in reality, we do all those things. All right, yes, this study says 51% of auto intenders yesterday watched some form of streaming on any device where they received no ads. So the advertiser thinks, I can't reach those people. And the study says, no, that's not true. I've already reached them. Through my broadcast TV ad, where I already had an advertisement, I can reach 89% of the 51%. Again, that duplication of viewer. We're not in individual silos. We watch and do other things. And so by being in a place where they spend the most time, where I have the highest reach, I've already reached that consumer. So how do you reach the consumers? Watching video Streaming video where there's no ads, I reach them through my broadcast TV ad. And if I add in the other TV digital products, I can actually get that reach up to 94%. All right, now this comes out every month. This is from Nielsen. And the reason I show this is because it does a great disservice to advertisers in any category. But we're going to look at and think about the automotive consumer right now, because your agency, if you're an auto dealer that deals with an agency, they're going to show you this chart. And they're going to use this chart, again, it comes out every month, and they say this is how you allocate your media dollar. But you can't use it that way, and here's why. So Nielsen comes out with it, and they say that linear TV is about 55% of all total viewing. Streaming is almost 38%. But what Nielsen's not going to tell you, but we're going to tell you, is that 38% of the streaming number, that includes all the streaming places where consumers are at watching video where they receive no ads. Now, as an advertiser, I need to back out those places. Hey, we got the marching band coming. This is a great entry music for us. You're in New Orleans, you got to have a marching band come by. All right, so what do we do as advertisers? This is from, so if you look at this, we're looking now at all different forms of streaming platforms where the consumer's at. These green bars, the green bars represent places or the percentages of consumers that are watching streaming video where there are no ads. Now, as an advertiser, we have to back out all those green bars. If you back out all these green bars, this is what the chart looks like. Thank you, marching band. You're doing a great job. Wonderful. So, if we look at linear television, that number now jumps to almost 68%. 68% when you back out all of the streaming video that the consumers are watching with no ads. This is a real number, and now streaming video becomes about 32%. So that's a huge difference. This is the chart that we want everyone to use. Now, we've talked to Nielsen, and I'm also glad to announce to you that Nielsen looked at this, and they said, you're right. For us to be able to provide a service to advertisers, we need to provide them an accurate pie chart that represents ad-supported platforms only. So starting this month, Nielsen said, we are now going to publish this pie chart that will help advertisers know exactly where ad-supported platform viewing is at, because that's what's important to us. ComScore, everybody knows that was Nielsen? Everybody knows ComScore. They're an alternative to Nielsen. Well, ComScore came out and said, you know what, we want to do the same thing. They use a slightly different methodology, and this is what their information looks like. They said when we do it, we show that traditional linear viewing is about 85.3% of all total viewing, and streaming is only about 14.7%. Again, we're looking at ad-supported streaming. ComScore, like Nielsen, has already announced they're going to do this chart every month. They just started doing it quarterly, and now starting in January, they're going to be doing that every month. And this will help every advertiser and every agency make sense of how the consumers are watching video. All right, so back to our campaign that we want to build. This is from Bill Harvey. He looked at Nielsen One data. Again, everything we show you is independent, third-party data. Now, what did Bill Harvey look at? He wanted to look at two campaigns. One campaign that did not use traditional linear television, and campaigns that used traditional television. So let's look over here on the left, these red dots. Where does my reach come? If I do not use linear television, all those campaigns, you see the red dots, the disbursements, are all below 20% reach. Very hard to get reach in a campaign if I'm not using traditional linear television. Now we want to look at campaigns that include linear television. And look how the reach jumps. All those blue dots now jump up around 50%. You're getting some around 75%, even up some up around 80, 90%. My reach comes from linear television. You saw in the GfK study, these are two different studies, but they back up each other. The GfK study says 83% reach with television. You're seeing it now with advertisers. These are actual advertisers. But Bill Harvey digs a little deeper. He wanted to know, okay, so at what percentage of my allocation really hits the reach number? So he looked at these campaigns and he said, okay, of all those campaigns that use linear TV, if their allocation was 65% to linear television, their reach jumped to 75%. But if I increase my reach to 80%, my media allocation, to 80%, so I've increased my media allocation now to 80% linear television, look what happens to the reach number. that reach number jumps to 91%. Only broadcast TV can reach 91% of the people here. That's how powerful that medium is. There's no other medium in the world that you can use that has the reach capability to reach 91%. That's a huge number. And we're going to dig a little deeper that in just a second when we look at political. But right now I want to look at time spent. So again, GfK, these all tie together. Reach, allocation, time spent. They also look at time spent, and we're looking at just automotive. Where's that automotive consumer spending the most time with all those different forms of media? You see television at 5 hours and 40 minutes a day. 3 hours and 37 minutes a day of it is spent on broadcast TV. Local news, sports, weather. What do you think all the folks here in New Orleans were doing when they were facing a 12-inch snowstorm? You're watching your local meteorologist. You want to know what's happening. That's where you turn to. You're watching Sunday Night Football, all your favorite shows, the majority of your day parts. I'm spending my time with broadcast TV. I'm branching off and doing other things. You saw it in Reach. You see it in time spent as well. And on linear, you see how's that divided? Again, just looking at this again, television, 5 hours and 40 minutes. Between all these different devices, you see most of my time is spent on linear television. That backs up what Nielsen is showing on their pie chart, where 68% of all viewing is done on linear television. A completely different study, GfK, they find the same thing. Now, how does that translate to the consumer? Because this is what we're interested in. You're trying to sell cars and trucks. GfK also looks at influence. There's a direct correlation between how much time you spend with a particular type of media and how consumers answer on an influence study. They asked a very simple question in this study. That question is, in your decision to purchase a car or truck, what was your primary media influence? Now, they had 25 different types of media to choose from. Not all 25 different types are going to show up, just the ones that had 2% or more. But I want to point your attention to the blue bar across all stages of the consumer decision process. And you see that blue bar is television. Pops the highest in every single one. The next closest is 5%. There's a bunch of the smaller ones you can pick out. Social media, streaming, radio, they're all up in the smaller percentages. 45% awareness, 30%, 6% all the way down to purchase. Broadcast TV is the number one most important influencer to the auto consumer. Reach, time spent, and then you see it working in the consumer's mind. And this is really important to us as advertisers because this is what we're most interested in, and we have a chance, a unique opportunity to look inside the consumer's mind, and they're giving you the answer. They're telling you how they're influenced. And all we have to do is take our media allocation and match it up next to what the consumers are telling us, next to reach, next to time spent, the Bill Harvey study, and we do that, we find the optimum level of media allocation for our business to grow our dealership, sell more cars and trucks. That's ultimately what it's about. And when we look at those demos and consumer influence, and I know a lot of auto dealers, you like to look at 25, 54. There's not a whole lot of 25-year-olds buying $50,000 vehicles. The average median price has come down a little bit. It's still about $49,000. But we look at age 35, 64. Those are the people buying cars and trucks. If you look at 80% of your business, there's very few dealers I talk to. I see a lot of them throughout the country. And I ask them, what's 80% of your business? And almost any dealership, and you can ask yourself this, who's 80% of your customer coming in and buying a car or truck from you right now? And most of them are going to answer over the age of 40. So I'm going to say over 45. 35 to 64-year-olds, 51% said television. You get up over 50, and that might be a lot of your business. Consumers over the age of 50, 61% of those consumers said television is my number one influencer. Time spent, consumer influence, reach, media allocation. It's not that we don't buy streaming, we do other things. Absolutely should be in streaming. I should be in social media. There's other things that I should buy and do, but I have to do them in the right allocation. If I'm somewhere between 60 and 80% broadcast TV, and I use the other percentages on streaming and the other forms of media, then I'm hitting the sweet spot on my bat. That's how you hit your goals at the dealership. And I want to end with this. We just came out of a political cycle, and everyone here knows, if you were buying television, that your commercial in October was hard to get on broadcast TV. It's hard to get on broadcast TV for a reason. Because political dominates in the month of October, and the first week of November. Why? Because they know this is the only place that moves the needle. They have 60 days to influence the voter, and it's win or go home. And for them, and they have all the research in the world, and way more money than we have to spend. And it doesn't matter whether you're in the state of Pennsylvania or Ohio or Florida or Texas, they concentrate their ad dollar where they win races. This is from David Axelrod. He was a guest of ours at a convention we had in New York. David Axelrod is sitting on a stage just like this. There are other political consultants there. The other political consultants were talking about all the digital objects that they have to buy now and how that's the trend and that's where we're going to win races in the future. And David Axelrod, even though many of us might look at him as old school, he stopped everyone and he said, hey, look, I tell you what, you take your candidate and you buy whatever you want on the digital side, as much of it you want, anything you want, you just can't buy broadcast TV. And then I'm going to take my candidate and I'm going to buy nothing but broadcast TV. And I'm going to beat you by 10 points every single time. Because broadcast TV is the nuclear bomb. That's a direct quote from David Axelrod. So we hope that this shares a little information with you. I will share the entire presentation with you. I'm glad to do that. There's 30, 40 other slides in that. If you want to take a deep dive, you can email me at brad@tvb.org, and we're glad to share the information with you. With that, thank you very much. Errol, I'm going to turn it back to you, sir.
Brad, thank you. Go ahead, please, grab a seat.
Sure,
We've got a little bit more time left. And, so I was sitting on the side, and, of course, I always have questions, right? So,
yeah, you bet.
Let me first share some personal stuff, and then I'll give you why I have the question. So my household right now, I have 19, 17, 11, and 10 months old, okay? And
that's a big household, by the way.
That's a big household, yes, absolutely. But the reason I bring that up is because when we think about broadcast TV, it's changing, right? Especially now, I think with technology, a lot of the TVs are internet-based or certain platforms. Like I think about my son, he has a Roku TV, all that stuff. My question is, as we can continue to see broadcast TV change in the way that we access it, do you feel like that's going to impact some of the things that we're currently experiencing with trends and with reach overall?
So that's a great question. We always get the question about the younger viewers and their trends and what they're doing. The 19-year-old that you have, my daughter is 26. She consumes television in a much different way than we do. But I can also say that hasn't really changed a lot. Now there's more options. You have streaming. We didn't have that when we were younger. Yeah. But when I was 18, 19, 20 years old, 24 years old, I certainly didn't watch a lot of local news. I can tell you that. I never turned on the 6 o'clock news, or if you're on the East Coast or West Coast, the 11 o'clock news. That has never changed. What happens as you get older, we call it life stages.
Okay.
All right, so they have a lot of different options now. Yes, you have a lot of different ways to watch broadcast TV. You can get it through streaming. You can get it through the linear signal. You can watch it on your iPad or other devices. But what we know about the viewer, as they age and their lifestyles change, so now you have kids in the house. Now you have a home. You're interested in a lot more things than you were interested in when you were younger. And I'm the same way. So what are we interested in now? Well, we have a home. We're interested in things that go in the house and things that affect the house, the economy. I'm interested in weather. I'm interested in how I get to work or how it's going to affect my week or planning or electric bills, whatever I may have. So I'm watching a lot more news. I'm interested more in world news and local news and national news. And so your habits change as you get older and you pay more attention. That's why when you look at all those older demos, which hasn't changed in 40 years or 50 years of television, older demos always watch more TV. It's because you're interested in different things. Now, will that younger consumer who's 19 now, when they're 36, are they going to watch more local news? Yes, they are.
Right.
Are they going to get it a different way? Well, they may still be getting it through streaming. They may get it through YouTube TV, but they're still going to be turning on and watching their local channel because you want your local weather person. You want to see your local news. I want my traffic. I want to know what's going on in my local market. And I watch a lot of sports. I'm a big sports guy. If you watch a lot of sports, still the NFL, a lot of major sport things, that's on broadcast TV. And I will find it on a little different ways. So another way to look at it is all these broadcast companies that are out there, ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, and everyone who owns one. So you're talking the franchisees, the Hearst, the Nextstars, the Grays. They're media content providers. They're entertainment providers. So what are they doing? They're providing the content. And it's up to us, the consumer, on how we watch it.
Absolutely.
It's the same content on the linear channel if you're watching your local ABC affiliate as you're going to get on a streaming channel. I may get it a different way, but that's the content I'm going to turn to see.
And that's a great point that you brought up, and I kind of wanted to touch on that because I think sometimes there can be a confusion when we talk about broadcast TV, depending on maybe age of the person that's consuming that, right? So I think some of us, when we think broadcast TV, we think about local stations, 247, but like you mentioned, broadcast TV now has expanded to where I can still access my broadcasting TV through streaming, but ultimately it still falls under that umbrella of being broadcast TV. So I think that's important to clarify because some people just might think, well, I'm thinking old antenna TV when I say broadcast, and that's not necessarily the case anymore. My other question was, because I know that watching sports is a big part of that, and we've seen recently where streaming platforms are starting to get into sports broadcasting. Example, like Netflix as an example, they've recently started to enter in. If that trend continues, do you think that would potentially cause a shift in where we're looking to allocate our reach, or do you think that it's going to kind of still continue with the same platform, even if the sports element went out of that broadcast umbrella?
If we look at the NFL season, and we take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs, for example, and I know they're a very divisive team for whatever reason right now. You either love them or you hate them. But we're going to look at numbers for a second.
Okay.
So they were on Netflix. Netflix carried the Christmas Day game.
Yes.
And it was the highest viewing percentage that Netflix has ever had for any program.
Okay.
And they, on their numbers, clocked in at about 20-something million. I think it was like 20, 21 million, right in that area. All right, the broadcast games, so if you're carrying that same game on broadcast, you look at the broadcast games, on the Chiefs again, they lead in a lot of those categories. The regular season Chiefs-Bills game, that clocked in at about 34 million people. So your ability to still reach the majority of consumers is going to be on broadcast TV. Yes. Now, are those same broadcast viewers going to find a game on a streaming partner, whether it's on Amazon on Thursday night or it's on a special like Netflix or Peacock, who carry one game a year? The league is going to sell to a high bidder for individual games in special niche areas. But they also know, what does the NFL know? They protect their product. Yeah. Look what the NFL does different than Major League Baseball, NBA, any other professional leagues that are out there. They know that we have to talk to the majority of the people that are out there. We have to be able to get our product to the majority of consumers that are out there, and the way to do that is broadcast. And that's why they keep the majority of their games on broadcast TV, because everybody can receive it. Only select people can see Netflix or Amazon. And if you look at people that go to Netflix, they watch the game, it's really great to look at this number. How many people signed up for Netflix to see a game and then within 30 days drop it? Same with Amazon. All right, so they go on, they want to see that show, but then they drop it.
Right.
And the NFL is very aware of that as well. Is it going to change in the future? The NFL is still going to take the money from streaming, but they're not going to all of a sudden stream the Super Bowl solely on Amazon or Netflix. Because why would you take your product and only go to a small percentage of your potential audience when I can deliver it to everybody?
Absolutely.
And so that vehicle is still going to be there in the future, the broadcast side.
Yeah, that's great. And just the 14 million difference, that's a big difference. 20 million versus 34 million, that's a lot of people. And like you mentioned, even though that was record numbers for Netflix, it still didn't compare with what we've been used to when consumption of the game. So I think that's a very good point to highlight. And I also think, to your point, I think broadcast has been that consistent arena, because one of the limitations that you do have with the streaming platforms is sometimes the refresh, the rebuffering. I know I watched the big fight, the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson.
Oh my gosh,
thing,
I was on that.
And everyone was like, it keeps refreshing.
Yeah.
So to your point, broadcast TV, it seems like consistently the way to go, no matter how you access it. I think that's the big key.
Yeah, absolutely. Streaming has its place, but for live sports, it buffers.
Yeah.
It's also about a minute to a minute and a half, some are even longer than that, behind live plays. So if you are watching it on streaming, and I know a lot of people do this, and you're watching a big game, whatever it is, you're getting text all the time from everybody else watching on broadcast telling you what happened, and you're so far behind, you're not even near that spot. You're like, oh man, they scored a touchdown. I don't even know. I got to wait a minute and a half to find out. And it ruins the experience. So I know a lot of people that are watching it on streaming just turn their text off because they're so far behind. The experience is different on streaming than it is through traditional linear television. And that's not going to change. And we're going to keep it that way for the foreseeable future. And the NFL, again, they know it. Other leagues know it. You'll see a lot of NBA games coming back on broadcast now. They want to be where the consumer's at.
That's great. That's great. And then, Brad, I know you gave us your email. Are you here at the convention? Where can we find you if someone wants to see you on the show floor?
We are in row, Andrew, where are we? We have a booth here. We're right off row 2000. You'll find the TVB booth, approximately 2700, somewhere in that neighborhood. So 2700. Come by the TVB booth. Say hi to myself. Say hi to Andrew. We're glad to answer any questions that you have. And we're just happy to be here and have the snow melting. That's a big thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Brad, always a pleasure. Thanks once
my
again
man.
for joining us, and I'm sure I'll see you soon.
Appreciate it. Thank
All right,
you.
I'll take the clicker from
You
you.
got it.
Please, after you. All right, once again, Broadcast CBS, please give Brad a round of applause. It's always a nice rule in the NADA Live living room. All right, so next up, we're going to have some fun on the NADA show floor. So one of the things that we want to do is we're actually going to throw over, and we're going to talk about the ASOTU. So what I want to do is throw that, so just pay attention to the screen here, and we'll have some fun and be interactive, all right? Enjoy.
Promise you no hard questions. I won't do that.
Yeah, it's too many stories for it to be a simple question.
All right, Errol, thank you so much. We're here on the floor, and like always, there are marching bands moving through. It's so much fun to be here on the floor and on the live stage at the same time. I'm here with our friends at TVI Market Pro, and we have two of I think the Holy Grail, very successful fixed ops directors, 6-store group, 7-store group. Joe and Chance, thanks for joining us today. Nick, thanks for setting all this up.
Appreciate you being here.
All right, I'm going to ask the question. Every dealer wants to know this. What are 2 or 3 things that a dealer needs to do in 2025 to increase the numbers of vehicles that they can throughput?
For us, I think we need to just understand what our clients are looking for and what we can do to help that, right? So in the spirit of time is money, parts availability is something that we're really focusing on, right? Like in the era of, recalls are coming out and we can't service them because we don't have parts. We're trying to be convenient or trying to make it easy to do business. We call them when parts are available, we call them when they're, so they're only doing one stop, one visit, in and out.
Chance, same question. What are a couple things that are top of mind that you think dealers can focus on in 2025 to move more vehicles through?
Yeah, I completely agree. We're hyper-focused right now on figuring out what the customer wants and really listening to them. We're using social channels, all the review sites, Google, Facebook, Yelp, all those great things. Finding a great marketing partner has been tremendous for us. We've migrated all to a single marketing partner to simplify things, one point of contact. We're really trying to pump out content to our customers that they want to see and just help to ease the communication so that they know we're here for them when they need us.
So give me a little bit of insight in what you were doing wrong at one point and like one thing that you flipped the switch on and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, that's the one we're going to keep in the new position.
Yeah, I can tell you, like personally, the best thing that's happened to us is partnering with TVI. It has completely changed the way that we do business.
Wasn't even rehearsed.
No, not at all.
Nick's like, keep talking. Yeah.
And he knows this, right? We have a very strong relationship. I know who to call. We've got one point of contact. I'm not trying to contact people through a different corporate ladder and trying to figure out who's my point of contact for any given different thing. Our marketing is clean. It's exactly how I want it to be done. It communicates to our customers the message that we're trying to get through to them. So, again, they know that we're here for them when they need service, right? A lot of people are trying to do marketing based on a potential failure in a vehicle. Our approach is completely different. We know they need to come in twice a year, so let's market to those things. And then when their vehicles break, they know who to come to. We're already there.
Just same question.
So we're shifting our culture in the group, right? So now we're trying to develop a community where before, last year, we weren't really, we were going...
What do you mean by that? Unpack that for a minute.
Cars and coffees, right? Like making people feel like they're part of a community. Hey, every Saturday you can come here, meet the guys that are working on your car, do, just a social gathering so that way people feel like they're part of a community. Because that way they're not going to a car dealer, they're going to my friend's house. They're going to my friend's store. They're going to a place that they know somebody that, hey, I know a guy, I talked to this guy. And we removed ourselves from those, hey, we're the dealer, we know all, versus, hey, we're the dealer, we're in this together. Let's fix your car.
I feel like in that one in particular, I think if a fixed ops director sees that as an opportunity and wants to go in that direction, it's possible they might hit a little bit of friction right? Because it's not an immediate ROI. Brand play, brand building, community building requires some time, energy, money, but may not yield immediate results. Is that not true? You know, as far as the results side, or what would you say to a fixed ops director who maybe wants to do that, but they see some friction?
I think as a fixed ops director, you have to play all of your cards, right? You have to have your long-term play, your short-term plays. Yep. And you're right, this is a much more long-term play, but given the demographic of the people who are owning cars, purchasing cars, right? You're switching to this like social media. These guys that have now grown up with this stuff, that have now
natives
right, and they want to feel like they're part of somebody. So to embrace that, I think it's important that you start this culture now, because what's going to happen is just somebody else is going to, right? You're going to have me in your back door doing it, and if you had a Toyota store, a Chevrolet store, a Cadillac store, you might miss that opportunity.
You know, that's an interesting point, because I think in the sales department, it's very normal for people to think life cycle marketing.
Absolutely.
But in the fixed op side, maybe not so much so. Nick, do you have a thought on that?
I think that anybody that's running a fixed operation or a service department or a parts department, they know that anything that they change in their operation to try to drive more business, the business is going to be a lag indicator of that drive. There are very few buttons we can push and levers we can pull in fixed operations that create an immediate effect. And everybody that knows them knows what they are, they push those first, but everything else is a long ball, because something I change today is probably going to take a full maintenance cycle for that particular OEM to show us what it's going to do. So we need to have, to Joe's point, we need to have short and long-term plans, and we need to know that those long-term plans are things we have to be patient for.
Chance, I'm going to ask you another one.
Sure.
Okay, you mentioned what you mentioned. You mentioned community. Give us another thing that you're looking to do in 2025. Like, what are you looking to lean into? Is there a lever you're looking to pull, even if it's to test?
Yeah. We've, like, the past couple of years, we've been hyper focused on building our relationship in the dealership with our employees, right? Strengthening it, making them all feel like a family, and we're a family-owned dealer group, right? One of the rare few that are holding on, I think. And we've done a really good job at that. So now we're trying to get our customers introduced into our family. We're bringing them in. We're treating them better. Our retention numbers are off the charts. Our team is just doing a phenomenal job of making these people feel welcome there. As we look forward, I mean, it's to Joe's point too, as we look forward, if these customers feel like they're a part of our family, they're not going to go somewhere else.
That's fact.
We had a conversation earlier about where do customers go when they leave us. Oftentimes, they're not going to another dealer, right? We're not defecting our customers to another dealer. They defect out into independents and our competitors out there that do a great job as well. So if we're not outperforming them and we don't over-communicate what we're doing for our customers, we're going to lose them.
I think that, if you don't mind me saying so, I really think that right there, that point, listening to your customers and delivering the experience, removing the friction points, that is the holy grail. Because the reality is that we're all trying to increase our car count, we're all trying to increase our RO count, but we're doing it with fewer units in operation because of what's happened over the last 4 years in the marketplace from a supply and demand standpoint. So shifting our focus from conquesting new business to retaining the business that we have needs to continue to be the #1 focus for any service department that's looking to grow.
So I'm actually going a different route, right? I'm growing our parts and wholesale business, and so I use partners like TVI here to really conquest that. This is uncharted territory, I think, even for them, Nick. But what I loved about it is that they're willing to try it. So I said, okay, here's what I want to go after. I want to go to municipalities, right? I want to go after cities. I want to go after their fleets. I want to go after the construction trucks. I want to go after the stuff that we really can set ourselves apart. And listening to my clients, I'm opening for fleet between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Yep.
So those guys can drop their cars off, not lose their money, right? And sure, we can charge premiums, we can do whatever we want to, why not? But with a partner like Nick, TVI, they're gonna send these things out and someone's gonna get this, right? And say, wow, look at this. Our police units don't have to go out of service. We can service them at night. Let's throw 3 of these things in there and try to obtain business that really nobody's trying to get to. Wholesale parts, right? So we just acquired a 40,000 square foot warehouse. Start servicing parts, used car center, parts center, and fleet truck sales. Well, we're going to use that, we're going to use them, and we're going to start marketing to different body shops, different collision centers, different places that, even independents, right? And the fact that they could pull this stuff, I don't know. It's really exciting to see where it's going to go in 2025.
Well,
Business
Joe,
is never...
Chance, Nick, we're on the live stage, so I got to cut it off. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time. I love the combination of looking at technology and leading into the human element. It sounds like that's the winning formula. Thank you so much. Have a great show.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Back to you, Errol.
All right, thank you so much once again to the team over at Asotu on the floor, live, giving you what's going on the floor. So make sure that you get out and check out all of the things happening here at NADA. I know that it was an adventure to get here, but you are here now, so make sure that you make the most of it. If you have questions on how to navigate or where to navigate, obviously make sure that you download the NADA app, and if you had the app from last year, delete that because there's a new 2025 app. So make sure you go into your app store, download the newest and current app, and make sure you stay abreast. Also, if you want to navigate, it's really simple. We've got these monikers up here that'll kind of help you navigate what section is where. So obviously, it'll make it a little bit easier to find the booth that you're looking for, but you can also navigate your way through the app as well. Next up, I'd like to welcome up, we're going to talk to Northwood University, and we're going to look at the announcement for the Automotive Hall of Fame Scholarship. So to help us do that, I'd like to welcome up LG Bright and Sarah Cook. LG, Sarah, there they are. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right. I like the beard, by the way. Great job. As you can tell, I'm a beard man, so you did well.
We're brothers.
All right, there you go. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Well, hello, NADA New Orleans. We all made it.
We all made it. Here we are again to another great NADA conference.
Yeah. Now, for those of you that know LG, you'll know that it can be hard to get his attention at the conference, and sometimes you just got to corner him on a stage so you can ask him all your questions. So thank you for joining me here,
Thank
LG.
you, Sarah. I appreciate the relationship. It's so great to be in New Orleans. It's so great to be with these students. And it's so great to be with wonderful friends like you.
So last year, we got to award a student for their achievement in automotive education. At the Automotive Hall of Fame, we award individuals who have made outstanding achievements and contributions into automotive. We also award students for the potential we see in them and the great work that they're doing now. And Northwood University really exemplifies those students. And we are sitting here with the guru, the grand poobah, the master, the goat, automotive marketing education.
Yeah, I appreciate, I always say, who's got it better than us, because I've had a wonderful career in automotive, and being at Northwood University, working with these students, working with these relationships has been the highlight of my career. So it certainly isn't about me, it's certainly about them, but as long as I'm not called late to dinner, as long as I can get one of those great beignets out there, I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, we're going to go there next. Yeah, we're all heading to get beignets.
That's right.
Yeah. So last year we got to do a scholarship awarded to a pitch competition winner right here at NADA, and we wanted to keep that going. This year we are passing out the Les Stanford Scholarship to Bella Smiley. So we're going to be really happy.
Bella Smiley! Bella! Yay!
So Bella is a student we're going to watch, that rising star. And that's really what I want to talk to LG about today, is what are we looking at the future? Because these students are our future industry professionals, and these industry professionals are our future awardees. They're writing the history of automotive. So LG, tell me, what are we looking at with these students that are studying automotive today?
You're looking at students that are going to be really big on relationships. They're going to be able to look someone in the eye and say, hey, look I represent a brand, I have a position, but I want to hear about you. I want to influence. I want to help you make decisions, offer solutions that will help you in your industry. And I think that's really, really important. Our students are steeped in things like accountability and responsibility, and talk about free enterprise as part of the Northwood idea. And I think that's what you'll see in these next gen. I caught out of the corner of my eye Brooke Engelhardt. And it's great that I get a chance to be up here, but Brooke Engelhardt is one that should be up here, because she was our fresh air ambassador, and somebody who represents Northwood at its highest ideas. And so give a big hand to Brooke Engelhardt. Yeah. But I think that's what you'll see from Northwood graduates out of automotive.
So we know that the space that these graduates are coming into, it's seeing all sorts of inflection points, and they have to be really agile. And they have to be ready to jump in, and they have to really own what they're doing. So I would love for you to talk about some of the challenges that they're facing, maybe from their own point of view and from your point of view.
Well, our students, I think this show is a perfect example. I mean, a storm could have stopped them, but yet there are things you can control, there's things you can't control, and you know, they just rolled with the changes. So we have people that are dynamic. Dynamic in their attitudes, dynamic in their attention. They realize that across this nation, dealers are waking up to wildfires and storms and rain and personnel issues. And yet managers take these opportunities to step into these challenges. They don't run away, they step into. Yeah. And we get a chance to do that through our active learning environment. We have labs. A lot of our partners here at NADA, we get their hands on, great at theory and application, and watching students that show mastery over situations. Our auto show is a perfect example of students that have overcome challenges. They may skin their knees, but they come up with solutions to whatever that opportunity is. And Sarah, that's what these employers are looking for.
Yeah, you know, and I think it speaks a little bit to, maybe we could dive into what is their motivation. You know, each person has their different motivation, but I think it's kind of generational too. They pick up these trends of what they're motivated by. So what we're seeing coming out of Northwood now, what would you say are their motivations? Why are they giving to automotive?
Well, I think they're inspired by technology. I mean, when I got in the automotive business a few years ago, you know, we were doing a lot of handwriting, a lot of, you know, face-to-face, but today with repeatable processes, it's a lot of technology. There are a number of different ways, different perspectives that students are looking to in terms of their inspiration. A lot of influencers. They have mastered the TikTok. They have mastered the Instagram, the social media. And these are just new ways of making relationships. So everything comes full circle. And that's what I'm seeing a lot of.
That's I'm awed by the technology know-how of the
Yes.
students that are coming, and I see we're running out of time. I could use a couple more hours with you, but there's one question I want really to have you answer as we're looking at this sea of employers out there. How can they support this next generation getting into to their automotive space?
LG Bright at northwood.edu. We love it.
That wasn't meant to be a plug.
When employers connect with us so that we can connect them with the rock stars that are coming next. So whether it's in the classroom, whether they become a part of the teaching staff through internships, through watching our students work for them for the summer, through practicums. There are a number of different ways, and we'd love to connect LG Bright at northwood.edu. So.
That's wonderful. We've talked a lot about that, about how the networking and that engagement with those professionals out there, even if you're not hiring the students, to actually give them that opportunity to connect, to talk to you, to pass on some information. We believe that the reason we tell stories of awardees is they are inspiring, and that's meant to inspire the next generation.
That's right. The thought leaders, the subject matter experts, it's important to have the best and brightest in front of our students. We are America's free enterprise, Automotive University, and so we want the best and brightest in front of our students.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's our time. I think they're going to kick us off. So I just want to congratulate Bella Smiley.
Bella Smiley.
Bella Smiley, the Les Stanford Chevrolet Scholarship recipient.
Thank you to the Automotive Hall of Fame. Thank you to Les Stanford. Thank you to Errol. And thank you to the NADA.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. I've got questions, right? So one thing about the lovely thing about the live stage, and this being the live stage living room, is I get to ask questions. So first off, thank you both for being here and joining us and making it through all of the great weather that we had. But a couple quick questions that I wanted to ask, because I know everyone might not be familiar with Northwood, if they aren't. My question is this. From both aspects, if I'm a student and I'm coming here to NADA, and maybe it's my first time, what should I be looking to glean? So that's my first question. What are, from a student aspect, the students that are here that made the travel, and for those that may be watching or just kind of, maybe have future students, because I'm a dad and I have future students, as you know.
Yes.
So what should they be looking to glean, and what are some of the advantages? Because this is obviously a lot to take in.
Our Northwood students, if this is your first time, you should be looking to make at least 3 relationships. 3 very important relationships of things that you want to do, things that you don't understand today, or things that you might understand, but yet you want to get closer to it. So I would invite those students to go into those booths, be bold, and to make at least 3 great relationships, and then follow up on those relationships and see what happens.
That's great. That's great. And then what about from the other side, from the employer side, or from, let's say, the booth owner side? When those students do make those connections, what am I expecting, or what should I be looking for, or maybe what should I be asking these students?
Well, the first thing for a lot of the employers that are around the NADA today, look for that Northwood badge. And then when you see those students, connect with them. Because I think what you're going to find is not only a new perspective, not only a different perspective, but you're going to find a young person that is very interested in this industry, a young person that is passionate and enthusiastic, and a young person that's willing to take in coaching and teaching and make a difference. And I think that's a perfect love match in a conference or an event where an employer can find somebody that's interested in their business. That's what they're going to find.
Absolutely. And then, Sarah, what about you? You want to add anything to that? Anything that you would say from your perspective that either both a student and or employer should be looking for or looking to glean from being here?
No, I love what LG said to kick us off, that it's all about building personal relationships. And we know that the stories of people can just be just as inspiring as the actual job that you're going to take on yourself. You might not even know you were interested in an aspect of automotive until you met that person that could really explain it to you and show you the love behind it. So I think that's a really important part, why we do our storytelling, why we continue to give platform to award and acknowledge all the great work that's being done in automotive. And it's really connective to the students as well.
That's great. And I agree with you. I think you made a great point, Sarah, is that there's so much that is not only changing but evolving and also becoming new in automotive. Is there anything, and either one of you can answer this, is there anything that you see that you're excited about for the students, things that have changed? I know, LG, you talked about just being new to the industry yourself just a few years ago. And is there anything that you've seen on the horizon that you're saying, oh, this is, going to be the new thing that, is upcoming and exciting?
I love the AI. I love the technology. I love the way that, when I started in the car business in the 80s, I was handwriting things, that today that AI is taking repeatable processes and breaking it down so that managers can spend more time with people and AI can spend more time with processes. I love that. I'm fascinated by it, and I hope that our students can get a sense of that as they go in and out of these booths.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then
I'm just excited to see what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an inflection point across automotive. There's so much technology that we know about, and there's so much technology that's coming on the heels of that. Automotive has allowed us personal freedom, it's allowed us connection, it's allowed us a longer range. So to see what this next generation does to improve living, to make automotive safer, faster, it's just going to be amazing. So I can't even guess at what it will be.
Right, it is funny because, we look at, I think about old movies and like Back to the Future when they got to the year 2000, it's like, oh, well, we're not flying yet, which I think is a good thing because there's certain people that can't drive on the road, so I can't imagine putting them in the air, right? But
I don't know. I've seen some of the stuff here, and it's like we kind of are flying a little bit.
Right, maybe not intentionally, you're right. But I do agree with you in both that the technology is advanced in such a point to where we're starting to see all these new things. To your point, LG, about the AI, when I was just at the LA Auto Show, there was a company that was there that had a tool that you can put into your vehicle that was giving you AI reports. And so just seeing that, and now this whole new emerging market of how not only we're interacting with the consumer, but also now interacting with our vehicles, right? So with making the 3 connections, also being excited for, the new technology, what are we looking forward to, next year as far as, because now we know that this year, we've made the 3 connections. How do I follow up on those 3 connections, or what should I be doing after that? Because I think that's important for growth.
Yeah, I would say out of those 3 connections, make now an employment decision. If your resume speaks to anything, it's a story of you. You're the CEO of you. And beyond the resume is a personal connection. Hey, I was interested in selling or servicing or financing, and you have a dealership. And even offering, and I advise this to anyone, we have so many people that volunteer. So our students, of course, they're going to get paid, and they're going to get paid handsomely in this business. But you may want to begin by saying, hey, could I come by on Saturdays and job shadow you? That may lead to amazing things that happen during the week, during the month. And it's those type of things. When you put yourself out there, when you take one step, it's just amazing how this industry will take the second and third step. They want to help those that help themselves. Fortune favors the bold.
Absolutely. And I think what's interesting about that perspective too, and like you mentioned, is that even if that step that you take is not the step, it'll lead you to the step, right? So sometimes just taking that first step will lead you in the direction, because you might go into it thinking like, oh, I want to get into F&I, and then completely takes you into a different path, and you grow in a direction that you didn't intend. So I want to thank you both again for your time. And actually, I want to take that same 3 connection charge that you had for the students, and I want to give everyone out here that same challenge, right? Because a lot of us, we made a lot of effort and time to get here. I know I was joking, and I said it took flights, trains, automobiles, planes, every little bit everything in between. I even walked part of the way to get here. But I challenge all of you, right? We all have our name badges. It's really simple and easy to connect with someone. So I love that about making 3 new connections, going into a booth, or just introducing yourself to someone that you didn't necessarily come with. So take that with you this weekend and make sure you get the most out of it. Again, thank you both for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
and I'm sure I'll see you again next year.
I appreciate it, Al.
If not before then. Thank you as well. Sarah, thank you.
Welcome to NADA Show 2025, and welcome to New Orleans. There's a lot happening as we kick off our show, so let's get things rolling. If you haven't already, download our brand new state-of-the-art NADA Show app for all the latest and greatest information. Our first session of the day is the Women Driving Auto Retail event from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m., where we'll explore diversity in auto retail. This popular event typically sells out quickly, so if you don't already have a ticket, try to purchase one at registration. Whether you're a first-time attendee or just trying to make the most of your NADA Show experience, you're invited to orientation at 10:30. Then at noon, workshops and exchange sessions begin. We're kicking off our Spotlight series with one of our most popular sessions, the best ideas from NADA 20 groups. There's plenty of learning opportunities to choose from. Follow a track or chart your own course. Don't forget to share your experiences with us using hashtag NADA Show. At 1:15 today is the first of 2 super sessions. As for those all-important dealer franchise meetings, they start today at 3. Last, but certainly not least, join us tonight at 7 p.m. for NADA Fest. Our welcome reception will be held just across the street from the convention center. It's part Jazz Fest, part Bayou Bash with all the flair of NOLA. Enjoy a taste of New Orleans from po' boys and jambalaya to bourbon and beignets.
Today is Friday, January 24th, and day 2 here at the NADA Show 2025 in the Big Easy. And we have an exciting day planned. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. for Main Stage. Hear Ryan Leak, best-selling author and empowering executive coach, share insight on leading yourself, building high-performing teams, and driving dealership success. We'll also look at the state of our dynamic industry with 2024 NADA Chairman Gary Gilchrist. The Expo opens at 10 a.m. Join us for a New Orleans-style grand opening and get ready for the ultimate experience in innovation, connection, and excitement. Backed by popular demand, the Dealer Learning Lab. Learn from and connect with industry leaders on a variety of hot topics right on the Expo floor. New for 2025, NADA Live Stage will be located within the expo. Enjoy engaging interviews with industry experts, along with a rousing pitch competition at 11 a.m. Also new this year, NADA's EV Power Pit, where EV subject matter experts meet one-on-one for Q&As with attendees. No appointment necessary. The exclusive and popular Dealer Manager Lounge offers a place to refresh and reboot during your time in the expo hall, so be sure to check it out. Education revs up with workshops and exchanges throughout the afternoon, and dealer franchise meetings start at 3 p.m. Those are the highlights of what's happening today at NADA Show 2025. To check times and topics, be sure to visit the NADA Show app. And remember, share your excitement on social media using the hashtag NADA Show.
What if your dealership could know definitively for every customer, without affecting their credit, whether or not they're going to be approved to finance any vehicle in your inventory? Could that have saved even one deal last month? Find out with SelectFi.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. Take photos with our app and unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firon's AI and automation.
Congratulations, everyone. Today we're diving into a crucial life skill, buying a car while staying within your budget. Transportation typically ranks as the second largest expense for households, right after housing. The average cost of a new car is $48,000 with an average monthly payment of $732, and the average cost of a used car is $27,000 with a monthly payment of $555. When you buy a car, it's not just about the vehicle price. There are various costs to consider, like fuel, insurance, maintenance and repairs, registrations and inspections, and parking and tolls. Depending on your car and driving habits, these costs can range from $200 up to $400 each month. These figures may seem daunting, but with careful planning, you can choose a vehicle that makes the most sense for your budget and lifestyle. Consider your daily commute and other activities, family size, and typical driving conditions. While thinking about how you will afford a car, you're also probably thinking about careers. As you go through the process of buying a car, you will enter the world of car dealerships, which are full of great career opportunities for people with a wide range of education, interests, and personalities. If you're a people person who likes to build relationships, you can make a terrific salesperson or even service advisor. Do you like working with your hands? Today's service technicians, they work with both classic engines and the latest technology, including electric vehicles and sophisticated software. Are you more organized and detail-oriented? Dealership parts department staffs find fulfillment in overseeing extensive, complex inventories and supplying the correct part at the correct time. If numbers are more your thing, think about an office manager position where you would coordinate the financial reporting of the dealership. Dealerships offer abundant opportunities for growth and development, and dealership positions allow employees to lead lives where they can pursue their interests and support their families. parts consultant is an entry-level position that does not require experience or higher education and has an average income of over $59,000 annually. This puts the other 8 key dealership positions higher than the national average. Many dealership leaders have stories about how they started in entry-level positions and grew into leadership roles, sometimes even dealer and ownership positions. Most dealership positions don't require a college degree. So why work in a car dealership? Because here, you're not just starting a job, you're embarking on a rewarding career path filled with growth and opportunities. So, join us at your local dealership and let's drive success together.
This year's NADA conference in New Orleans is set to really be a star-studded event, if you will. The 3 main speakers are very inspiring, very educational. First up, we have Ryan Leak, best-selling author, esteemed executive coach.
About how to be the CEO of your own development. Take our life and our career to the next level. Things you need to know about me from the get-go. Number 1, I am married.
It's my development. Next, we have the hilarious and talented Frank Caliendo, actor and impressionist.
This is my best Dylan impression.
Yeah,
gotta put the stash on.
The new stash.
Looks good, right?
Yeah.
Government bids. They're so tough.
So many deliveries.
I don't know what I'm doing. What am I gonna do? Okay.
Oh, I can't have lunch.
Around here.
Oh, hi, Dylan.
Oh, the mustache.
Coach K himself, Mike Krzyzewski, former head men's basketball coach at Duke University and a 3-time Olympic gold medalist. Yep, that's what's up. You guys know that Coach K is speaking at NADA this year?
Yeah, Coach K. Duke, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Coach Krzyzewski? Right?
No. Coach K. Kvetchki.
Krzyzewski. Krzyzewski.
Zuski.
Actually, it's Krzyzewski.
Hey, Ben, heads up.
I don't know about you, but I'm dying to go.
Hi, Dean Martin here with Affinitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA live stage presentation, Creating an Effortless Customer Experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage and let's elevate the customer experience together.
Own the customer lifecycle with strategic solutions for sales, service, and retention by Affinitive. Set the standard for sales excellence with the Affinitive Sales Suite. Create the ultimate service experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. Grow relationships that reinforce engagement with the Affinitive Retention Suite. Reach in-market shoppers with high-impact campaigns from Affinitive Advertising. Then bring it all together and consolidate your metrics with Dealer Lens, our all-in-one dealer performance dashboard. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Today is Friday, January 24th, and day 2 here at the NADA Show 2025 in the Big Easy. And we have an exciting day planned. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. for main stage. Hear Ryan Leak, best-selling author and empowering executive coach, share insight on leading yourself, building high-performing teams, and driving dealership success. We'll also look at the state of our dynamic industry with 2024 NADA Chairman Gary Gilchrist. The Expo opens at 10 a.m. Join us for a New Orleans-style grand opening and get ready for the ultimate experience in innovation, connection, and excitement. Backed by popular demand, the Dealer Learning Lab. Learn from and connect with industry leaders on a variety of hot topics right on the expo floor. New for 2025, NADA Live Stage will be located within the expo. Enjoy engaging interviews with industry experts, along with a rousing pitch competition at 11 a.m. Also new this year, NADA's EV Power Pit, where EV subject matter experts meet one-on-one for Q&As with attendees. No appointment necessary. The exclusive and popular Dealer Manager Lounge offers a place to refresh and reboot during your time in the expo hall, so be sure to check it out. Education revs up with workshops and exchanges throughout the afternoon, and dealer franchise meetings start at 3 p.m. Those are the highlights of what's happening today at NADA Show 2025. To check times and topics, be sure to visit the NADA Show app. And remember, share your excitement on social media using the hashtag NADA Show.
You can think of a recent deal you lost because your customer couldn't get approved on the car they wanted. But your lot is full of vehicles they can finance. What if you had a tool to instantly show you which ones? Save those deals with SelectFi.
What if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry, your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI with Podium. Try a demo today.
Attention car dealers. 90% of car sales start with a click. A click on a clean, professional image. Increase your click rates by up to 52%. With professional, high-resolution, sleek, crisp, eye-catching images, specially designed to turn more viewers into buyers. But getting those images is time-consuming, expensive, challenging? Wrong. Create stunning car images, fast, easy, and fully automated.
So Vehicles for Change is an opportunity for people who don't currently have safe, reliable transportation.
We take donated cars and repair them, and then we identify families who need a car to get to and from employment to escape poverty. I'm Martin Schwartz. I'm president and founder of Vehicles for Change and been working with the folks at NADA for a couple years. Transportation has been identified as the #1 barrier to employment for low-income families since back in 1999. Without a car, you really can't access life. NADA is an amazing partner for Vehicles for Change because they understand how important a car is to transforming the life of a family.
Well, Vehicles for Change has been something that NADA has been
actively engaged in over the years in helping needy families throughout the country.
You know, it really shows just the value of being a car dealer and the services that we provide.
The National Auto Dealers Association has always helped dealers find ways to give back to our country and to our industry in really impactful ways.
This is what dealers do. We give back to the community. I truly encourage all the members of NADA to get involved.
I think every dealer should participate in this.
We look forward to dealers all around the country getting to know and participating with Vehicles for Change.
We always say it's very expensive to be poor, and a car provides them the opportunity really to alleviate some of those expenses.
Vehicles for Change and the dealership, my dealership that I got my car from was from Bowie. I want to say thank you for everything. And I hope that you can give this opportunity to some more single moms, single dads, anyone that's in need.
We have families that are in desperate need to get out of poverty. So if you have a dealership and you can donate one car a year, boy, that would be hugely impactful for the families that we serve. When you get to see the families get cars and see the opportunities in front of them, it's by far the most impactful thing that we get to do.
Today's dealers expect excellence, and Zurich delivers. With over 100 years of experience, we support more than 2,300 auto dealerships nationwide, providing unparalleled service and solutions. From F&I products to sales and leadership training and profit participation to business insurance, Zurich helps dealers increase profits, protect their business, and enhance the customer buying experience. That's the power of the Zurich Advantage.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us, and I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
Congratulations, everyone. Today we're diving into a crucial life skill, buying a car while staying within your budget. Transportation typically ranks as the second largest expense for households, right after housing. The average cost of a new car is $48,000 with an average monthly payment of $732. And the average cost of a used car is $27,000 with a monthly payment of $555. When you buy a car, it's not just about the vehicle price. There are various costs to consider, like fuel, insurance, maintenance and repairs, registrations and inspections, and parking and tolls. Depending on your car and driving habits, these costs can range from $200 up to $400 each month. These figures may seem daunting, but with careful planning, you can choose a vehicle that makes the most sense for your budget and lifestyle. Consider your daily commute and other activities, family size, and typical driving conditions. While thinking about how you will afford a car, you're also probably thinking about careers. As you go through the process of buying a car, you will enter the world of car dealerships, which are full of great career opportunities for people with a wide range of education, interests, and personalities. If you're a people person who likes to build relationships, you can make a terrific salesperson or even service advisor. Do you like working with your hands? Today's service technicians, they work with both classic engines and the latest technology, including electric vehicles and sophisticated software. Are you more organized and detail-oriented? Dealership parts department staffs find fulfillment in overseeing extensive, complex inventories and supplying the correct part at the correct time. If numbers are more your thing, think about an office manager position where you would coordinate the financial reporting of the dealership. Dealerships offer abundant opportunities for growth and development, and dealership positions allow employees to lead lives where they can pursue their interests and support their families. Parts consultant is an entry-level position that does not require experience or higher education and has an average income of over $59,000 annually. This puts the other 8 key dealership positions higher than the national average. Many dealership leaders have stories about how they started in entry-level positions and grew into leadership roles, sometimes even dealer and ownership positions. Most dealership positions don't require a college degree. So why work in a car dealership? Because here, you're not just starting a job, you're embarking on a rewarding career path filled with growth and opportunities. So, join us at your local dealership and let's drive success together.
All right. Well, once again, good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? I was like 3 people. We're going to try that one more time. Hold on. We're ready? All right. All right. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Great. That's a lot better. We went through a lot to be here. My name's Errol once again. I want to welcome you all to our NADA Live living room and stage. We're, of course, going to continue to have a great time. As I mentioned earlier, one of the things about the living room is we want you to be comfortable. We want you to enjoy yourself. But also, we want to keep the living room clean. So anything you bring with you, just make sure you take it with you. That's our only house rule, all right? Now, if you haven't done so already, make sure that you download the app. The NADA 2025 app is a great resource and tool to help you navigate through this weekend, and also make sure that you can even build out your schedule so that you don't miss a thing, all right? Now, we want to keep the live stage going, and next what we're going to do is we're going to sit down and we're going to have a conversation with the 2024 NADA Dealer of the Year. So please do me a big favor and give her a very big round of applause. I'd like to welcome up Rita Case. Rita, please come on up.
I love this audience.
Right, it's great.
Exciting.
Welcome. Please come on in, have a seat. All right, so first off, welcome to the living room.
Thank you.
I designed everything myself, the furniture, the upholstery.
Okay, where's the cappuccino?
In the red carpet lounge, actually.
Okay.
I don't know if they got cappuccino there, but maybe coffee.
Okay.
I've seen donuts earlier, so that might be helpful.
I pass on those.
Me too. I try to at least. So, of course, we want to get into it. First off, congratulations on Dealer of the Year.
Thank you.
That's always a big accomplishment. And I think one of the things that I like to give you the opportunity to do is talk about some of the accolades. We were having a conversation backstage, and you told me some of the highlights, and I think those are great. Yeah. But let's start there. Let's talk about some of the things that you've been able to accomplish and ultimately what sets you apart.
Right. Well, you know, the Time Dealer of the Year is an award where they pick one from every single state, and we all come together. So actually, I was selected by the state of Florida to represent Florida last year and at this convention, and the Time Dealer a magazine, an Ally, and the Michigan University chose me. And I believe they chose me because, first of all, I've really dedicated my entire life to the auto industry. I've been a car dealer I've actually ran car dealerships for 48 years. My father is the first Honda dealer in the United States, dealer number one. And I was the first person to sell a Honda car in 1970 when I was in high school because you could not give those things away. So I drove it to school, and for $1,295, I sold it to my friends in high school. But that's how I got the bug in the car business, and I ended up working, taking over my dad's dealership, meeting my husband, Rick Case, who was a car dealer and a Honda car dealer and motorcycle dealer like myself in Cleveland, Ohio, and I ended up going. So over those years, I have dedicated my career and myself to proving that a woman could be a successful, respected, contributing car dealer to the industry and to make a real difference to pave the way for women. So last year when I was selected, one of 5, in the 55 years of Time Dealer of the Year, I'm only the 5th woman to be selected. My goal way back, was to way back in the early 70s was to prove that a woman could be respected and make a contribution in the car industry. I still think we have a ways to go to get women interested in the business, but certainly we know for sure, I've proven that we're very capable of doing the job. I think my philanthropic effort has also allowed me to be chosen last year. I've done so many different initiatives to not just support organizations that have already been well-founded, like the American Heart Association, the American Cancer Association, but I've also stepped outside the box and come up with new initiatives that no one else thought of, that I've branded and I've continued over the years. Like we have for the last 42 years, have the Rick Case Bikes for Kids. So for 42 years, which is a long time, a lot of you probably even 42 years old here, or you were in grade school from the look of the audience here. But 42 years ago, Rick and I had 16 bicycle stores, moped stores in Ohio. And we saw these kids wishing they had a bicycle. So we said, you know what? Let's ask the community, our neighbors, our community, to bring in bicycles that they no longer need. And we will donate them to the Boys and Girls Clubs, to churches, synagogues, organizations that would have children that would not have a chance to have a bicycle. And we did that for 42 years. We still do it. We just finished our season, and we do it at the holidays. And we've given out well over 150,000 bikes over those 42 years. So the community brings their bicycle to our dealership, and we then distribute it. So all they're doing is dropping it off, and we take care of the rest. So those are some of the things that I believe were the reasons I was chosen last year to be Time Dealer of the Year.
Absolutely, and all great things that set you apart. So first off, I heard the audience holding back their applause. All of those things were applaudable. So please.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask.
Sure.
All right. Who's better at sales, you or your husband?
My husband was the master salesman. Okay. When I met my husband, he was able to get me from beautiful Santa Rosa, California, to No Sun, Akron, Ohio. So that was a sales job, number one. He was a master salesman. And truly, my husband, Rick, was absolutely a marketing genius. He did so many things to help the industry. You probably didn't know this. He wrote the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty that saved Hyundai's ass back in 1996.
Wow, that's awesome.
When Hyundai was on a dive, if you know, any of you from that long ago, but Hyundai was basically leaving the country because they could not sell the car anymore for a lot of reasons. And we had 5 Hyundai dealerships at the time in we actually were the first Hyundai dealer in the United States in 1986, but in 1996 we had 5 of them, and we needed those things to survive. We needed to sell those things. We were leveraged like you wouldn't believe. And so we came up with the idea of writing a warranty of 10-year, 100,000 miles, which back then was only 2024. Everybody knows that. 24 months, 24,000 miles. And in the 90s, that was the average warranty on any car that you bought. So it was really a bold statement to go out there and advertise 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. But that's what it took for people to give Hyundai a chance again, and we see what it did. So my husband was a great salesman. He was a genius at marketing, and I definitely recognize him as being the one that made the company very successful in the volume. I was kind of like the back room. Parts and service was my deal. Okay. I didn't want to compete with him, so I figured, well, he doesn't want to do that, so I might as well be the back room.
That's a great approach. I love it. Now, thanks for answering that. That was my fun question. But one of the things that you did mention that I wanted to get into was maybe some more insight in regards to the gender gap. You kind of mentioned that you made it your personal mission to show that women can be respected and to also dominate in this industry.
Yes.
But you also mentioned that we still have a long way to go.
Yes.
How can we get there?
Oh, gosh. I've really tried very, very hard to bring women into the organization. Obviously, as the owner, I can make that decision. I can show that it can happen. I'm a great example that it does work. But, we basically have 3 challenges that I have studied over all of these years, hiring women and having them not stay. And we have to change a lot of things in the automobile business. I'm talking about the retail automobile dealership structure and process for women to really be attracted in any sort of quantity for the business.
Okay.
First of all, number one is I find that women prefer to know what they're going to get paid. And that's just a characteristic that we have. I'm not trying to stereotype women at all. I'm trying to tell you the facts of what I've learned over the last 48 years of hiring women. And that is they want to know what they're going to get paid. And we're a commission business, from the service advisors to the parts counter to the sales to the F&I manager, desk manager. They're all commission. And women in our business are always in the office where it's salary or it's hourly and it's dependable compensation. That's number one. Okay. Number two, women in general, again, please, I'm not stereotyping women, I'm saying in general, prefer not to negotiate. I mean, come on, you want to go buy a dishwasher, you go to Sears, you find the dishwasher you want, you tell your husband, that's the one I want, that Kenmore, that model. By the way, honey, I'm going to go look at shoes while you make the deal on the dishwasher. They don't want to be in that atmosphere of negotiating and that all of that stress that comes with that. We're guys, come on, you like her. This is fun. Let's go. It's a blast to negotiate. And number three is we all understand in the last 40 years that you need to have a schedule in this business. Bell to bell was the 70s. We don't say bell to bell anymore. It's 9 to 2, 2 to 9, depending on which state you are and what your hours are. But in the car business, when you're on commission, when that customer you've been working for the last 2 weeks finally comes in to pick up that car, and they're supposed to be there at 10:30 because you get off at 2 because you're the maid of honor for your girlfriend's shower, and they show up at 5 minutes to 2. You got to split the deal with someone else. They just want predictable hours is the bottom line. In general, women want predictable hours. They have something else in life to do, whether it's family, friends. They have something else to do. Get their nails done. Guys, after the end of the day, they go down to Joe's bar, and it's like a golf game. He said this, I said that. The trade had this many miles, it had that. I gave him this, he got that, he bought this. It's like you repeat the golf game. That's what you do. That's what guys generally do. So again, those three are big hurdles in our industry, in the retail car dealership business, that I believe makes it more difficult for women to make us a career.
Absolutely. And, and I think you hit them all on the head. What I heard you say was it comes down to stability, simplicity, and scheduling, and having that time to, because I think about my wife, for instance, we have a 10-month-old at home. So
yeah.
That's the last of the addition. We have 4 in total. But understanding that, all of the things that you mentioned is kind of exactly right on point, because it is being able to say, if my schedule deems that I have to be here or do these things or give time to my household, I think a lot of times women are multifaceted, and they're not just going out to be the provider or, some of the things that as men, we take on that role of responsibility of saying, well, I'm just going to go to work,
Right.
And that be the moment, I went to work, I did my job, and we're okay with that, and that ends. But I think a lot of times when we look at the roles of women, it just doesn't end there. And so having that predictable schedule is important.
And people would say for the longest time, oh, it's 7 days a week. Women don't want to do that. Or it's 9 o'clock at night. Women don't want to do it. We all go to restaurants. We all go to the mall. They're 7 days a week. They're open till 9. But when the 9 o'clock hits, they close the door. They lock the door. They can leave. Or when it's, 2 o'clock and the schedule's over, that other set of waitresses come in, and you don't lose income. With our business as commission only, you lose income if you have to transfer your sale onto someone else. So that's the big difference. It isn't the 7 days a week or the 9 o'clock.
Right.
That isn't it at all.
Yeah, that makes
It's
a lot
the
of sense.
combination.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, you joked about going and looking at shoes, right? Because women don't want to negotiate. They want to point out, and then they want to go look at shoes. And obviously, you've done well. Your fashion is great. Tell us a little bit about your fashion. Do you think that that's one of the things that has helped you stand out and kind of set you apart? I love your hat, by the way.
Well, do you think I stand out? I definitely stand out. There's probably not another person in this convention, which I've been coming to the convention for 48 years, because I came with that long ago. It's always been one of the things I've wanted to do. I want to say, I'm interested in this business. I want to stand out. I want to be heard. I want to be recognized. I want to be relevant. I want to be different. And that takes confidence. But you know how you get confidence? This is what I tell when I talk to university students, when I meet with them and they ask me, how did you do it? How did you dominate in a male-dominated industry? I said, knowledge. If you have knowledge, you will have confidence. You can't have confidence without knowledge. So that's what I did. I spent every waking hour learning the car business. I did it. I do it every day today.
Right.
I have to. Because if someone asks me something, I want to know that I have a relevant, I have a current answer, whether it's EVs or whether it's the mandate yesterday that Trump changed, or whether it's China or BYD or you name it, fossil fuels. I want to be able to have an intelligent, well-educated answer. That's how I've been able to dominate as a woman. Otherwise, I'm just looked at as what's she doing in the room? She's the dealer's daughter. I went from being the DD to the dealer's wife. And let me tell you, that was I had to scratch up with my parents to get relevant. Then I went and married my husband who was a dealer. I had to scratch up again. And I did it just simply by that. I want to be noticed. That's why I wear the hats. Nobody wears a hat. Everybody knows me from a hat. And you know what? It's my secret marketing method. Because when I walk into a restaurant, people look and they go, oh, that's Rita Case, the car dealer in town. And what do they start talking about at the table? Oh gosh, I need a car, and she does this philanthropy, and I really got to get over to that dealership, and she does so much for the community. I become the talk of the table. I love it. So why not? It's free advertising. It's my brand. I've made a brand. I've worn hats since 1980. And I did it because when I married my husband in 1980, he was the dealer, Rick Case. Oh, he married this girl out of California. He keeps bragging, she's a car dealer, she knows everything. I said, I'm going to prove I do. Of course, they didn't, I had to work my way up. I had to make a difference in his business. I had to be relevant. I had to make sure they all made more money because of me. But I started wearing hats because I wanted to be noticed.
Yeah.
And, it carries weight.
And little did they know under that hat is all that knowledge that you said that you kind
You're
of
right.
always are looking to acquire. So
I am every day.
A great thing is become the brand, but then also when you become the brand, have the knowledge to support the brand that you're becoming. So
Yes.
I think that's great insight that you gave. One of the things that I wanted to ask, and obviously this is more of a perspective question.
Sure.
Being a woman that's dominating in this industry, what are some highs and or lows that you may or may not have to deal with if you were a man? Is there anything that you can see from your side of the fence? And then also, I'll even make that a two-parter. Are there some advantages that you think that you have that us men just can't have or won't have?
Yeah, well, some of the disadvantages are I have to prove myself listen, I'm older now. I have a pretty good foundation. I'm known in the industry because I've been around for so long, and I've done a lot of things that have caused me to be recognized. So I'm not saying that I have that today as much as I did 20 years ago or 30 years ago or even 10 years ago. But I always had to prove myself in the room. I had to prove myself. You'll always see me sit in the front row, whether it's at the convention, whether it's at the make meeting, whether it's at anything. I come early, I sit in the front row. And I want to let them know I'm there to learn. I'm there to be a part. I'm there to ask questions and to interact. So I think as a woman, I had to really put myself up front and prove that I was willing to do the hard work. I was willing to do that. And I still, as these generations change, I'm still going to have to, because look at how many women are in this convention that are dealers. It's still a minority. So that's one of the things is I do believe that I need to continue. I've never gotten a free pass.
Right.
And so I want to be considered a leader in my business, and I want my associates to believe that I am making a difference and leading the way. And I think that takes a little bit more extra work as a woman in this male-dominated industry. But some of the positive things are, I might be given a little bit of free pass here and there.
Okay.
You know, the door gets open for me.
Right.
You know, and I've enjoyed being a woman in this business and being respected more than anything else. It's been quite a journey and just a very successful ride.
That's great. And then before we wrap up,
sure.
For any women that are currently in the industry, and one of the things you mentioned earlier is that, you know, you've brought in a lot of women in the industry, and the hard part has been getting them to stay. For women that are currently in the industry and maybe on the fence or just having a tough time, any words of advice or any wisdom that you want to impart on them before we get out of here?
Persistence removes resistance. Never take no for an answer. Start early, plan your day, work your plan, and try to find a mentor in the dealership that believes in you as much as you believe in yourself. Become a partner with that person so that they can help you through those split deals, those times when you really need to go because you've got a really important, you know, event. Partner with somebody. Yeah. If you can get through that, you're going to get over the hump. It's like that new salesman. I always tell that new salesman, give it 90 days, go through your yearbook, ask everybody in your yearbook to come in, and everybody in your phone, call your mother, her friends, go to the neighbors. Don't just wait, because if you wait, you won't ever make it in this business. And that would be my advice.
I love that. I love that. And I love the call the yearbook, get in the phone book, all of that thing.
Yeah.
It's like they say, risk or rust. Those are your options. Those are your options. So, Rita, thank you so much for being
pleasure.
here. Thank you for all that you have done in the industry for well over 40 years. I hope that you continue to kind of be a beacon and a light and continue to gather that wisdom. And hopefully we can see that gender gap kind of get a little bit more narrow and we see some advancements before we hang it up.
Thank you.
So thank you
My
again. Let's give
pleasure.
her a big round of applause. Once again, some great insight from Rita. I hope that you were able to take away some insight there. Remember, if you have questions or you're just looking to follow along with what's happening on the NADA live stage, make sure that you download the NADA app. Also this year on the floor, we have some new items that I want to make sure that you draw your attention to. If you actually just head right down the center aisle here, you actually can go to the NADA Pavilion. You also can take a walk and go over to our EV pit and get some information. If you have questions about anything EV, we have some resources there for you. Really just straight down, one on the left, one on the right. You can't miss it. Just look for the NADA badging and sign. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to continue. We're going to be back, and we're going to be talking to two of our gold sponsors. So make sure you continue to hang out in the NADA live stage living room. And again, if you have questions or need anything, I'll be standing by, but enjoy, and we'll be right back.
ahead and just.
All right, so once again, we are back at the NADA live stage. I want to thank you for joining us. Next up, we're going to hear from Podium, and we're going to talk about driving growth and building loyalty with AI. So I think that's kind of a good thing to talk about in the heels of our conversation with Rita, just talking about technology advancing within the industry. And so I'd like to welcome up Ross Tinkham. Ross, come on up. First off, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So come on over. I've got the podium set up here for you. And if you need it, this is here, and then mic is on for you.
Beautiful.
All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Woo. We all made it here, which is a fantastic start. Again, I'm Ross. Nice to meet everybody here. I've been working with Podium for the past 9 years, helping to build our automotive business, working with dealers, dealer groups, and OEMs. I now lead our automotive sales team. And we're going to be talking a little bit about AI and the impact we're seeing it make for dealers today. Rapidly evolving technology. This year will certainly be an exciting year as things continue to develop. So we've got about 20 minutes. I'm going to move fairly quickly, but if you have any questions, we'll be happy to take those at the end. Okay, so just a quick agenda for today. We'll spend just a moment talking about the current landscape for dealers. We'll then really go into the presentation, hitting a bunch of different use cases of where we're seeing dealers use AI successfully. And so we'll go ahead and kick it off. Just a quick reflect, really, on the past 18 months and challenges that I'm sure many of you have obviously felt with things like rising interest rates, inventory levels increasing. We had a presidential election, obviously, that just came to a conclusion. But there's been a lot of headwinds for dealers over the past year. According to NADA, gross profit for dealers is about 50% last year compared to the peak of COVID. However, some optimism as we look towards this year. We're projecting about 16.3 million retail units sold, the best year since 2019. So we are sort of existing in this new normal. And we're going to talk about where AI can really help drive a positive impact when we consider what the new normal is. So it's more important than ever for dealers to really focus on their lead handling process, right? We've had lead volume down over the past year or so, and so it becomes more and more important to get more out of what you have now that we are back in a more competitive market. And that's really where there's a ton of leverage with AI. And when we say AI, there's a lot of different ways to sort of conceptualize or think about the applications. We're really going to focus on conversational AI, or using artificial intelligence as a means to engage with your customers and prospects. Okay, again, given some of the headwinds the industry has faced, given the competitive market, given the fact that profits are down, most of the dealers that we work with and support are frankly looking to do more with less, right? It becomes more of a game of operational efficiency than maybe it has been in years past. And that's really where there's a ton of value to recognize. Just maybe a quick note before we move forward. Outside of automotive, we're very well past the early adopter curve when it comes to artificial intelligence. This is not a tool that is for the high enterprise. It's something that's seen very strong adoption in small and local businesses across the country. Most businesses are using AI in some way, shape, or form. This is no longer necessarily a new or novel technology. It is now imprinted, right, in the operations of a lot of different types of businesses. And as we move forward in time, the question really becomes, how does this technology evolve and how powerful can it really become? So again, strong adoption outside of automotive will bring the focus back to retail automotive, however. So just a quick note here. Here are really the 4 areas we're going to work through today and talk through some different use cases and applications of where AI can make an impact in the dealership. So we're going to kick it off with finding new leads. As you think about artificial intelligence, like, what do we mean? How can this actually help you generate new leads for the dealership? So a couple of just quick use cases. We'll start with number one. When it comes to your online presence and the optimization of things like your Google business profile, it really still is all about reviews. Reputation management as a topic has sort of faded in years from maybe a peak 5 years ago when everyone was super focused on it. So I'm sure most of the folks in this room have worked to do things like automate the collection of reviews, which you should certainly do. Make it simple and easy for customers to leave that feedback, because in turn that will lift your presence within local search and obviously give you a competitive edge against your local competitive set. But the answer for responding and engaging to reviews for the past 5 years or so has been throw a person at it, right? There's going to be somebody within the dealership who we're going to pay as maybe a part of their job to respond and engage with those reviews, or we're going to outsource it. We're going to find a third-party company who's going to charge us money to do this for us because we don't have the folks in the dealership to do it ourselves. People are expensive, right? And so when it comes to review management, there's again been solutions to automate the collection. But as we look towards the past 6 to 12 months, where AI really does an amazing job is tailored, personalized responses to each of those reviews. And that's important because when you're asking for feedback from your customers, you need to come forward and acknowledge that. And again, from just a general local SEO perspective, responding to those reviews helps you more than just generating them. And so food for thought, if you're not considered a tool that can automatically respond to those reviews for you on your behalf in a nice, very personalized manner, very low-cost options out there for you to do that today. So again, if you're not responding to reviews, you should do it, and you should certainly consider an AI solution to provide that tailored touch to your customers. The other part, and I'm not sure if there's many folks here doing like heavy text marketing with prospects or customers. If you're not, you absolutely should be. Certainly the starting point for that is building a clean opt-in list. You need to be cognizant about the way that you market via text, but this really is one of the most effective, highest ROI channels. We've been supporting dealers with this, and part of the challenge for a lot of folks we've partnered with has been, I get so many responses, I don't have anyone to actually manage these. My BDC can't handle it. We actually can't continue to text market at this level because we have to be there for customers when they respond. So sort of 2 points I'll make on this one. Number one, the actual creation of a marketing campaign has been in the hands of a human, right, for years. Unless you're leveraging a third-party agency, great, you're paying somebody else to do that for you. But if you're trying to do it in-house, not that this is a super tedious task, there's a lot of ways that you can make this easy for yourself, a lot of different tools to use to build campaigns, but you still had to do it yourself. So what the shift has been, really over the past year, has been leveraging AI as a tool to actually build these campaigns for you, right? Where you enter your prompts, you let it know the general idea of what you're trying to communicate to your customers, and it will literally build the campaign for you. In addition to that, when it comes to conversational AI, you actually now have a great tool that can handle those responses as they flow back. So there's no longer a concern of, hey, I'm doing a ton of text marketing, I'm getting an amazing response rate, but I don't have the means to respond. You absolutely do. So just again, considering a couple quick applications from a lead generation perspective, things like text marketing. This is great. Text marketing or responding to your reviews. Certainly applications, super simple, easy to use. We're now going to get into where I think the biggest impact can be felt for your dealership, which is really around driving more revenue. And there's 2 points I'd really make here. When it comes to responding to your leads, this is a great distraction to have right now. I'm going to let this pass before I continue. All right, that's amazing. We're going to keep going. All right, so when it comes to lead response, there's really two cornerstones of the most important thing. Obviously, the quality of your response to the customer is paramount. The other component of that, though, is speed. Are most folks in this room measuring what their average response time to leads is, or could you answer that question on the spot? If you're not, pay attention to what your response time to leads is. Given where have we come so far in this conversation, that we're in a much more competitive market, lead volume is down. And that lead, as you well know, is not just coming to you, it's going to your competitors. So it does become a game of quality of response and, of course, speed. Degradation of your funnel increases the longer it takes for you to get back to someone who has a simple request for, do you have this car on the lot? I'm interested in this vehicle. They're asking that same question to other people, And we've been trained as consumers towards immediate responses. And so it's a game of speed, right? So look at your funnel, make an assessment of how long it's taking you to get back to the leads that are flowing in. 2 minutes or less is industry leading. When you get to 5-minute increments, 10 minutes, 2 hours and beyond, again, you lose the conversion rate the longer you wait to get back to that person. And then again, from a BDC perspective, typically one of the more potentially underserved areas for a lot of dealerships that we work with, conversational AI can ensure you get a high quality personalized response to every lead that comes to you in under 2 minutes. Really hard to do that consistently with human processes. Again, so the whole goal here is ensure you're outworking your competition. You want that lead, you have something of interest to them, take it seriously and ensure you're getting them a quick response. A couple other things I'd really center on here, like there's everywhere you look here, people are going to be talking about having an AI solution, right? And there's a lot of high-quality options out there in the market. The point I would drive home here is that AI should speak and act like a real human. If it doesn't do that, then what is the point of it? If a human can do it better than AI, then you should use a human to do that. And so as you're evaluating AI solutions, this should be the cornerstone of your decision-making, right? All the features and functionality in the world are great. All the integrations are important and necessary to be able to pull the data from your systems that you need. But if you're watching those conversations happen and it doesn't feel good enough to you to say this is a person doing it, then it's not good enough to put in front of your prospects or customers, period. So make that the cornerstone of evaluating any AI solution you're looking at. All the other details are important, but if it can't engage at the level of a human, I mean, it's kind of a waste, right? So should respond instantly. It should be able to answer complex questions. Hi, I'm Ross. I have this trade-in. I am looking to come in for an appointment at this time. Here's some information about my credit score, right? So ensure that whatever you're evaluating can take that complex question that you're going to get from time to time from your customers and unpack that and answer each of those, right? That's important. And again, certain AI solutions are really, really good at this. And then what is the outcome that we're driving for? Well, yes, we want to keep the lead warm. The customer stops responding. If you were working with that customer, you wouldn't just let that conversation die. You're working to engage and you're working to drive follow-up and continue that conversation. And then also consider what is the outcome you're driving for. If we're talking about leads, the outcome that AI should be driving towards is come in for an appointment and talk to us, right? We've gone through your questions. We've validated what you're looking for. Great, Ross, when can you come in? We've got someone available from 1 to 9 p.m. tomorrow. So what is the outcome that AI is aiming for? In the context of leads, it really should be getting that person in the store for a test drive. The other component of it, and we'll kind of jog through this a little bit, AI never stops, right? It doesn't have bias. It's not going to look at different lead sources and say, this is a crummy lead source and this is a good one. I'm going to spend my time there. It applies the same level of care and attention to everything, and it does it in a very consistent manner. Again, super hard to achieve with people. So answering things like vehicle questions, these are things that AI is really good at. It should be able to look at your website and understand what you have available. If you have a dealer group website where you've got streams of inventory, it should be able to tell that customer which lot that vehicle is actually on. And again, from an overnight coverage standpoint, you got to ensure that you have somebody there to answer those questions. I'm not sure the percentage of your shoppers that are coming in to ask questions like in your live chat on your website after you're closed. I bet it's a fair segment. And if your current strategy is we're going to respond to those the next day, you're going to lose people, right? So AI will work all the time after hours. And then just during your busy times, people get busy. Give your BDC some coverage during the day. Make sure you're still maintaining that sub 2-minute response time for leads. Right? Give your people a chance to act first, but if they can't do it, set up an AI in such a way that you make sure nothing gets dropped. You don't need to let anything get dropped anymore. And the other point I'd make too is, like, this is not a conversation about replacing people. It is not today. Maybe at some point it will be. The conversation today is, I have people, I have limited and finite resources, I pay them money, I train them. How do I get those people involved in the highest value tasks, right? If you have AI responding to your inbound leads and testing and scheduling test drives with 80% of the inbound lead flow you have, now what is the opportunity for your BDC to now outbound, right? What other campaigns can they run? What other additional revenue streams can you tap into by taking the load off their shoulders? And that's really what good AI tools should do, is make it easier for people to take the monotonous sort of lower value tasks or high value tasks, but give them the opportunity to focus on something else, right? Again, operational efficiency driver. That's exactly what this is. So again, do more with less. There's just a quick hit list there of things that AI is really, really, really good at today. We've chatted a little about scheduling test drives, answering general customer service questions like, hey, what are your business hours? I need to schedule a service appointment. What time's the service drive open until tonight? Quick answers, accurate answers. And again, it really comes down to the data sources that AI is plugged into. And so if you plug it in with the right information, it does a really good job of all these different tasks listed out here. The other thing that's really important to think about are what are the things you want escalated to a human? You likely don't want an artificial intelligence conversational tool quoting a price for a car, right? Some dealers might. If you're a one-price dealer, great, and there's full transparency there, maybe you do. But look for a solution that can escalate certain conversations. There are solutions where you can put pretty firm guardrails around what the AI will respond to and won't, and let it escalate the things to you and your team that need to be escalated that you don't want it to touch. Okay? Things very simple like, hey, this is a used vehicle. Can I get the Carfax report? Yes, indeed. Here's the report, right? Take a look. Let me know if you have any questions. Here's the vehicle history. Again, attaching it to to Carfax. And then on the fixed operations side of the business, just simply scheduling appointments. We're not quite there in my opinion. I'll put an asterisk there. There's some voice solutions out there. We're getting there with voice. If you call a voice AI, you can tell it's a voice AI today. It's a latency thing, right? AI needs time to pull different data sources, ping whatever tech it's pinging to develop an answer. It's really good at asynchronous communication, which is texting and email. So if you think about where we're going, though, the next sort of horizon is absolutely voice, and it will for sure change the way I think that service departments run, where no one's missing a phone call, right? You're not missing dollars because someone's not available to pick up the phone. Not quite there. Again, in my opinion, that's where we're headed. But if someone is texting in, presenting a link to the service scheduler, hooking it up to whatever scheduling system you're using to actually schedule the appointment in a conversational manner, those are all things that are absolutely out there and achievable today in a really great way. We've got 1 minute. I haven't been paying attention to time. I'm going to speed through. So building customer loyalty, really all we mean by that is personalization at scale. People are looking for personalization. They don't want canned responses. You don't want to send everybody the same email. AI allows you to provide your customers personalization at scale. Again, we've covered some of this. Answer very basic customer service questions, manage common inquiries, boost the likelihood of customer retainment. But again, that all just comes down to the root of AI. The whole point of it is to engage with a person and have a conversation that's personalized, where they're not coming in and saying, hi, I spoke to somebody, or I bought a car from you 2 years ago. I'm looking to trade it in. That doesn't need to be a fresh start conversation. If you're using a CDP or you have an AI agent connected to your DMS, it's going to know the history of that customer. You don't have, it's the context that carries on in the conversation is also super important, and that is where AI has really come forward this year, is maintaining any conversation with that customer that's happened in the past. So when they start a fresh conversation with you, I mean, it's the worst thing in the world to go through a phone tree, as an example, right, and say, hey, here's my problem. Great, I'm going to transfer you to somebody else, and you have to explain the problem all over again. It's terrible to have to do that. Same experience for your customers. If they've done business with you, the AI agent that's talking to them should know that, and can, in fact, know that based, again, on what data sources you're choosing to plug into that. Just a couple other things. Omni-channel, super important, right? If customer reaches out via text, they probably want to text with you. Don't call them. If they email you, they probably want to email you. And so look for an AI solution or platform that can plug in to all of those different channels. Again, I mentioned voice. I think coming along here further in this year. But look for something that's omni-channel. And yeah, this is where we'll wrap, because I'm running out of time here. If you're interested, this is something that we do over here at Podium. There's a couple bullets here on the screen, and we're very excited about, again, what's coming with the future in AI. This is not a technology that's going to come and fizzle out. It is a technology I think some people have used in the past year or two and haven't necessarily been impressed with. My advice is, time has passed. This technology evolves on a monthly basis. This will be the largest technological advancement you'll likely see in your lifetime, and it's going to continue to get better and better and better. So if you've used it in the past and it didn't work out, probably time to take a look. But also be very critical of the provider that you work with, right? If you're interested, and I can certainly give you some questions that I would ask, right? What type of model do they use? What are the things they do around that model? Are they stuck to using one model? So if another model comes out that's better, can they move on from that? Anyway, that gets more into the technical side, but you guys have to be good at understanding at a high level some of the things that are important from a technical perspective and asking your vendors those questions to make sure you've got confidence that you're future-proofing yourself, because again, this technology is evolving incredibly rapidly. Again, bottom line, don't get left behind if you're not entertaining this now. You should be. Anybody have any questions for me? We've got about a minute left. No questions? If you do have questions and you'd like to ask them personally, one-to-one, please come find me. I'd love to chat. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Great job. Thank you once again, Ross. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for that great insight about how to drive growth and build loyalty with AI. We're going to continue to keep our live stage going. Again, some key things that I've mentioned that I'll continue to kind of reiterate. Make sure that you download the NADA app for 2025. I was talking to someone earlier, and they're like, oh, yeah, I have the app, and it was the 2024 app, which was a great app, but not going to get you what you need during this weekend. So make sure if you had the app from last year, you go back in, update the app for this year. Again, as I mentioned as well, the NADA Pavilion and also our new EV pit right down this main hall here. So the EV pit is going to be on your left-hand side. The NADA Pavilion is going to be on the right-hand side. So if you need insight to all things EV or have questions about EV or want to get any of the programming or educational information from the NADA, you can just go simply right down this main corridor and either go to your left or right. Also, next up, we are actually going to be hearing from Zurich, and we're going to talk about the power of reinsurance and wealth building. So we're going to go to some commercials first, and then right after that, we're going to be right back within about 4 minutes, and we're going to talk about the power of reinsurance and wealth building strategies for success. So stay right here. Check out the screen. We'll be right back shortly.
Today is Friday, January 24th, and day 2 here at the NADA Show 2025 in the Big Easy. And we have an exciting day planned. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. for main stage. Hear Ryan Leak, best-selling author and empowering executive coach, share insight on leading yourself, building high-performing teams, and driving dealership success. We'll also look at the state of our dynamic industry with 2024 NADA Chairman Gary Gilchrist. The expo opens at 10 a.m. Join us for a New Orleans-style grand opening and get ready for the ultimate experience in innovation, connection, and excitement. Backed by popular demand, the Dealer Learning Lab. Learn from and connect with industry leaders on a variety of hot topics right on the expo floor. New for 2025, NADA Live Stage will be located within the expo. Enjoy engaging interviews with industry experts, along with a rousing pitch competition at 11 a.m. Also new this year, NADA's EV Power Pit, where EV subject matter experts meet one-on-one for Q&As with attendees. No appointment necessary. The exclusive and popular Dealer Manager Lounge offers a place to refresh and reboot during your time in the expo hall. So be sure to check it out. Education revs up with workshops and exchanges throughout the afternoon. And dealer franchise meetings start at 3 p.m. Those are the highlights of what's happening today at NADA Show 2025. To check times and topics, be sure to visit the NADA Show app. And remember, share your excitement on social media using the hashtag NADA Show.
What if your dealership could know definitively for every customer, without affecting their credit, whether or not they're going to be approved to finance any vehicle in your inventory? Could that have saved even one deal last month? Find out with SelectFi.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. Take photos with our app and unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firon's AI and automation.
All right, once again, welcome back and welcome to our live stage. My name's Errol. We're, of course, super excited to have you here as we continue with this great weekend of NADA. We can all relax and be a little bit more comfortable because we're here, we made it safely. So next up, I'd like to welcome Zurich. We're going to be talking about the power of reassurance and wealth-building strategies for success. And to help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Marie Knight, who is the AVP of Strategy and Services for Zurich. Marie, come on up. Give her a round of applause, please. There you go. Hello, welcome.
Well,
come on
thank
up.
you
Stage
very
is
much.
yours. You're
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So whether you are new to reinsurance or looking to optimize your existing portfolio, this session will provide you with valuable information to help you achieve your goals and take your dealership's reinsurance programs to the next level. So to help me talk about that, I'd like to bring up two of my colleagues. First, Eric Schlerb, who is one of our national reinsurance executives, and Michael Name, who is the F&I manager for our Philadelphia region. So welcome and hello.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Marie.
Thanks for being here. Mike and Eric oversee and guide numerous successful reinsurance programs for Zurich dealer customers. They will share their firsthand experience, best practices, and actionable insights to help dealers enhance their reinsurance portfolios and drive profits. So we're going to have a discussion about some things that I think will be really informative and help you when you think about your reinsurance program. So we are here to talk about reinsurance and profit participation today. So let's start with something really simple, Eric.
Okay.
What is profit participation? What does that mean?
Yeah, I think in the simplest way to look at it is, profit participation allows dealers, individuals, entities to basically take advantage and share in the F&I profits that come from the underwriting and the investment side of things.
Okay, great. And why should dealers be involved in a profit participation program?
Well, overall, I mean, it has tremendous wealth building opportunities. Looking at it from the sense of long-term benefits, being involved in the participation programs allow all kinds of opportunities, and in general for the future, whether it be from a wealth building side or from the investment side as well.
And someone's going to make those profits, right?
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely.
Either the provider or the dealer. So we like to try to help the dealer hang on to as much of it as they can. Mm-hmm. Great. So there's lots of different programs and structures. How does a dealer know which one they should be a part of and which one's right for them?
I think it really comes down to just a general consultative approach. We want to look at, there's obviously many different structures overall that dealers can participate in, but it really comes down to ultimately what that particular dealership or dealership group's ultimate long-term goals are, whether from possibly growing the dealership, looking to pick up new acquisitions, and also on the personal side of things where, ultimately when are they looking to access the money? At the end of the day, these programs, as I mentioned, generate this type of wealth, and what the strategies are and what they're looking for. For us personally, and someone in my position, I really kind of try to take it as similar to maybe you would look at a financial advisor or a financial planner, where this is another profit center for the dealership. Where we look at it, we look at your, if you look at your new car department, your used car department, sales, parts, etc. This can offer that great same wealth, opportunity, and we really need to take that kind of same checkup and look that we would do, internally and both kind of externally from a financial advisor standpoint, saying, in the long run, there will be wealth generated. How do we maximize that?
So that's really interesting. You're suggesting that dealers look at reinsurance as a separate profit center for the dealership.
I would, absolutely, yeah. I mean,
that's
yeah.
Great. Mike, switching over to you for a second, can you talk briefly about return on reinsurance investment and what that means and how we should be thinking about that?
Absolutely. That's a good question. I think if anybody gets anything out of what we're going to discuss, the return on premium is very important. And what I mean by that is our fellow dealers here, I think an important metric that you all track every day, if not monthly, is net on sales. Net on sales. For every dollar you take in, how much are you keeping? Very important metric. There's a lot of training around that. NADA has a guide. I think 2024, they said it was 4 to 6% guide. There's training to get better at it. We know how to track it. We know what it is. We know how to get better at it. And we know where to find training to get better at it. So circling back to your question, Marie, what is the net on sales in your profit participation program? I often ask that question, and it's during headlights. So net on sales in your profit participation program, for every dollar you're putting in, how much are you keeping? I would think that's an important metric, regardless of everything else that goes on in between. For every dollar you're putting in, how much are you keeping? A, how do you track that number? Do you know how to calculate that number? How do you get that number better? It's a very important number because at the end of the day, it's like net on sales. I think, like Eric said, look at it as a different profit center, your profit participation, and then treat it like one by following that net on sales just like you do in your dealership operation.
Very good. And you said, and how do you do that? So let's talk a little bit about some strategies that you recommend for maximizing your reinsurance. And why don't we start with you, Eric?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost when it comes to maximizing the reinsurance is to make sure that you have the ability to, first off, reinsure or have a program that you can take advantage of the profit participation for all of the products. You know, often at times we see that only certain products are eligible. Maybe some of you are in programs where only service contracts, but often at times the ancillary products are overlooked. And those ancillary products traditionally have an extremely low loss ratio, and again, can really help from that wealth building standpoint. Overall, some of the tools and things that we're utilizing with that, you know, there's a lot of different metrics that we can look at and different things that we look at internally, but the biggest thing comes down to is just reviewing it. You know, often at times it sits at a kind of a set it and forget it, and it'll be there in the long run when I need it. You know, and that's not really the case. We're in, as we all know, we're in an ever-changing market. You know, the outside factors are constantly changing all the time, and you need a partner that you'll be looking at, someone that's looking at it for you, behind the scenes, you know, ultimately managing this and, you know, doing everything they can to get that number that Mike talks about, that return on premium as high as possible.
How often should dealers be looking at how their reinsurance program is doing?
I would say at a minimum, I mean, a biannual basis. It's one of those things where you're looking at it every day or even sometimes every month. It can be a little overwhelming. What I could say, though, is that on a more frequent level, I encourage you to be looking at the claims. You know, seeing what claims are out there, looking at certain reports, 30, 60, 90-day reports, seeing what claims took place in the first 90 days, making sure that you're on track for seeing any trends you don't like. That's something you can look at more frequently. But as far as from a management standpoint and really managing the loss ratio where you may adjust premiums or you may look for parts and labor reimbursement discussions, you know, that can take place on more of a biannual or annual basis.
Very good. And Mike, Eric mentioned products and making sure that you can reinsure as many of the products as possible. We know about all the traditional F&I products. Are there any other ways that a dealer might be able to maximize the profitability in their reinsurance program?
Absolutely, and that's another really good question. So what we've been seeing lately, post-COVID, because we're back post-COVID now, inventory's back, demand is back, volume's there, prices are dropping, customers are price shopping. So one of the, to answer your question, is why buy here programs. So you could take what is currently an advertising expense and turn that into profit in your profit participation program. I'll say that again because it's very powerful. You can take an advertising expense and turn it into profit participation. So what I mean by that is, think about your own websites. There's probably a tab and it says, why buy from us? And if you think about that and you click on it, there's a lot of good stuff in there, but it's, you know, we've been here 50 years, we're open on Saturdays, we have coffee and donuts, so on and so forth. And in a market where competition's coming back, you know, you got to adapt or you may become obsolete. So what we've been seeing lately from our customers is putting together why buy here programs so they can market on their website with like a lifetime engine program. And then they put it into their CRM system. and they utilize that for their email blast and marketing campaigns. And then they do their commercials and radio ads with that. So they really brand their dealer group with a Why Buy Here program, specifically of late with the Lifetime Engines program, to transfer that expense from marketing into reinsurance, and it's a very profitable program. So it's a little dynamic, but that is the shift we've seen here post-COVID.
So you said something that caught my attention. You said specifically lifetime. So let's talk a little bit about lifetime, because I wouldn't necessarily associate that with driving reinsurance profitability, because when we think about reinsurance, we want products that earn out quickly and have low losses, and it just seems like a lifetime product would be contrary to that. So can you share a little bit about why that helps a reinsurance program grow?
Absolutely. That's actually an excellent point. So for many years, maybe even currently to some people, lifetime has had a very negative connotation. That's why I specifically said of late we've been seeing Lifetime Engines for a couple reasons. Number one, it's low exposure because it's the engines, not the powertrain. And all the data shows that Lifetime Powertrain has more claims and losses than Lifetime Engines. You get the word lifetime for that marketing piece I touched on earlier. But then most importantly, to your point, most places, including Zurich, for a long time, on a lifetime program in a reinsurance portfolio, it'll earn over 7, 8, 9, 10 years, because there's really, I guess, no right way to earn a lifetime engine program. That can tie up a lot of money, and we all know that not many people are really keeping their car 7, 8, 9, 10 years for that earnings curve to hit. So at Zurich, one thing we've done, we've partnered with Carfax. So another reason why this has taken off as of late with our customers to really maximize their profits is now if there's a lifetime engine program and that customer trades the car, sells the car, totals the car, whatever they may do, Carfax notifies us, we take that premium straight into surplus in their reinsurance company. So versus having to wait and tie up money for 10 years and the customer traded it back to you in 2 years, with our program, it just goes straight to surplus. So that's really taken off as well.
Very good. So we've been very fortunate in this industry to experience a couple of years of record profitability. And I think we're all grateful for that. But what are some industry challenges or trends that we're seeing, and how do you think these will impact the long-term profitability of reinsurance portfolios? And Eric, if we could start with you.
I think the biggest glaring thing we're seeing right now is the inflationary environment we're in. We've seen a lot of change, obviously, over the last few years. Inflation going where it is, your parts costs have gone up, your labor costs have gone up. And these are probably, the two biggest expenses that you're going to have when it comes for your average RO or your average claim. I'll put it in perspective. Over the history of, let's say, 10 years prior to the last few, we would typically see an inflationary increase in what we call claim severity. So what is the average RO claim? Of 2 to 3% on an annualized basis. Over the last year and a half now, going on almost 2 years, nationwide, that number's jumping to almost 20%. So that's significant. We ultimately know that by seeing that kind of increase, that's going to have a direct, immediate impact on the bottom line for you and for a reinsurance standpoint, profitability. So again, I think, part of the message I wanted to get across today is that that's why it's so important to be looking at these type of things and really, understanding what's going on, because if you miss a beat on a year or even a year and a half, we're seeing the jumps of, like we said, could be 15, 18%, on your overall portfolio, which, again, with the theme of, return to the bottom line, that's a huge impact.
Well, that can quickly deteriorate the profit that you've built up over time.
Right.
In fact, I was at a meeting this morning and was approached by someone who asked me specifically about that. He was talking about a couple of dealers who had said they were watching their reinsurance profits dwindle as a result of the increased cost of parts and labor rates.
Sure.
And so he's like, well, what should I tell them they could be doing? I said, well, they need to be talking to their provider. They need to do a review, a comprehensive review of their program, and then take action, whether it's increasing risk premium or reviewing their claims process or using something like a deductible waiver to drive the repairs back to their own facility so that they can have better control over them. And that's a really few simple things that you can do to better control the profitability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, go ahead.
Marie, just to chime in for anybody who may be watching or listening, in doing the reviews, Eric's right, it's very important, but the meat and potatoes of a reinsurance company for the most part is the vehicle service contract. So when you're doing the reviews, everybody looks at the loss ratios, the claims, everything on the vehicle service contract. It's important to get granular. So vehicle service contract is a big portfolio. So when you're looking at this, you should get granular and look at every line of business within it. How is the new ones performing? How's the used service contracts performing? How's the used over 100,000 miles performing? And how's the certified wraps performing? How are the short-term ones performing? So if you get really granular, you can catch a trend within a line before the overall portfolio notices it, and you can fix that and get ahead of it.
That's a great point, Mike, too. Just to kind of jump on that as well. How oftentimes do we look at session statements or, trust statements in general, mostly with the session statements, and we see all the VSC lumped together, we see all the ancillary lumped together, and the number looks great. Where you look at it, you say, okay, from one year to the next, we may have only went up 5 percentage points, but to Mike's point, we may have an area of, more risk where there's been more claims in vehicles over 100 or the certified wrap, exactly to your point. So managing it to more of that granular level by product, especially for the service contract, will help really drive the profitability as well.
Very good. So I think you've both shared some great recommendations for mitigating potential risk. Anything else come to mind that dealers can do to protect their profits?
Yeah, I can take that. So again, kind of going back, one of the things we also like to look at during the reviews, I'd encourage you to look at the deductibles that are being sold, and more importantly, the deductible waiver. I'm sure most are aware, but the deductible waiver ultimately drives that business back to you. And the statistics will show, when you're controlling in the profit participation programs, you're setting your parts reimbursement, you're setting your labor rate. So when that business is coming back to you, that claim severity overall is significantly lower than if it was to go down the block. So obviously it does two things, right? Number one, it's going to drive the profitability to your service department today. But at the end of the day, we know the claims are typically, and I'll say this in about 99+% of the times, claims can be anywhere from $400 to $600 lower on the RO for the VSC just because of utilizing that deductible waiver. So I think that's an additional tool to definitely point out.
Great point. So we've talked about a lot of different ways to build profit and generate additional revenue. What are dealers doing with some of that money?
Yeah, I think that's probably the most important thing, right? At the end of the day, ultimately.
How can I spend it?
Yeah, and that's what's great about these type of programs. I think probably some of the most common items that I see are, facility upgrades, new designs for buildings, et cetera, acquisitions, obviously huge, and a couple different ones. I had a phone call, right around the holidays this year where a client of ours was looking to access the money for a local charity of his. So I thought that was fantastic, that he was pulling the money out and ultimately looking to utilize it for that. And then one of the other probably underutilized is I see it a lot where we call it more getting key employees involved. Key employees, fantastic, giving a small percentage to each of those employees, or maybe a general manager has been there for quite some time. What we've seen is that ultimately that will continue to help drive the loss ratio, because now you have an extra set of eyes and ears watching out for the profitability. But and at the same point in time, it's just a great retention tool, and so a lot of different strategies we can use overall.
Absolutely. And Mike, what advice can you share with anyone who's considering reinsurance?
Get in it now, like yesterday, for starters. The good news is it's 2025, so transparency is key, access is key. There's a lot of providers. I would take a look around, make sure you're comfortable with the provider, comfortable with the reporting, everything's transparent. You could do your research and get into it as soon as possible, because it's a life-changing wealth that will come from it if managed right.
Great. So Eric and Mike, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and expertise with all of us. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop by and talk to us after the session, or stop by the Zurich booth 3919 just down the way here. And thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your time.
Congratulations, everyone. Today we're diving into a crucial life skill, buying a car while staying within your budget. Transportation typically ranks as the second largest expense for households, right after housing. The average cost of a new car is $48,000 with an average monthly payment of $732. And the average cost of a used car is $27,000 with a monthly payment of $555. When you buy a car, it's not just about the vehicle price. There are various costs to consider, like fuel, insurance, maintenance and repairs, registrations and inspections, and parking and tolls. Depending on your car and driving habits, these costs can range from $200 up to $400 each month. These figures may seem daunting, but with careful planning, you can choose a vehicle that makes the most sense for your budget and lifestyle. Consider your daily commute and other activities, family size, and typical driving conditions. While thinking about how you will afford a car, you're also probably thinking about careers. As you go through the process of buying a car, you will enter the world of car dealerships, which are full of great career opportunities for people with a wide range of education, interests, and personalities. If you're a people person who likes to build relationships, you can make a terrific salesperson or even service advisor. Do you like working with your hands? Today's service technicians, they work with both classic engines and the latest technology, including electric vehicles and sophisticated software. Are you more organized and detail-oriented? Dealership parts department staffs find fulfillment in overseeing extensive, complex inventories and supplying the correct part at the correct time. If numbers are more your thing, think about an office manager position where you would coordinate the financial reporting of the dealership. Dealerships offer abundant opportunities for growth and development, and dealership positions allow employees to lead lives where they can pursue their interests and support their families. Parts consultant is an entry-level position that does not require experience or higher education and has an average income of over $59,000 annually. This puts the other 8 key dealership positions higher than the national average. Many dealership leaders have stories about how they started in entry-level positions and grew into leadership roles, sometimes even dealer and ownership positions. Most dealership positions don't require a college degree. So why work in a car dealership? Because here, you're not just starting a job, you're embarking on a rewarding career path filled with growth and opportunities. So, join us at your local dealership and let's drive success together.
Thanks, Errol, so much. We are out here at booth 4065, the TrueCar booth, out on the floor. I'm sitting here with Jay, the CMO and CRO of TrueCar. He said he doesn't get paid twice, but he does all the jobs. He said he spends the money, makes the money, all the whole 9 yards. Jay, thanks so much for joining us today.
No, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely. How's the team gotten in from just like being ready for the show?
You know, everyone's troopers. Like one way or another, we found our way, and I was pretty sure for a moment there I'd probably have to drive here from St. Louis. I live in Phoenix, and I was connecting through there. I'm like, all right, I'm going to be ready to get my car and make the 11-hour drive if I have to, but we made it. And if anything, these experiences bring us all closer together, not only just us as a company, but I think everyone who's here, you know, who's made it, who's endured.
You know, it's always interesting to me to hear from people that come from outside of the industry into the industry. You've done some time in the industry, not with TrueCar, and also outside of the industry. I'd love to hear, you know, from you, like thinking about bringing the learnings from places like Hurley or some of the things you've done outside the industry into auto. What are the things that you're kind of like using the muscle of learning outside of the industry to bring into this?
Yeah, so the very quick background on me is in a previous life I was actually a professional cyclist, and actually my first car I got, my team was sponsored by Subaru, so I had a Subaru Legacy. Everyone on the team got a car, and I was like, I'm a millionaire. I have my own car, and I didn't pay for it. And so in a previous life I was a professional cyclist, but once I realized I had to get a regular job, I very much went into into media and political campaign and marketing and advertising. So my background's been everything from politics to social causes to selling board shorts for Hurley, and actually in the course of that also working on some tier 1 OEM campaigns. And so coming into TrueCar now, it's really interesting where at the end of the day, I think everything I focused on is about behavior change. And I think where that applies here is, one, thinking about how consumers select and choose, whether it's a brand, a model, or a dealer, and how you change that behavior and also reinforce that. And then two, how do we work with dealers to change some of their behaviors and processes to better serve the consumer? And I think it's really fitting and important for TrueCar because of our affinity network, where, case in point, if you're a AAA member and you go submit your lead and you go to a TrueCar dealer and you have a bad experience, that complaint comes to us.
Right.
AAA doesn't handle it, the dealer doesn't handle it, we have to handle it. And so we are highly obsessed and focused with that experience of any of our leads going into the dealership and working with the dealers to better train and work with them to, manage those leads and manage those shoppers in a way that everyone will be happy.
Yeah, I think sometimes behavior change management can kind of seem like a scary or manipulative thing, but I think when it comes to especially things that you're passionate about or things that people recognize you're really caring for a persona or a people group, it's really, really important. You said about the affinity groups and just how you think about the two sides of the marketplace that you guys have to manage. I think it's really important for maybe dealers to understand like how those affinity groups work within your network and what it means to be connected through TrueCar to some of these affinity groups.
Yeah, so what it means is basically a lot of these organizations, you're talking Uber drivers, Sam's Club, AAA, Progressive, even we just signed Gas Buddy. So if you're a Gas Buddy member and all these different things, we basically are able to offer some exclusive benefits to the members of those organizations. They shop for cars through TrueCar on those organizations, and then when they get to the dealer, the lead comes in from the source. One big one that I'm actually very proud of, I think is one of the larger drivers of volume for us, is our employee benefits program. So basically American Airlines employees, Google employees, Microsoft employees, Coca-Cola employees, millions of employees shop for cars through TrueCar. And for us, we're able to connect those folks with dealers, and whether it's special incentives, whether it's direct marketing, like we can do that now for dealers that we never really did before. And the reason why that's important is because we just want to kind of convey that these are all communities of people that are connected by something. And in that regard, when a dealer talks about, I'm a member of this physical community, in this city, in this neighborhood, I sponsor the local swim team, I do these different things, we really want to encourage them to think about, well, what is your presence and connection to these digital communities or these membership-based communities? And so actually one of the things that we're actually doing this year is we're increasing our in-field service team by 40%. Wow. So we're going to have a massive staff of people now who will be in the dealerships day in, day out, working with them to better strengthen those connections to these communities, because that is so vital and so important.
Well, I think dealers are always looking for partners that are willing to support them early and often in their needs and connecting with their consumer base. Earlier we were talking about, we're both fans of Seth Godin. He has this theory, this kind of word track on people like me do things like this. And when we talk about communities or affinity networks, and really these are just people that have some level of alignment, whether they're an employee somewhere or they shop at a certain place or they have a login, right? And when you think about that, you've moved to not just saying like, hey, we're going to send leads from there, but we're going to allow you to communicate to those people on almost a one-to-one basis and say, hey, this is how we can help you. Can you talk about how you're exploring media inside those networks?
Yeah, so a couple things. So, we have certain dealership groups that's saying, I want to be known as the dealership group for American Airlines employees in Dallas, or I want to be the dealership group for Coca-Cola employees in Atlanta. So we're able to communicate and send marketing and content directly from dealers to those employees, telling them why they should shop there and that presence that that dealership has in that community. And so that's one of the things that we're doing now. We also have like a preferred military program where we basically, as from an exclusive basis, dealerships in different markets can be our exclusive preferred military dealer, where they'll, from Navy Federal, Penn Fed, TrueCar Military, will get more exposure and preferred placement and exclusivity around marketing to those communities. And so we're just trying to sort of enhance that presence of these dealers to these membership organizations. And we see that it's working. So one of the great things is, as an example, in Q3 last year, our new car sales growth was actually 3x the industry average.
That's wild.
Yeah. So look.
So people are really leaning into the new car network.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So for TrueCar, so when you have an employee at a company or you have a customer at Navy Federal who's banking and they're shopping for a new car, when they do that through us, they're looking to buy. And we've kind of pivoted a little bit where we don't chase traffic. Like, we don't go to look to maximize the amount of people coming to our website. We are very happy being somewhere between 6 to 7 million people coming to our site and our affinity channels a month, because we know that those people are going to buy a car in the next 30 to 45 days. That's all we want.
Very specific audience.
That's
You're
right.
okay saying no to some to say yes to the right ones.
That's right.
TrueCar obviously has access to so much data. because of that many shoppers kind of like integrating into the entire ecosystem of what you do. Are there trends that you're seeing that you would encourage dealerships to pay attention to heading into 2025?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is my general feeling is that, like, look, I think a lot of people are bullish about this year for sure. Great, and last year obviously 16 million units was great. But so I think like the key thing is that I think top line demand, in my sense, may not necessarily increase this year, but I think the intensity of people who want cars or need cars and the quality of that demand will go up. But I think the main issue is I think the dealers who have great process, great training, and ultimately treat everyone who come in the door like in a very special way are going to separate themselves from the pack. And that's why we're increasing our service staff by 40% to help dealers do that better. And so I feel like it's one of these things where you're going to see that separation where the cream will continue rising to the top and other dealers who don't invest in those things might suffer a little bit. And so, you know, for us, I think it's just about you're going to have that intensifying need and want for cars. And it's just a matter of how do you understand those audiences, and then ultimately how do you serve them differently, and their expectation around this is what I expect when I walk into a dealership when there's so much choice, so much competition, and obviously, as you know, declining brand loyalty, right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to stand out in that way? We think our affinity network and the connection and handling those members is what's going to separate a dealer.
It's a little bit about people, is what I'm hearing you say, and the service and the care.
Yeah, it's all about people, and that's the thing. I mean, honestly, for me, I think it's one of these things where, like, if you take care of those individuals and people who are coming in, they're not coming in wanting to buy, they're coming in to wanting to solve a challenge, a problem. And yes, that problem is I need a car because I just had another kid, or my car is broken down, or I want to explore EVs, right? There's a problem there, and in my 2 decades of experience in behavior change and all these different things in marketing, you know, you have to understand the dynamics of there's the fear of loss, which is a bigger driver, which is just a huge driver in a lot of ways. And so ultimately, how is a dealer and their staff going to sort of help people address those challenges in that regard? And it's tough. Turnover is high, training is difficult, all these different things. But again, that's why we're committed to staffing up on our side to handle and support dealers in that regard. Because if we can help facilitate a better relationship with the person, we know they're going to be successful.
That's a big deal. Well, Jay, thank you so much for sharing a bit of your heart, the heart of TrueCar, some of the things that you guys are doing to advance everything in your product suite. Congratulations on a great show. If you haven't been out to booth 465, make sure you do so. We're hanging out. We'll be coming to you later to the show. Errol, back to you.
Thanks so much to the guys over at So2 and More Than Car, They are actually on the floor, right? So it's a great new ad that we have this year. I'm enjoying it. I never know where they're going to be on the floor. The floor is so expansive. So again, thank you to TrueCar for taking the time and doing that interview, giving some great insight. And once again, we're going to be coming back. So2, they're going to be coming back with some other interviews and things on the floor. So they're helping to get out and about on the floor, because you might not be able to make it to all of the booths, but they're going to cover a good amount of territory, so you don't have to. So once again, my name is Errol. I want to thank you all for joining us here at the live stage and having fun in the NADA live stage living room. We're going to continue to keep the live stage going, and up next, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about NADA's cost of distribution study and really looking at separating fact from fiction. To help us do that, I'd like to welcome up Andy Coblins. Andy, you ready? Yep. Let's give him a round of applause. There you go. Andy, welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So you're all set up over here? Clicker and podium.
Fantastic.
Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I want to talk about the study that we've recently done about the cost of distribution. Now, the cost of distribution of automotive retailing has been a big subject, both inside and outside the industry. Questions like these have been asked. How much does this vehicle distribution actually cost? Who creates these costs? How can we drive efficiency into the program? And much of this has maligned dealers. Much of these questions have maligned dealers. Example, dealers have been characterized as costly middlemen. This is what the Houston Chronicle said. Most auto dealerships are America's most powerful middlemen. And from the Tallahassee Democrat, economists say the dealerships add $20,000 to the cost over the MSRP. And some of our OEM partners have even agreed, and they've actually put a number on it. This is a quote from one of the OEMs. Our current distribution model costs an estimated $2,000 a year more per vehicle than Tesla's integrated model. For traditional automakers, keeping up is a real challenge. But this conclusion was not based on data or analysis. So we decided to undertake to try to solve the problem and answer the question. So what we did is we decided to work with a recognized consultancy, and with the assistance of Glenn Mercer, who served as project manager, we issued an RFP, we got bids, we interviewed the finalists, and we awarded the contract. We picked the highly regarded firm of Oliver Wyman. They are a truly internationally recognized expert in automotive matters. And we gave them something that nobody else had. We gave them 31 million data fields about dealer data and dealer performance over 12 years of time. Now I want to give you a top-line overview of what Oliver Wyman found and how they did it. So let's start with how they did it. What was their methodology? They started by building 3 channel archetypes: franchise dealers, a hybrid, or what you might refer to as an American agency, and direct-to-consumer. And how did they do this? They did it by determining what roles had to be performed in distributing vehicles, who performs them, and what that performance cost. Now, this chart is the key to the study. It lays out for each of the 3 channels both what the functions are and who performs them. Now, the first thing this chart should tell you is that dealers aren't a middleman. Look, if you look at any of the boxes, you won't find the words, this function need not be performed. Every function needs to perform regardless of the channel. The question is, who can do it most cost effectively? So that's when Oliver Wyman poured all the data that we gave them about dealers, and they took the data that they had about OEMs, and they did the comparison. And this is what they concluded. The franchise dealer channel has a lower net cost of distribution than either direct or hybrid channels when you're operated at mass scale in the United States. This is the headline of the study. So how did they reach this conclusion? It was based on 2 key points that are crucial to performing the comparison. What are those keys to accurately comparing our various channels? There are 2. First, we have to avoid conflating costs that are not channel dependent, doesn't depend on who you use to distribute your car, versus those that are channel dependent. And when you remove the impact of non-channel specific factors, let me get it up there. You have to remove the impact of non-channel specific factors. And when you do that, when you take them out or hold them constant, dealers cost about the same as a direct sales seller. The second thing that Oliver Wyman figured out is that we can't ignore the value that each of the channels provides. Now, the channels all provide value, and it's different, but you've got to calculate that value and net it out from the cost to find out what your net cost of distribution is. We have to include the overall value that the channel delivers, and when these values are factored in, the total net distribution cost per car in the dealer channel is actually lower than the direct sales. So let's dive a little deeper into those 2 things. What are those strategies that have to be held constant? We call them upstream strategies because the manufacturer decides about them upstream from the actual distribution of the car, and they make these decisions unrelated to whether they're using dealers or selling direct. So let me give you a few examples. First, product line complexity. Everybody in this room will know that it's harder to sell 15 models than 2 models. It just costs more. You have to have more staff. You have to have more information. It's just more expensive. So how many models you have doesn't depend on whether you're using dealers. It's just more expensive under all systems. Another one, trim line complexity, product option complexity. It's the same point. If you have 15 colors, it's more expensive to sell. If you have 15 trim lines, it's more expensive to sell than if you have 2. Whether you carry an inventory is not dependent on which channel you use. You don't have to carry an inventory in a dealer model, and you don't you can't always avoid carrying an inventory in a direct sales model. Has nothing to do with your channel, but whether you carry an inventory costs more than if you don't carry an inventory. Facilities. Again, dealers are required by their OEMs to put up big facilities, but it's not a function of that they're dealers. If that OEM was going to sell direct, that OEM would presumably need the same facility that they require their dealers to do. And the last one, Tier 1 advertising. Whether you buy a commercial on the Super Bowl is not a function of whether you have dealers. It's a function of whether your demand for your product exceeds supply or whether your supply of the product exceeds demand. So these are all distribution costs that have nothing to do with the channel. And so what Oliver Wyman did is it held all these constant across all three channels when it did its comparison. And it pulled a lot. If you look at those, a lot of the things that Tesla has as an advantage over some of the other OEMs are up there. Tesla has historically not carried an inventory. Tesla has not done any advertising. Tesla only has 3 colors. Tesla has very few trim models. All of those are distribution costs, but they're not channel costs. Okay, so the first thing was upstream cost. They'd have to be held constant. The second is what is the value. So we need to look now at what the value of the various channels and how to value them. So what are some of the value examples? Deal structure. Dealers are better at getting the car sold. What Oliver Wyman assumed was that the lift in sales was about 2 to 3%. The dealers who worked on this project with us said that lift was more like 4 to 5%, but to be conservative, we kept it at 2 to 3. Upselling other products. The dealer channel is more effective at upselling more goods and services than a direct sales model because of the compensation structures. Loyalty. Customer loyalty is a value that is delivered by both systems. It's about a tie in this one, but that it was a value that had to be considered when coming up with the net cost. What's one where the direct sales model actually has a little bit more value? Intra-brand competition. You'll never see a direct seller, Walmart, for example, say, go buy this product at the Walmart north of town rather than the Walmart south of town. But you will see a Ford dealer north of town say, come buy from me rather than the Ford dealer south of town. So intra-brand competition is a cost of distribution that is only in the dealer model. So that is a value that balanced out negatively towards the dealers in the comparison. And then finally, price optimization. Who can get, for the deals that are done, who can get the best price? And that's a value that can be delivered. So those are the kinds of things that Oliver Wyman looked at. They made sure they held constant the ones that weren't channel specific, and they made sure that they added in the value in calculating their net answer. So now let's look at the numbers. What is the actual number? So this is the gross cost comparison. When you do the correct comparison, holding constant the non-channel specific values, the dealers are slightly behind. It's about a $300 differential. And the elements of that, the big elements of that are one of I mentioned. The dealers are spending money on intra-brand competition ads where the direct seller is not. 2 is that actually things like employment scale. So if you're bigger, as a direct seller presumably would be, you can save some on your employment cost. Although I will tell you, if you get as big as our largest members like Asbury or Lithia or AutoNation, this one goes away. And then third is floor plan assistance. Tesla and no direct seller is going to pay itself floor plan assistance. That's assistance above and beyond the actual cost of floor plan. The OEMs do pay dealers floor plan assistance that sometimes exceeds the floor plan cost. That's a cost that is only in the dealer system. That's what explains the gross cost. But more importantly, what happens when you look at the net cost? What happens when you feather in the value points that I explained earlier? Well, here are the final numbers. This is the net channel cost per vehicle after accounting for both holding constant, the ones that should be held constant, and netting out the value that is present in both. And you'll see that on overall, the dealers come in about $100 per car cheaper. So remember those quotations that I put up at the beginning of my comments. The manufacturer who said, I got a $2,000 disadvantage against Tesla. actually you don't have a $2,000 disadvantage against Tesla. Properly calculated, you're actually saving about $100 a car by using a dealer model. So that's the study. The Oliver Wyman study is available on the Oliver Wyman website. I have a copy of it here. You just go to the Oliver Wyman website and put in auto dealer cost of distribution study. You can read it. It's only about 20 pages, and it lays out everything that I've tried to summarize here quickly for your benefit in greater detail. I would be happy to take any questions if anybody has it, but we now know the answer to the question, which is the most cost-effective way to distribute cars, and it's the dealer model. Anybody? Thank you.
All done. Thank you once again. Let's give Andy a big round of applause. All right, so while you're hanging out in the NADA live stage living room, a couple of housekeeping items. I've said it throughout the day, but it's really simple. Whatever you bring with you, take with you. There's trash cans all around, so make sure if you're enjoying your beverage, snacks, anything in between, just make sure you help keep the living room clean. I didn't even try to rhyme, but I did that. It's the dad in me. A couple other key things. There's a lot of cameras going around, so I see that we're on camera here. There's a lot of photography, videography going on. Does anyone know what you call an unpredictable camera? Want to take a guess? Want to take a guess? No? Huh? A loose cannon. Get it? You can take that one with you. Take that one with you, right? Don't worry, I'm here all weekend, so I'll be leaving on Monday. All right, so we're going to continue with our live stage programming. Again, one of the things I mentioned earlier, download the NADA app. It is a resource of tools and information. It'll help you navigate the expansive floor that we're on. If you want specific NADA things, you can actually head straight down here on the right. You'll run into the NADA Pavilion, and on your left, you'll run into our new for this year EV Pit. So if you have questions about what's going on in the world of EVs, that's a great resource and tool to take advantage of, and literally straight down the main corridor here and to the left. But next up, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick commercial, and then when we come back, we are actually going to be looking at NADA and how they donate to the Second Harvest Food Bank. So check out this quick commercial. We'll be right back in 1 minute.
Hi, Dean Martin here with Affinitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA live stage presentation, Creating an Effortless Customer Experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage, and let's elevate the customer experience together.
Own the customer lifecycle with strategic solutions for sales, service, and retention by Affinitive. Set the standard for sales excellence with the Affinitive Sales Suite. Create the ultimate service experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. Grow relationships that reinforce engagement with the Affinitive Retention Suite. Reach in-market shoppers with high-impact campaigns from Affinitive Advertising. Then bring it all together and consolidate your metrics with Dealer Lens, our all-in-one dealer performance dashboard. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience. Oh.
Attention car dealers. 90% of car sales start with a click. A click on a clean, professional image. Increase your click rates by up to 52% with professional, high-resolution, sleek, crisp, eye-catching images, specially designed to turn more viewers into buyers. But getting those images is time-consuming, expensive, challenging? Wrong.
All right, so as many of you know, philanthropy is a strong arm of what NADA does and continues to do. And so what we'd like to do now is talk about NADA and the donation to the Second Harvest Food Bank. To help us do that, I'd like to welcome up John Mitchell and Melissa Wolpert. Melissa, John, come on up. Hello, Heather.
Hi.
I'm sorry I didn't have your name on the list to introduce.
Heather Sweeney.
Heather Sweeney from the
Second Harvest Food Bank.
There you go. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this on?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
It's a very big check.
Very big check. All right.
Tell us a little bit about, obviously we see here some of the donation, it looks like a truck and some other things, but tell us about this week. What's been going on, what's happening with the donation, and some exciting things that are, sounds like it's been a busy week, so to speak.
Absolutely.
To say the least.
To say the least, exactly. So basically our donation is to Second Harvest for $55,000 for a
Ram 3500 truck.
Yes.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen here. And do you want to talk about what that donation is?
Yeah. So I work for Second Harvest Food Bank. We're the food bank for the greater New Orleans area, but also the entire Gulf Coast of Louisiana. We're going to be using this truck to pull a trailer for our mobile market program. So it's a grocery store on wheels, and it travels to neighborhoods that don't have access to a full-service grocery store at affordable prices. So we sell fresh produce. We have some local fruits and vegetables that we buy from farmers in the state, proteins, dairy, just regular everyday staples, all at a significantly lower cost than you'd find at the grocery store. And a lot of the neighborhoods that the mobile markets go to just don't have a nearby grocery store, so we're trying to meet that need.
Wonderful.
That's great. So question for you, how has it been in identifying those neighborhoods, and do you have an approximate like how many neighborhoods you're able to serve now with the addition of the truck to the fleet?
Yeah, so we have one location right now that's in a town called Westwego on the other side of the Mississippi River. They had a Winn-Dixie grocery store that closed down a few years ago, and they haven't been able to find another retailer to take their place. So the neighborhood's been without a grocery store for years. So we worked with the local city council and the community center and neighborhood associations to identify that need. But now that we actually have a truck, we can go around to visit different neighborhoods. Generally, it would go to probably a different place 5 days a week, every day. So we're just getting that started in New Orleans right now. We've been doing it for a few years in the western side of our state, in the Acadiana and southwest Louisiana areas.
Okay, great.
But this is the first one in New Orleans.
That's exciting. That's super exciting. Now, what about for anyone? I know sometimes we have folks that are local to the area. If they wanted to reach out, or maybe if they're familiar with an area in need, how would they contact you to maybe have that be considered?
Yeah, so no-hunger.org is our website. You can find us on social media, Second Harvest Food Bank, Greater New Orleans and Acadiana, and just reach out, give us a call. There's contact information on our website.
Great. And then this question for you two, of course, obviously there's a ton of need, and we can identify needs in different areas. How did you land on the food bank to get the charitable donation? How was that decision process, and how did that go in making that final decision?
Absolutely. So we always work with our local cities that we bring the convention to. New Orleans, we come to every 4 years, and we have donated to Second Harvest in the past. The food bank is very important to us. And we also try to tie in the auto industry to our donations. So we purchased the truck from a local dealer, Mark Hebert, who's on our board. And that worked out really nicely to be able to tie in and give back to Second Harvest so they could deliver the meals. So it was a win-win.
That's great. I love that. And bringing in the local community, tying that in, and then ultimately benefiting the local community after the fact as well. So that's exciting. So you mentioned New Orleans every 4 years. any predictions of what may become future? You want to talk about it? Want to share anything?
Any predictions for the future? Well, we'll be back in 2029.
Right, 2029.
Yes.
It seems so far away, but it's not really, right?
Exactly.
Right. So so how does that process work from now until 2029? When are you starting to look at organizations that you plan to donate? Does that process start now, or do you wait till you get closer to that 29 date?
We usually wait until closer to. So, but for example, in Las Vegas, we partner with the Junior, Achievement. And we're going to partner with them every other year because we go to Las Vegas every other year. So actually, it's on an annual basis now that we donate to Junior Achievement because we have a connection with Las Vegas that's more permanent.
Okay.
So that's kind of set in stone for Las Vegas. So Orlando will be there in 2027. So we'll probably start working on that a year out to work with the local Orlando Convention and Visitors Bureau to talk about what are the opportunities citywide that we can look to partner with to give our donation for that year.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then what about for those that are in the audience or even watching, streaming, is there any way that we can get involved? Like from the aspect of, hey, you said Orlando, I know people in Orlando, or that's my hometown. How can everyone out here get involved in either helping in that or maybe helping with the donation process?
Absolutely. If anyone is local to those areas, we're always open to ideas for our donations. You can always email us at events@nada.org, and we'd be happy to take any feedback.
That's great. I love that. And then, Heather, another question for you with the food bank. I know you mentioned the produce side of it, and I think I heard you correctly. Are you able to source most of that produce from local areas, or how does that, because that's a big thing.
Yeah, some of it we get from local farmers, a lot of greens, citrus, fruits in the summertime, but some of it we also purchase from local distributors.
Okay, that's great. That's great. And on average, I know you said that the trucks will be able to visit 5 neighborhoods. Do they run, is it a daily or a weekly kind of schedule?
It will be daily.
Okay.
Once we get this one up and running here in New Orleans. The one we have in Lafayette is daily.
That's great.
And it goes to urban and rural communities all over.
That's phenomenal. Now, do those that live in that area, are they given a schedule of knowing when and where the truck is going to kind of be?
Yep, we post a schedule on our website. Generally, we try to be at the same location, say the first Monday of the month, or, so people get familiar with it and they're used to having it and they know where to go.
That's phenomenal. That's great. Have you driven the truck?
It's kind of big.
Great.
No, I don't. They won't let me drive that.
Okay. Just figured I'd ask. I mean, it's a new shiny truck. You're like, I want to see just how this goes.
Yeah.
But no, that's great. Well, again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for obviously the continued philanthropy and dedication to the community that we serve and actually come and visit and be a part of. And it really helps that lasting footprint to be a part of the community. And when we come back in 2029, Heather, hopefully you'll have some more great stories of how big the food bank has gotten and how many you're able to serve. So that's wonderful. So again, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for being here. Great job. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This way. And don't forget the check on your way out. No, I'm just joking. That's not the real check you take to the bank. All right, so once again, just a great opportunity to really be able to see the impact within the community. We understand that having that local community impact, just being able to come into the community and not just come for an event, right? Not just come for a conference or to say that, hey, I came and seen, but also to be able to give back. That's one thing that's imperative. So give me a moment. I'm going to grab my tablet, and then we are going to continue to keep the live stage moving along. I hope everyone is having a great time. I hope everyone is having a great time here in the NADA Live Living Room. Again, I've mentioned it earlier, but if you need anything else, you want some information or to find out more about what we mentioned regarding donating or being involved, the NADA Pavilion is just down straight this way to the right, so make sure you do that. We're going to take a quick break for a commercial, so please pay attention to the screen, and we'll be right back with the NADA Live stage. Thank you so much.
What if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry, your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI, with Podium. Try a demo today.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. And unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firon's AI and automation.
So as we continue the afternoon here at the NADA Live stage, I'd like to welcome up next Trade Pending. And what we're going to be discussing is the joys and pains of big growth at Morgan Automotive Group. And it's going to be a conversation with actually Brett Morgan. So to lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Matthew Davis. Matthew, you ready? Come on up. Matthew Davis is going to be sitting down with Brett Morgan. So please, let's give him a round of applause. Welcome. Thank you. How are you? Thank you.
1, 2, check. All right, great. Everybody, please welcome Brett Morgan. Come on up.
I like those kicks.
I appreciate that. Oh, yours are nice too. You're dressed pretty well. All right, this is going to be a pretty casual conversation. So let's just settle back, relax, take a deep breath.
Let's do
We're gonna hit you with some zingers. We're gonna start with a tough one. Who is Brett Morgan?
So Brett Morgan is a 20-year automotive veteran.
That's him, by the way.
I am the CEO of Morgan Automotive. We have 76 retail dealerships that all are domiciled in the state of Florida. I am the son of a failed retiree named Larry Morgan, who after 2 successful entrepreneurial ventures in his life in the independent tire and auto service business, decided he'd like to try to get in the car game. So he bought a minority position in a Honda Volkswagen store in Tampa. This was many moons ago. And I was working for iHeartRadio out of college in Richmond, Virginia, and decided to come down and sell cars. And then we blinked, and we have 76 dealerships, lots of problems. No, I'm kidding. It's wonderful, but it's amazing how complex of a simple business that we live in automotive.
Right. So why the expansion? Why go from just that small footprint to where you are today?
Well, really, a big part of our DNA, and this comes from our founder and our chairman, Larry Morgan, he's a self-proclaimed growthaholic. So he grew a business in the independent tire and auto service business called Tires Plus from something like, I want to say, 38 retail units to 611. And then he was kind of surprised, but Bridgestone Firestone, the Japanese tire company, approached him about selling his business. He, claims he'd never really thought much about it. I think I was in college at the time, and they had some market share goals that they wanted to accomplish in North America, and it was like a kind of a 5-year deal, so it was transitional. It wasn't, he needed to sell the company and step out, and then he stayed on for several years, kind of in a board type position. And again, the way he tells the stories, he hit golf balls for 6 days, didn't get any better at golf, so wanted to get into something else. But I think he loves the idea of acquisition in the sense that it creates opportunity for people. And once we kind of solve the capital part of having enough dry powder to be acquisitive, we grew at a rate of maybe 1 rooftop per year for 13, 14 years until we got to 15, 16, 17 rooftops, handful of open points. And then we did a deal with a small private equity. I say small private equity. They're not small, but they're niche. They're transportation focused solely. Greenbrier Equity out of Rye, New York. and we spent all their capital. If you know anything about private equity, it's like a 5-year fund, and you're supposed to kind of trot along, and
you get some tranches down the road.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And we deployed all the capital in about 1.5 years, and then we kind of had to figure out what the next step was. And we found a family equity partner that's a bit of a unicorn in Redwood that took Greenbrier out, came on as an equity partner. They, not only did they become an equity partner, but they've helped us kind of facilitate our cash flow and our capital needs in ways that we weren't thinking about when we were, 15, 16, 17 rooftops. We were the second private only dealer group to do a bond raise. So it's kind of really been fascinating, having their expertise and consult to afford us the opportunity to grow at a much, much bigger rate. But I think if you look at maybe the last 4 years, we've doubled our rooftop count. So it's
been quick.
Yeah.
It's been big. And you've had some really big transactions.
Yes.
Why? Tell us about those.
Well, it's funny. We don't like talking about the, what we're paying in Blue Sky. I mean, but we've had 3 major transactions naturally with our good friend Alan Haig in the South Florida market. If you know anything about South Florida, like my buddy Tim Kramer over there does, who's our BMW of Coconut Creek general leader, you know that real estate's expensive. And those were big transactions because one was the South Vista Auto Group, which is heavy in BMW. They have a big Honda store and some other stores in both kind of the South Miami, Cutler Bay market, as well as Coconut Creek and Pompano Beach. Then we did a extremely large import store in Hollywood, Florida. And then there was the Al Henderson transaction that preceded both of those, which at the time, they were the #1 volume, dealer in SET. We knew some of that was fleet, some of that was rental cars, and not necessarily forever volume. But and it's a store in dire need of a new facility, which we're working on. But it's that's been an incredible acquisition too. So yeah, we've had some burger biggies. And prior to that, and this was all post-COVID, so it's been a different, from a 3-year earnings kind of standpoint, blended earnings standpoint, it's a completely different environment from in which we did the Reeves transaction, which was, Vivian Reeves Company in Tampa, which was a big, single campus, great brands, BMW, Audi, Maserati, Porsche, fantastic brands, all there kind of on one campus. Subaru, Volkswagen, big deal. So we have done some big deals.
You don't go out and acquire any dealership. You must have some sort of thesis or approach. How do you phrase that? How do you state that?
Yeah, I think that's a fascinating question, Matt. We could sit here for 2 hours, and I don't know. We don't necessarily have an algorithm like, hey, look, this dealership didn't, make the grade in the algorithm. The AI says, no, you can't do the deal. There's a lot of common sense, I think, that goes inside of kind of looking at a dealership. First and foremost, I think we think that we can make any dealership better. That hasn't always been the case, or it's taken us longer to kind of get there to reach pro forma. But we have that confidence and that belief that we can get the right, people at the helm of the store, because we like to say it's all people. If you don't have a good operator at the helm, you're going to struggle regardless. But we'd like to feel that we could make anything a little bit better. Our core competencies, what Larry, our chairman, has brought in his fixed abilities, understanding the independent tire and auto service business. He likes to say that he spent a lifetime stealing, customers from dealerships, and now he's spending his second lifetime bringing them back.
And
there's some truth to that. We're really, really strong at F&I. These things are the types of things that are accretive, can be accretive day one, right? And again, sometimes it takes some time. If you bought a sales deficient Toyota store within the past 24 months, you're running at a day's supply where to get the product you need to build that turn to become sales efficient is going to be highly difficult right now. So we don't necessarily have a thesis. It's not like we're running around looking for broken things to buy. We like good, strong. I mean, Al Henderson, perfect example. That store was #1, but had big used car opportunity, big fixed opportunity, still does. And over time, we're going to continue to play into that. But it's just understanding the fundamentals of the business and understanding what you're buying. I think in this environment of the Teslas and Rivians and kind of, Johnny-come-latelys and the direct sales model kind of staring us down, there's winners and losers on the brand side. We've got several Volkswagen stores. That's become a challenging business. We've got a lot of Stellantis, and we got a handful of Nissan stores. All of those brands have had their unique kind of brand-specific challenges. And then, if you talk to a Toyota dealer in the last 2 years, they're usually smiling, except when it comes to, do they have enough inventory to sell? There's been times where we were Tundra, Tacoma only dealers. We need more of those Camrys and Corollas. So I know that doesn't answer the question. Right. They're all different. All acquisitions are different. The brands they represent, the markets they represent. It's gotten extremely challenging. It's good for sellers, but there's a lot more than the 1 and 2 brokers that have been leaders in the space. They're a lot more better educated, and they'd love to sell you on the store based on what you're going to do with it 2-3 years from now, not what it's doing today. And that's not fair, right? But it's just like the auction. The highest bidder is going to walk away with the asset. So you better have a high confidence level that you can get a good return.
Integrating the people and processes and products from one rooftop a year to now 10 to 15, how do you approach that? What has changed? What have you learned about that?
That's a great question. We've done dozens and dozens and dozens of transactions and acquisitions in the last few years. And my one word of advice is, you can't get too overconfident. As much as you learn, they're all different. And we've been humbled in many ways. Especially South Florida was, that was a new region for us. We're headquartered in Tampa, and we have always enjoyed, I think, a good concentration on the Gulf Coast of things. And there's parts of South Florida, it's a new world. And if you don't know the personnel set and you don't have that talent inside your organization to deploy into a transaction that might need it, and we walk in open-minded. There's times the operators, I like to say, there's times the GM of the store, if we're buying it, he's jumping out of the plane maybe before we even get there. There's times that maybe we're pushing him out of the plane. So again, we like to vet that operator independently if they'd like to stay. But again, acquisitions put a lot of pressure on our talent resourcing. And we've had to go out of group. And I think you could, if you talk to that group of general managers that we brought in from the outside, it's a real challenge because, their onboarding learning curve, what we call them becoming Morganized, is, it's relatively short. They have to kind of figure out our organization, what makes us unique, how we process and transact, and then kind of make it their own. So it can have a lot of challenges.
When we talk about the title here is the joys and the pains of big growth. Let's start with the tough one first. What's been some of the pains of the big growth?
Well, I think, there's not a lot of benefit instantly to scale in automotive, at least the way that I see it, it is as much as we have a great relationship and you've grown as we've grown, right? And I'd like to say it's happened organically. We do give our general managers and our leaders, some level of choice, though maybe we've narrowed the road over time, but we don't have like a one provider set outside of maybe our main system. So like DMS, CRM, vehicle inventory management system, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd say, one of the pain points is it's not like day 2, there's a ton of expense benefit that you're going to share in from acquisition. The people aren't necessarily cheaper. The advertising spend isn't necessarily less expensive.
You can't consolidate that. Yeah.
Right. Look, there's we can go back to our uniform supplier and maybe squeeze them a little bit more or whatever it is. And we have found ways to carve added benefit in that we do benefit from our scale, but it's just not maybe like other industries where it's very easy. Add rooftops and you can remove 20% of the expense because you've already got those solutions here. It's just not. A lot of that expense carry is still variable.
What's the flip side of this? What's been the joys of the big growth?
The joys is watching people be able to find that next level in their career without leaving your group. I mean, how many times do you see a great operator where maybe the owner is still the GM and he just knows, look, I'm never going to have this chance to be able to run this store because the dealer principal's here. He's doing a terrific job. So I think from my standpoint, we're now playing chess with our personnel set. We're very transparent in the sense that we want them to get as educated and knowledgeable about the business as they can. We're very transparent with we share all of our financial statements across our platform. If you're right, wrong, or indifferent, if you're a Morgan GM, you know what your sister's doing at your sister BMW store down the street. So that's been really exciting, is trying to put that right operator in that right place and using it as a retention tool in our own group to drive engagement from our current employee base. And there's no, in some environments shoot, if you only got 2-3 rooftops and you got 6 great executive leaders, you're probably trying to keep them a little naive because you don't want to lose them.
Right.
Whereas for us, it's kind of always about that next man or woman up and that opportunity. And I've seen it in one transaction where we'd buy a store, the general manager would leave, we'd promote somebody from within the group, and then think about all the other positions that needed to be backfilled. Sometimes you're talking about 15, 16 people getting promoted out of one acquisition, one transaction. That's exciting. That's a joy.
For what you're able to share, what are the acquisition plans for this year?
I mean, we're still very acquisitive. It's if you're trying to buy, some of the hotter, brands right now, I'd say it's still extremely competitive. I'd love to, be sitting here and telling you, gosh, there's a ton of opportunity. We're, on the other side of those COVID highs. People are realistic about selling prices, but, they see a lot of these, potential disruptors and things coming down the pike, and they want to get out. And it really hasn't been that story. I think we'd love to still be on a clip of, 6, 7, 8 transactions a year. That's, steady. Now, sometimes that comes 4, 5, 6, 7 stores at a time, and that can be a challenge to digest all at once. I think still have our sights set on Florida solely. It's just a great place to do business. There's more franchise laws on the books in Florida than any other state in the United States, and most of them are very, very pro-dealer. So it's a good environment. It's a good, local economy, a good political environment to be a dealer. And we still see plenty of markets in Florida where there's a lot of opportunity for acquisition. I think, if I was on the other side of the fence, and, again, I am technically, I guess, a generational dealer. I don't look at it that way. My father and I got in the business the very same time. But clearly I am a generational dealer. But if I was a third-generation dealer and had been thinking about selling, I probably would have done it by now.
Right.
But again, I mean, everyone has different motivations, and maybe the good news of Alan trying to tell the world when we set a record on what we spend in Blue Sky is maybe there's a seller out there listening. Yeah. So I'm thinking, well, maybe we'll be in the Rolodex when it comes time for them to, think about it. And look, that's a big decision. I always say that with Morgan, you're getting 3 things. You're getting, good operators who understand the business, but you're getting people that we're open-minded to a degree that the publics can't be. We've kept family names of stores, kept family, operating stores, we have, I think about Dre Olm, who was the son of Jerry Olm, the founder of our Jerry Olm store in Tampa. Dre's the head of our auditing department. He was an operator when I met him. And he does a terrific job for us. But we also care about the legacy aspect of what somebody's leaving behind, because you think about, how important dealerships are to the communities that they're in. I joke with my friends all the time, look, Tesla's, terrific technology, but they're not going to sponsor your Little League team. They're not going to help out your local fundraiser. They're in market. They don't, they just won't be there for you. And, local dealerships historically always have been. And, I think that's a big deal.
Let's wrap it up with a real toughie. Brett, fan of live music, as am I. We've seen a show or two together. Have you seen any good shows lately?
I have. I lucked out. I'm a part of the Stellantis Dealer Council, and the last time I was in Detroit, I was able to take in Johnny Marr, kind of a dual headline show. Johnny Marr and the band James from England. You're probably like, who the heck is that? Johnny Marr was the guitarist of a band called the Smiths, which are the longer. There we go. We have a few fans over here. The longer the Smiths go without making music, they haven't been together in decades, the more famous kind of they are made. And it was an incredible show and a good time. So I always like to fit it in when I can.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Brett Morgan for joining us today.
Thank you for taking it in.
All right, great job. Let's give them another round of applause for Matthew and Brett. Great information, obviously, about the joys and the pains of big growth. So, as I mentioned earlier, I've got the team with ASOTU and More Than Cars. They've been covering the floor, and it's been super exciting, especially for me because I really have no idea where they're going to go next. But it's time for us to check in with them and see what's going on the show floor. So, ASOTU, More Than Cars, guys, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Errol. I'm here with Bill Egan, VP of Product at Automotive Mastermind. ASOTU More Than Cars, we are bringing you what's actually happening on the floor, beaming it back to the live stage. Bill, thank you so much for giving us some time today.
Hey, Paul, thank you. Really appreciate it. I get the better-looking twin this year.
Yeah, I hope we're going to make sure Kyle hears that one. So you're in a beautiful spot on the floor, and when I look around, I see a lot of traffic, a lot of people walking by. What has it been like so far for you at the show? Because we had like a little bit of a delayed false start, and now we're rolling. What do you feel like?
You know, actually, believe it or not, I'm seeing a lot of dealers, and it's great to see all of our good friends again and stuff like that coming to the booth. I was surprised how many dealers are actually coming, just because of all the different travel and all the different problems we had this year. But it's great to see them. They're coming in. They're really getting some demos. They're excited with the things we're going to be able to show them, and really show them where Mastermind's going next.
That's great. You know, I can see a lot of conversations happening as we stand here right now. What are dealers saying are their biggest challenges heading into 2025? What are they like bringing to the top?
Yeah, it really comes down to like the salesperson effectiveness. So when you're really looking at what we went through with the inventory crisis, and then we were paying full sticker for everything, now incentives are starting to come back. How do we really train our salespeople? We still have a lot of turnover in the industry. How do we bring people up? How do they put car deals together?
Yes.
And so that's really what we're focused on, is how do we help make it become more efficient this year?
So you guys have a little bit of an announcement, or had a little bit of an announcement. Tell me all about that.
Yeah, a lot of different new products coming out. We've got Acquire coming out, which is really going to take your first-party loyalty data and then look at what market opportunities we have. Being a part of S&P Mobility with Mastermind really gives us access to a lot of that data. So as we look at new campaigns targeting people that have lease maturity, or customers that are in market for sales or in market for service, how can we better tailor that and based on your marketing needs, what you need to do financially as a dealership? So new tools, new things, maps, easy to use systems to be able to bring that together. But I will tell you, the biggest announcement we have is Fritz, our buddy Fritz, who's always been behind the scenes, the person that really kind of does the machine learning, the AI we've been doing for over a decade, right? Well, now it's into the hands of our sales teams. How do we bring that to market, right? And so now with Copilot, with our AI, which we call as actionable intelligence for our users, with one click of a button, you can take all the data that we've got, compile it into an easy-to-use call script, email, text, and be able to send that directly to the customer, using AI in ways to search through all the different data points we have, and then also bring that together.
I think that's the biggest point, because there are just a lot of data points to ingest in general.
It is.
And I feel like, what did you say is the AI? What do you say the AI is?
Actionable intelligence.
Actionable intelligence. And I think that is the biggest hurdle, because you have all these ingestion points that now AI can handle, but how do you give like the one next step?
we have to be able to talk like humans. You have to be able to ask questions like humans. And so using natural language processing, bringing all those kind of things in to then help you craft a message or ask a better question, that's really where it's going to come out to be. And then allow AI to then put all of these activities and actions that are happening from calculations to actions that consumers are doing on your website or online or these different areas, and then make it actionable for the end user to say, oh, I know why I want to go talk to Barbara, and here's exactly what I'm going to say.
That's exactly right. Let me ask you one last question. A lot of people are considering dipping their toe in the water and deploying some tools that may use AI. They may be a little pensive about it. What is the lowest hanging fruit on the AI tree, in your opinion?
Really who and the why. So when you're thinking about how do I really identify customers that I want to talk to, it's the who and the why. And you have to make a salesperson or managers even feel comfortable understanding why they're going to reach out to a particular person. If you can't answer that at the very beginning, it doesn't matter what you say or how you use AI to be able to message that. You have to understand the why before you can put it into action.
Well, that's great. Bill, thank you so much for giving us some of your time. You have a beautiful booth. You have a lot of traffic coming and moving by.
We do.
Listen, we hope everyone gets out here to visit, gets out here to see the floor. If you're watching the live stream at home, I want to tell you, people are saying that, early on that we're not going to make it. We think you should reconsider because planes are landing one after flights are opening up. And I think even if you spend 36 hours on this floor talking to people like Bill, you're going to go home and make some really quick changes because everyone on this floor is very focused, it feels like.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, back to you, Errol.
This year's NADA conference in New Orleans is set to really be a star-studded event, if you will. The three main speakers are very inspiring, very educational. First up, we have Ryan Leake, best-selling author, esteemed executive coach.
About how to be the CEO of your own development. Take our life and our career to the next level. Things you need to know about me from the get-go. Number one, I am married.
Of my development. Next, we have the hilarious and talented Frank Caliendo, actor and impressionist.
This is my best Dylan impression.
Yeah, let's
Gotta put the stash on.
the new stash.
Looks good, right?
Yeah.
Government bids. They're so tough.
So many deliveries
Oh,
that I don't know what
to do. What am I gonna do? Okay.
Oh, I can't have lunch.
What's going on in here?
Oh, hi, Dylan.
Oh, the mustache.
Coach K himself, Mike Krzyzewski, former head men's basketball coach at Duke University and a three-time Olympic gold medalist. Yep, that's what's up. You guys know that Coach K is speaking at NADA this year?
Yeah, Coach K. Duke, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Coach Krzyzewski? Right? No. Coach K. Kvetsky.
Krzyzewski.
Zuski.
Actually, it's Krzyzewski.
Hey, Ben, heads up.
I don't know about you, but I'm dying to go.
A lot of people have a perception of car dealers, right? The stigma we talked about. And then they come into a store like this and they meet people like yourself and your team here. There is a secret hiding in plain sight in car dealerships all across the country. Join us as we travel the nation to finally tell the truth about car dealers. Instead of the stigma of we're going to really rip some people off today, it's like, no, we're going to be better parents. We're going to be better family. We're going to be better friends. We're going to be better people.
I love dealing with people.
They are so invested in their people.
Like I feel this is my family away from my family.
I gotta take some action. I need to talk to my son and be a mom.
Did you ever think you'd come to work? Someone's gonna sit there and say, I would not have a relationship with my son if I wouldn't have been. Like, y'all are a part of that. Is this a competitive store?
No, not at all. Why would you say that?
I was actually homeless. Like, I was staying in my car.
They give me everything I need, instruct me, they teach me.
This is more than cars.
Yeah, tú.
All right, once again, glad that everyone is here hanging out with us, enjoying the NADA live stage living room. Again, I'm your host, Errol. Excited to have you here for the rest of the weekend. We're going to have some good fun together. I do have one important question for you. I said it kind of when we started and kicked everything off, that I'm a big fan of dad jokes. But does anyone know the best way to store and make sure that you save all the dad jokes that you remember? Does anyone want to take a guess? No? Nobody? No takers? You've got to put in a database. See, you like that one, right? Database. You got to put in a database, right? I love that, right? All right, so we're going to keep the he liked it. You like that. I need that lint roller, man. He's back there getting it together. I love it. You wear black, you got to have a lint roller with you. It's imperative. Like, otherwise, you'll be like, what did I touch? How did I get Yep, see, that'll do it. That'll do it. All right, once again, while you're here, make sure that you download the NADA app. Did anyone have the opportunity to make it to the welcome gathering yesterday, last night? Was it a good time? What was the best part? The band? Yeah, I was looking at that. So listen, let me tell you my story, right? Because everyone has a travel story, and I'll make it quick. I literally rebooked my flight based on the fact that if I get there in enough time, I'll be able to make it to the welcome event. My plane lands at 7:27. I'm like, perfect, I've got plenty enough time. I know where my bag's gonna be. I've already ordered the lift. Needless to say, I got to the hotel at 9:59. That was the adventure I went on. So I didn't make the welcome event, but I heard it was a great time. Glad that some of you had a chance to go. Every year, it's a great way to kick off the weekend, and it really helps bring excitement. So I'm glad that you enjoyed the live music. I was looking at the roster, so that was really good, live band that they had. So continuing on, we're going to look at, because we've been focused a lot on the future of our industry and where it's going. So next up, we're going to look at how dealers can prepare for AI and future readiness. To help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Tim Hayden. Tim, are you ready? I'm ready. How was the joke? Was that a good joke?
You told a joke?
I did tell a joke.
Oh.
You missed the
Yeah,
joke?
no, it was a good joke.
You got to put it in your database.
It was in my database.
In your
yes,
database.
Yes. Awesome. All right. I'm going to go a little bit more than 17 minutes with this. AI is all around us, and AI has been all around us for some time. If you've been watching the news in the last 10 days, some major seismic announcements have been made, and I'm not just talking about Skynet. I'm not just talking about what we're seeing the Trump administration do with Larry Ellison and friends. So let's talk about how fast this is moving, and the things I'm about to talk about are things that happened last week, not the things that happened over the last 3 or 4 days. First thing is, for the first time since 2015, less than 90% of search traffic is going to Google. There have been ebbs and flows since we had ChatGPT burst on the scene in November of 2022, but now we see everything starting to take bite sizes of the traffic away from Google. It's Perplexity. It's what OpenAI is doing. It's what Anthropic is doing. It's what all these companies are starting to do to say, we don't need search results, we need answers. And you're going to see more of that, and nobody's going to make it happen more than Google. They're going to kill themselves in the next 2 or 3 years. Google, as you know it, that is. So the other thing that's happening here is where Google goes, Microsoft is going to go. Google announced just about 2 weeks ago that if you're on Google Workspace, they're going to put Gemini, or I got an email this morning saying Notebook LM will now be available at no extra charge in my Google Workspace. Anybody here who doesn't know what Notebook LM is? You don't? Okay. It's the fastest way for you to learn something about a company or somebody. Go look it up, Notebook LM, and you can take something as simple as a LinkedIn URL, drop it in, and 5 minutes later it'll send you an email and say, here's a podcast to listen to about the person that you profile that you just shared with it. So there's more to it than that in terms of what they'll do, but it's the same thing about Google's deep research now that they're doing as well. Just to point it in a direction to talk about a topic, and it goes out and looks at thousands of websites and gives you some type of report. Microsoft is doing the same thing with Copilot, which is a little bit scary because 5 times last year, people at conferences like this showed how Copilot could be weaponized by bad actors to suck information off the desktops where it was installed. I think Microsoft is taking care of that, but My point is that AI is being put on you, and this is the AI that you can't control. What else happened in the last 3 or 4 weeks? Minimax, a company out of Singapore, is giving away an open source model that has memory. What does that mean? If any of you have used Meta's Llama models, they come in all sizes now. You could put one on your iPhone or your Android phone if you wanted to, so you could talk to the data on your phone. Bottom line is that none of those models that have been free so far have memory. Minimax does, and that's where the biggest opportunity is going to be for people in the automotive industry to do AI their way with open source models. OpenAI has gone public and revealed that they are building a robotics program. Why? Because Tesla is building a robotics program. They have to try to compete in any which way they can. Revenue diversification, something that car dealers don't do a very good job of. You're starting to see this happen with the folks that are on the front edge of defining tomorrow. They're already starting to diversify what they do, not just chatbots that we can talk to and prompt to get answers. Microsoft, in that same week, announced that they've built an AI that designs materials for the future. It doesn't just do architecture. It just doesn't do CAD drawings. It actually is designing materials. I offer these as examples about how fast the world is moving and how competitive these companies are going to be as they see software as a service die. As their business models are challenged, they are going to do everything they can to diversify and show relevancy in the marketplace. The last one I got for you is an AI image generator that now allows you to go edit afterwards. Any of you who've used AI image generators, used Midjourney or any of these other tools, sometimes you just get what you get whenever it gives you an image. Now you've got the opportunity to use Flux and actually go back and edit whatever's there. These are incredibly powerful tools that allow you to do things that would take you days or weeks in seconds or minutes. So, when we think about how things are moving very fast, the important thing to understand is that AI's been around for a long time. When the United States brought a bunch of German scientists over to our country to build weapons, those folks brought with them fantastic math to be able to solve big data problems back then and big math problems back then. And we digitized that over the years, and we did so mainly by machine learning, Python. That's what got us through the early 2000s. And that's what started to make things like social networks change what we believe and what we see and how we feel good by what's in our streams. That was all AI and ML back then, probably more ML than AI. Where we are today is generative, productive, taking over tasks for you. And you see that all the time. Raise your hand if you use ChatGPT on a weekly basis. Raise your hand if you use Claude on a weekly basis. A few. If you're a Claude user, I love you. Claude's my man. Bottom line is, over the next several years, the change gets faster. The more AI there is, the more innovation that happens, the more new products, the more new possibilities that happens. I believe we'll see sometime over the next 2 to 3 years, blockchain as a service. I'm not talking about cryptocurrency, but blockchain as a service come in alongside what we're doing with AI to improve the fidelity and the integrity of information on the internet. We've got a big mess to clean up there, but here's where things get hairy, is on artificial general intelligence. Sam Altman says that he's on top of it all the time. I don't believe that he is. He does not have the footprint that Google does. He does not have the footprint or the infrastructure that Apple does. He doesn't have the cash he doesn't have a tenth of the cash that either of those companies have. I can tell you right now, it won't be OpenAI that brings artificial general intelligence to us. What is that? It's basically a model that can reason faster and more accurate than anybody here, any human can. It can have more accurate answers on any question you ask it and be generally more intelligent than humans. Somewhere after that, anybody tells you they're an expert, anybody tells you they know what's going to happen next, quantum computing is going to change all of this. This is not that talk. So the thing that I tell clients all the time is you have to take on an iterative mindset. And I call it a first rodeo mindset. You have to understand that every single day, you're going to be able to use artificial intelligence, both public, that you can't control, and that which you can control, coming through some of these software providers, some of these vendors that are here on this floor, many of them who say that they are and they're not. You're going to have opportunities to bend the use cases specific to your business. Instead of software being something that is made for doing something for everybody, AI is here for all of us to very bespokely, customized, configurable, do things for our business, specific to our business. And it's happening so fast, but what are we dealing with in this industry specifically? We're dealing with a resistance to change. And that's wrong. That's what's wrong with the car business. There's not a thirst to diversify revenue. There's not a thirst to really apply technology to change business. You're still selling 10 cars per month per person on the floor today, just like you did in 1984. AI is here to change that. So, quickly, a couple things. This is what we do at BrainTrust. We look at performance data management. That's customer data platforms. It's master data management. It's bespoke cloud environments that have applied AI models specific to the business, proprietary to a business, operating in that cloud environment. Privacy and compliance. I don't care who's in the White House. We're not going to see deregulation in terms of customer data privacy, FTC safeguard rules. Those are here to stay. We have to be secure with our data. We have to be private about our data as best as we can. Cybersecurity. I'll talk a little bit about this in a second. It's not just about building a moat around your business or a fence around your business. That's the easy part. SOC 2, penetration testing, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting digital literacy into our organizations so people don't click on things that they shouldn't. More on that in a second. And then private and scalable AI. We're at a point right now where it's never been cheaper and faster and easier for you to do things in your environment securely and privately with artificial intelligence. The automotive market segment has trends and challenges right now that AI is showing up just in time to make sense of and give everybody some competent navigation. I'm not going to narrate this for you. Everybody knows these. And when I talk about future readiness, it's first of all a challenge that anybody says that they can future-proof your business. I've heard 2 or 3 booths around here who've said, if you use us, you're future-proofed. Bullshit. I can tell you right now that this conference is absolutely an example of what happened with the snow this week, that you can't future-proof anything. You can't future-proof what happens in politics. You can't future-proof what Google's going to do to you or what you can do with Google. So you've got to be future-ready, and you've got to be able to control transformation rather than transformation controlling you. Quick stories about a couple of these companies that are doing this to us. X, what used to be called Twitter. When Elon Musk acquired Twitter for $44 billion, him and some friends on Wall Street, right? He didn't buy Twitter. He didn't buy a social network. He bought 17 years of human thought. 17 years of snarky conversations on Twitter. He's got all of it. And for the last 10 years, everything in TV, radio, and print went through Twitter. All of it did. He's got all of that. Anybody use Grok? Has anybody used Grok on X? We got a Grok user. Well, not only that, he's got 3.5 million cars that he gets all the data from them. They all go to a supercomputer. Dojo is the name of that computer. And 2.5 million people get Starlink. They get their internet through Starlink, supplied by, out of the 10,000 satellites in our sky, 6,500 of them are owned by Starlink, right? All the data going in and out of those houses is all going back to the X companies. Don't think for a second that Elon Musk can't say or do the things that he says he's going to do. He proves us wrong all the time, and he has the data to show up and put up a good bout with Google. I can tell you that, and certainly OpenAI. And all you got to do is look at what happened in the last week. He's not too happy with the fact that Sam Altman got the nod to sit next to Larry Ellison instead of Elon being able to do it. Google, everybody knows what's happening there. Gemini is their model of choice. They are pushing it out in Gemini 2.0 just this week. It would have been one of those early slides. Gemini 2.0 is free for you to use. And it can go from an inference and performance standpoint, it can go toe-to-toe with ChatGPT 4.0. It's free. You can go use it right now. Meta, what's fascinating about them, that's the company that violated our privacy for the last 15 years with Instagram and Facebook, WhatsApp, right? They were crawling on our phones while we slept at night. They're the ones now giving open source models away with their Llama family, 648 million downloads of those Llama models right now. That's people in coffee shops that are building ChatGPT competitors, and they're doing it vertically, and they're doing it for the automotive industry. They're doing it for people who make donuts or dry cleaning. The rest of the folks up here, I don't have to narrate for you. In the bottom right, if you don't know who Anthropic is, that's who makes Claude. And the reason they make a difference is because Amazon has invested $7 billion in them. And if any of you are privy to 20, 30, 40 plus rooftop dealerships, if you're using an enterprise customer data platform that could include Telium, Treasure Data, any of these others, Claude is being pushed by AWS as something you can use in the interface of those customer data platforms to do more faster with fewer people, faster in real time. Lots of things coming from the rest of these companies, and I won't go through the rest of it. Data is a value, is what I'm trying to tell you. Data, all of those companies right now are doing everything they can to block each other. It was just March of last year that Amazon put all the blocks up to not allow Google to index Amazon.com. When you get an Amazon result on Google.com, Amazon paid for it. Google didn't crawl it. Their agents didn't come get it. So these companies are all doing the same thing with their data so they can have the best language models, the best chatbots, the best AI that anybody has because they have proprietary data, which is my argument for dealers all the time is you have proprietary data. It's your customers, it's your parts, it's your employees, it's your culture, it's your workflows, it's unique to you. That data does not need to be managed by software that was meant to do something for everybody. So who else wants your data? Little groups of teams in Vietnam are sending text messages like this to us. How many of you get a text message at least once a week from a number that you don't know that says, hey, how are you? Or do you want to go to yoga with me tomorrow? They make it sound great, don't they? They try to get personalized. The natural thing for people to say to that one is that I'm not Miss Connie. Well, as soon as you reply to one of these messages, they verify that your phone number is valid, and they go to the dark web, and they find anywhere they can find a match for it with a social security number, a mailing address, or credit card numbers. This is how bad actors work, and this is where things happen in predominantly Southeast Asia and predominantly Vietnam right now. They're posing as USPS, as the Postal Service. Hey. They're coming at us on Instagram. They're trying to pretend that we have toll accounts that need to be topped off. Look at the URL there. Would I ever click on that? I wouldn't. I'm in the business, but there are people that work alongside us, unfortunately, that don't know the difference. And as soon as they do, they validate that the phone is hello. Ah, y'all ready? Let's do this. Okay. And they're sending us email, right? I get 2 or 3 of these every, I would say, 45 days. These things that say, hey, we've got an RFP for you. We got an invoice for you. Click here to open it. All they're trying to do is validate that there's somebody on the other end. They're not phishing all the time. Sometimes they are, but they're just trying to validate that you're there, because if you are, they'll target the hell out of you with more Miss Connie messages. This ends up in very bad things happening, right? This is big companies who have somebody who doesn't change their password or hasn't downloaded the latest version of an operating system, which of course is leaving the door open for bad things to happen. And we see bad things that happen. We see bad things that we hear about it on the news all the time, massive data breaches and things that happen. And this is an industry that still operates on a single point of failure. So when something happens to it in one dealer in one place, everybody else who's using that software just has to do things different for a number of weeks. It was a data breach. It was a Russian organization called Blue Suit. And that's a problem for this industry. You got to have a backup of your data. You got to have something else. So, what else about data we have to understand is data deprecation. The data that you have access today is less than the data that you had access to last week. Again, the companies I listed earlier are all doing what they can to be able to squeeze you and not give you as much access to data. But they're also giving tools in terms of ad blockers and VPNs and browsers that hide their identity, that screw your metrics on your side on what's working and what's not working. There are ways around this with first-party cookies. If you're using one of these customer data platforms, most of them will have an SDK that allows you to do that. It won't be just a Google pixel, but it will be something else that you're able to do to their browser and be able to retarget them a little bit better than if you were relying on a third party. The other thing that's happening is private equity firms are starting to look at the data as part of the valuation in due diligence. And as they're doing that, they're looking at EBITDA, they're looking at P&L and balance sheets, but they're also looking at the health and the current state of data, company A versus company B. Why? Because they can calculate integration costs, because they can look at what the redundancy or what the net gain in market might be if the two companies were to combine themselves. We do this with AI agents now. We don't do this with a week of analyzing your data. We just put AI agents in there, and 24 hours later, they come back and they say, Company B has this that Company A does not. And a little bit of math, how much it's going to cost to integrate systems. So the forward path for everybody right now is to really lean in on building a data intelligence task force, creating conversations in your companies, to be able to talk about systems, to be able to talk about technology, so everyone gets on the same page and everyone is more acutely aware of how to protect themselves, and better yet, what to invest in, not to be redundant in managing your data. Unifying your data and resolving your data across the entire organization, not just your marketing data, is your job by December 31st of this year. If you do not do it by the end of this year, you maybe have 6 months next year to have your data ready for all the other AI that you're going to be able to subscribe to or that you're going to be able to interact with in the outside world. And then be diligent about your use cases. Do not let somebody tell you they're going to demo software and tell you what your use cases are. You put lists together on what your business outcomes are, what they need to be. So before your AI strategy, you need a data strategy. This is what it should look like. I'm not going to narrate this, and I'm pressed for time here, but it has to be a very thoughtful process in terms of what you're doing. It has to be a very thoughtful view of your systems, of your workflows, of your processes, and what the state of your data is today. And then really aligning processes, workflows, and use cases along a roadmap to prioritize what it is you think you want to achieve. Then it's time to bring in software companies and folks like us to be able to talk about implementation, to custom configure them to deliver on all of the above. The other thing this does is it improves the digital literacy across the organization. So for most businesses, the reason we're talking about this, most businesses, data is still very disparately managed. The car business has done a pretty good job of taking, 7 of the 20 systems that are in a rooftop and connecting them with a DMS, but that still leaves much to gain, especially when it comes to fixed ops and inventory management and VIN intelligence. All of this data is correlated. The vehicle is correlated with people. You need to be able to have AI. You need to be able to have it all in the same system so you can start to get smarter and derive insights of how these things relate to each other. If you don't, you just deal with the fragmented infrastructure, which creates waste and friction. Bad things happen, poor customer experiences, and inconsistent data. This is what it looks like once you have master data management in place. Everything is reporting to a single source in the middle of your system. This is a very generic slide. It's not for the automotive industry, but this is what companies are doing right now, both big and small, to have all of their systems in one platform. This is what it looks like. Identifying your data sources, implementing a master data management plan or a customer data platform, having trusted data, and with that, understanding the correlation between all of the things that define your business. In this business, the biggest opportunity is to obliterate the gulf that exists between fixed ops and variable ops. It's the same customer who bought the vehicle, who went through F&I and got a lifetime whatever, and now is lucky enough to pick you for oil changes. There's data from that customer that exists all over the organization. You got to bring that together, and it makes everybody smarter, and it actually gives you customer lifetime value. It's the thing I love to ask dealers: who are your most valuable customers? And the best a dealer can ever say is, I know who the 20 families are who buy a car from us every 18 months. Data and AI can tell you that there's another 200 people in your systems, databases, CRMs, marketing automation system, who actually spend more, do more, subscribe to more than those 20 families. We already talked about this. This is the consolidation era. There's going to be quite a bit of merger and acquisition activity, lots of things happening there. And this is what the future of applied AI looks like. There will be enhanced collaboration. Okay. Take a picture of that. That's how you get started. These are the questions you should be asking the vendors here, right now, and what you should be asking your business.
And Tim, I hate to cut you short, but we're a little short on time. But please hang out on the side. I know that a lot of valuable information that we need to know. So please hang out on the side. For anyone that has questions, Tim's going to be right on the side for a little bit. Let's give him a big round of applause. Great information. Obviously, a lot of things that we have going on regarding AI and the changes that are coming up. So we want to make sure that we are abreast and aware. We're going to continue, and we're going to move right along. So we're going to talk a little bit next about 20 groups. And specifically, we're going to focus on accelerating impact with women leaders and how that looks in a 20 groups. So I'd like to welcome up Colleen Tihan. Colleen, come on up, please, and join me. That's right. Give her a round of applause. That's it, you know. All right, come on in, have a seat. Hello, how are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I am wonderful. I can't complain. I mean, I could complain, but I don't pay you to complain to you, so I won't complain.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, wonderful. So one of the things that, first question, let's kind of get there. The big question everybody wants to know is, why did NADA start this group? What was the idea? What was the focus? What was the why behind it? Can you share some insight on that?
Sure. I think the why behind it is because as a 20 group consultant, I meet with my dealers, 3 times a year with each group. And so often there's, a group of 30 men in the room, and I'm either the only female in the room, or there may be 1 or 2 other females in the room. And so, not that you can't join that group, but sometimes that's a little intimidating, right? And there are so many talented, awesome women in this industry, and sometimes they don't necessarily have a peer or a place to go to be able to kind of share their experiences and learn. So NADA, I went to Cameron Wilson at NADA and said, hey, why can't we start a 20 group for women? And she said, absolutely. We put out an ad in Automotive News or a marketing release, and we had over 150 fabulous women apply, and we have our first meeting in February.
That's phenomenal.
So,
that's great. And listen, can I just inject my own personal into this, right? Because hopefully not, but somebody might be there, well, why is it a big deal? Why does there need to be, a women's group or a men's group or, But I'll say this. If I go to a group or a meeting and I'm one guy in a room full of 20 women, it is intimidating. So it doesn't matter whether it's man or woman. There's an importance of being able to have like-minded conversation where you don't necessarily feel like the minority in any room. So I think it's a great thing to be able to have this group and really understanding that, no, it's just sometimes you need that to be able to have a different level of conversation or of, we talked to Rita earlier, and that was one of the things she mentioned about being in the industry 40 plus years and her personal agenda to push the industry forward and to bridge the gender gap and to minimize it. So I think it's a great thing and it's important.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you, wouldn't it be great if we lived in a world where everyone felt comfortable going into any room, right? But unfortunately, we don't. So we're trying to open up a door to bring women in where they feel more comfortable.
Yes.
And I think, so I've been in this business since 1985, and I'm completely comfortable in a room full of all men. I think in many ways, kind of more like a man anyway. But not every woman in this business is comfortable walking into a room where there's all men. So when I say that too, I do want to point out that these groups are not going to be, I am woman, hear me roar. These groups are going to operate like a regular 20 group, And we are going to encourage our dealers to bring their sales managers, their general managers, their controllers, depending on what we're talking about.
Right.
They're a service director, they're a parts director, into the meeting as well. So even though our first meeting will just be the members and all women, after that, I'm hoping there are 8 to 10 men in every meeting.
Absolutely. And,
Yep.
and I think, like you said, the main thing is once you are able to get comfortable in a room, you're able to open up more, there's more insight. You can go a level deeper than just surface conversation.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the ultimate agenda of these groups, is to be able to get people in the room that can go beyond the surface level or beyond feeling like I have to project something because I'm in this room and maybe I'm not as comfortable as I could be in a different situation.
Absolutely.
So I think that's wonderful. Now, and I don't always want to speak to future, but does NADA have any plans to start more groups like this, or has this sparked kind of the idea to say, hey, there's a whole nother area that we haven't even really tapped into or explored yet?
Absolutely. I'm super excited. I think we're going to try to start a women's fixed ops group.
Okay.
So a group for all service parts managers or service directors. I'm hoping to kick that off in the second or third quarter of this year.
That's phenomenal.
Yep. We had so many respond, but they couldn't join the dealer meeting, right? Because they
Yes.
don't have the variable knowledge.
Okay.
And in order to be in this group, you need to be able to have, both sides. So that's why we're going to start a separate service group.
That's phenomenal. I love that. And I think one of the things that, we're able to see, groups have always been beneficial, right? Any of the NADA groups, they've been beneficial for not only insight, but helping people see from a different perspective and allowing them to grow in ways that you just don't necessarily get when you stay in your own footprint, And so having the fixed group, having the 20 group, I think is going to be great, because one of the things, and just pivoting back to the conversation I had with Rita, she mentioned, I bring a lot of women into the business, but then I can't get them to stay. And I think having a group or having a place where you can get support outside of just your local footprint will be just one other additional reason that, hey, it makes it easier to stay in this business, to grow in this business, and to thrive in this business.
Sure. And how often do we put blinders on, right? We come to work every day, we work our butts off, we sell cars, we service cars, and we get in our lane. Yeah. And so to be able to have a group of peers, we all come with our own talents, and we all come with our own strengths and our own weaknesses. And to hear what your peers are doing, and something that you might have never thought of, and you thought you were doing really well. And then you hear an idea from a peer that she tried something new or he tried something new, and the success it brought, it just opens up your door to, man, I didn't even realize I needed to work on this area.
Right.
So seeing what they did and the impact that it had on the profitability of their store and opening up that door is something I think we all need to have.
That's great. Now, I know you mentioned that you initially kind of put the feelers out there when you started the group. Has there been anything that stood out to you regarding the response or the reception that you received for the need for this? Was there anything that you've seen that were like, oh, wow, this even surprised me with this feedback?
I think, you know what? As much as it was my idea and I was really excited about it, I think the biggest thing that stood out to me, because this isn't me, is that they were so excited to have an opportunity in a women's group. And how many had said that they wish there were more women in the business and they wish they had a group like this. To me, I would just join a man's group. It's kind of my world anyway. I'm comfortable in that world, and I'm fine with walking in that door being the only female.
Right.
So I was surprised how many were intimidated by that thought. And you're talking about successful, strong women. Yeah. I'm not talking about women that haven't made a difference.
Right.
And yet they still felt somewhat uncomfortable in that scenario. And I think that was probably my biggest surprise.
Absolutely. And I think sometimes, unfortunately, it becomes in many cases where almost it's like a reprove, like I've established myself in my footprint, in my area, and I've been successful in, my world, so to speak. But now if I go into this group, I almost have to requalify myself.
Right.
And being able to come into a group where you don't have to requalify yourself, you don't have to reprove yourself to anyone, come in with other like-minded women where you can enjoy and kind of let your guard down initially, as opposed to getting to that level of comfort, kind of like you mentioned yourself, you're at that level of comfort where I am what I am, I come as I am, and you're going to accept me how I am, and like you said, everybody doesn't have that, man or women.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
Now, I know another big piece of this is how can joining this group ultimately lead to the thing that we all want to see in our dealerships, which is performance and profitability. I think we kind of alluded to the support aspect of it, but how are you focusing on the performance and profitability that this group can bring?
Well, I mean, that's the exact reason for the group, right? I mean, as much as we all want social things, we don't get together for social reasons. That's just the added benefit, is to have that peer. But ultimately, we want to touch and impact every single department at the dealership. Okay. So just like a regular 20 group, we will be diving deep into each department. We will have a composite. We will review the numbers. We will review the expenses. We will open up to what are you doing? How are you staying? The last guy was talking about AI.
Yes.
What are you doing in your stores to incorporate 2025? What are you doing to keep techs? What are you doing on your service drive? Have you implemented videos yet in your service drive? How are you following up on your leads? What are you doing for acquiring used cars? Relying on the auction anymore and trade-ins, we've got to think outside the box. Inventory short. What are you doing? Who's successful in those areas that they can share with the group? And that's the best thing about a 20 group. Because if I'm really good at A, B, and C, there's 5 other dealers in the room that need help with A, B, and C, but they're fantastic at D, E, and F. Yeah. And we all share that and bring that. We bring it back to our stores, and we impact every aspect of the dealership.
That's great. And I'm glad you kind of touched on that. In your experience with leading the 20 groups, have there been any, especially now with all the future things that we have, like AI and all that, have there been any kind of universal, innovative strategies or things that you've seen that, regardless of if it's a men's 20 group, women's 20 group, or what the 20 group is, there are certain strategies or best practices that need to be carried over throughout?
Oh, you bet. You bet. And you know, a lot of people think, oh, I'm in a small market, or I'm in a retail market, or I do Highline. They have all these reasons as to why their store is different. But it's just not the case. We really all do the same thing. And I think that keeping up with the regulations and all the nuances, that's where you have this team of peers to make sure that you are doing everything you need to do to stay compliant and forward-thinking and all the other things that come with it.
That's great. That's great. And before we get out of here, I want you to mention it again. Tell us if for anyone out there that's listening or taking information back, how they can get more information on the group, where they need to go, where they can find you, all that good stuff.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I'd like to say, whether you're a woman or not, if you're not in a 20 group, I highly recommend it. NADA does a great job, I think, with their 20 groups. And I think if you've been involved in a 20 group, your dealerships are more profitable, and you can see the difference. You can learn from your peers. So I would shout out to all 20 groups. If you're a woman and you'd like to get involved, you're welcome to get my name. It's Colleen Tehan. I work with NADA. You can go on NADA's website. And then we are kicking off a women's 20 group, like I said, the second or third quarter. You could contact NADA, contact me, and we'll give you all the information that you need.
That's great. Now, are you hanging out down at the pavilion?
I am hanging out at the booth.
All right. So make sure, again, that's another great area and way. If you're watching this and not here, the NADA pavilion booth right down the road. That's the car.
33.
See, you're so much more proficient. It's right there on the right-hand side.
It's there.
That's what I've been saying all day.
Walk that way.
Go that way and look right. You can't miss it.
Hey, man, we sponsor this event. You can find us.
That's it. We're going to make sure you can find
That's
it.
Right. That's right.
And right across from that, we've got the EV pit as well. So you can stop and get some pavilion information and even hang out in the EV pit.
Amen.
So, but I'm excited. I can't wait to see. And what I'm excited for is when we sit down next year and we're able to talk about all the success of the group that started this year.
Come on. I love that.
Congratulations, Colleen. That's awesome. So thank you again for your time.
Absolutely.
And again, find her at the booth if you're for a little bit. And other than that, contact you online.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Don't forget your water.
Hi, Dean Martin here with Definitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA live stage presentation, Creating an Effortless Customer Experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage and let's elevate the customer experience together.
right, so once again, thank you to Colleen. Some great information, really excited. I mean, one of the things that you will always find with NADA is kind of keeping an ear and a pulse to what's going on and the need. I think that's very important for growth, is to always be aware of, hey, this is a need that we've been identified, but not only identifying the need, but then acting on it. So really excited for that group coming up, as she mentioned, in the second to third quarter. So make sure that you follow up with that, share the word, spread the word. Next up, we're going to talk about a new NADA podcast. Again, just keeping up with new information, new things. The podcast is called Dealer Driven, and to help me talk more about it, I'd like to welcome up Michael Hayes and Cameron Wilson. Michael, Cameron, come on up. Welcome, and let's give them a round of applause. All right, hello. Welcome. Good to see you. Please,
great to see you.
Come on in. Have a seat here in the living room.
Thank you.
All right, so right off the bat, right? Dealer driven. I see what you did there. I see. I don't know if the pun was intended. I don't know who thought about it, but I appreciate it. So tell me a little bit more about the podcast, maybe why it's called Dealer Driven, and what the goal of the podcast is going to be.
Absolutely. So, we want to make sure that we're reaching our members wherever and whenever they have time to learn from us.
Okay.
And a podcast is a great way to reach our members, possibly when they're driving to work or when they're heading home or if they're stopping for coffee, and giving them quick 15 to 30-minute sessions on ways that they can improve their operations right now. So it's all dealer-driven.
I love that. Okay, so what it almost reminds me of, and this is the sports head in me, it's kind of like that quick huddle, right? I can go in, I can download, I can get some of the information, I can find out what I need to know, and then I'm charged up. Again, no pun intended, but you see what I did there.
Right.
EV Pit charged up.
Yes, charged up.
I'm on it. But I can get charged up, and then now I can go back and take some of that information that I just learned and apply it to my dealer. What about times of the podcast? Is it going to be more live, or is it going to be on demand? How's that going to flow?
All on demand.
Okay.
Yes, we want to make sure that people can access it when they want it.
That's great. So again, I'm thinking about driving into work, getting ready to go. Maybe I'm talking to my team, or maybe I'm kind of problem solving, whatever the case might be. This is a great resource and tool for me to be able to use.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that time frame wise, they're 15 to 20 minutes. Was there a reason in particular that you were thinking about keeping it short and sweet and not, making it long form, podcasting?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the reason is because we're pretty busy people in the car business. I don't know if you caught that yet, okay?
Sometimes.
A lot of things, but very often we find ourselves in the car for 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes or things like that. A car, New England, right? But coming down with understanding quick snippets of times that we have to be able to do that. And I think one thing I want to highlight, what we're talking about dealer-driven, is the fact that, and you mentioned sports, that's a great analogy. Very often it's about remembering something that is fundamentally sound, but we have stopped doing it, and doing it on a regular basis. So our goal is that the people that we're using for this are very much NADA SMEs, subject matter experts, for instance. It's a way for, anybody that's been through the academy or used a 20 group knows the great experience and the professionalism of our consultants and our instructors, but a lot of people don't know that. Yeah. So we're using, almost exclusively with a few exceptions, we are using those subject matter experts to share quick tidbits, because we're talking to dealers every day. We have, 2,500 touches last year with dealer members, people that we serve, to give things ideas to think about. We know this is true, but I haven't done it, or I haven't acted, or I haven't followed through. So it's as much a reminder not to buy software, but to think about, what's my strategy? Am I actually executing it consistently? And those quick snippets are what we're trying to do to make that happen. So if it's too long, it's going to become burdensome. I think everybody can find 15 to 20 minutes of their time to remind me, I should be doing this. I should be full. Am I maximizing those opportunities that we're sharing?
That's great. And also, it sounds like, too, it kind of gives an insight and a resource for tools. So maybe if I'm not necessarily a part of a 20 group, or I haven't had the opportunity to join a 20 group yet, it almost kind of gives me a segue into learning more and being more familiar with some of the concepts that come out of the 20 groups in whole.
Absolutely. So, I know we've talked before on the live stage about all the education that we offer.
Yes.
And a lot of that is live in person or live online.
Okay.
And, so you have to be very specific about when you're attending that class or when you're attending that 20 group. But we recognize that not everybody has that ability. right now. And so let's give them smaller bite-sized pieces of our education that they can use and learn from. And then when they have the time or when they can put themselves in a 20 group or come to the academy, they can get so much more.
That's great. Now, what about from a programming or topic standpoint? Is it going to be kind of more so following trend of what's happening in the industry, or do you have that kind of topic and curriculum already built out to where if I wanted to go check the podcast, I can say, okay, well, in this month they're going to be talking about these things. How is that programming working so that way I can kind of follow along with the podcast and know where we're going?
Well, it's a great question. You know, what happens is that sometimes we see trends are always there, but some things we're going to talk about, oh, goodness, expenses. That's been a trend that's pretty much every month of every year for the 50 years I've been involved in the business, okay?
Yes.
But we are going to be following things like that. Obviously, EVs, obviously AI along that. But we do talk about basic things like time vampires. It's coming out soon. Time vampires in the service department. That's forever. But just thinking about creative ways to overcome that. Thinking about the culture of pre-owned investments and thinking about different things. They're coming in the future, as well as the first one that dropped, which is very much about forecasting for human capital. And one of the most important things that we do, how much time do we actually spend forecasting, developing, and saying our most important asset, but we don't really focus on it as much as we should. So you could say it's the current trend, but quite frankly, a lot of those are repeatable, should we say,
yes,
on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
And the great thing about it is in this form, with all the subject matter expertise that we have in our organization, if, let's say, a new regulation happens or something in the industry happens that we need to get information out on quickly, we have this resource and we could record very quickly a session on, let's say, a new regulation. Let's say the FTC does something, or any of the regulatory organizations publish a rule that we need to let our members know about. We can get the word out with the podcast.
So what you're saying is the podcast is like a quick charge, like a fast charger. See what I did there?
There you go.
Like that,
right back.
You're really good at this segue.
Sometimes, every now and again, it comes together. You can connect the dots. But the where, right? We've talked about the what the podcast is going to be. But tell everybody about the where they can find it, how they can subscribe. It sounds like there's already an episode that is either out or coming out. So tell us more about the where so that way they can get some traction and really get behind it.
Sure. So there's already an episode out there, and you can go right to nada.org to subscribe to that or any of the podcast channels that you already listen to your podcasts on. So if you're a Spotify person, if you're an Apple Podcast person, wherever podcasts are, if whichever app you use, it'll be there.
That's great.
Yep.
So there's no excuse, right? You can find it.
You
All
can
you have to
find
do
it.
is look,
Yep.
and it will be there. You can find it. That's
Yep.
great. And then before we go, we've got about a minute left. Has there been any, let me ask you this, feedback-wise, if someone is in the industry and maybe they want to hear about a topic or maybe they have questions on something, is there a way for the audience to then kind of reach in and say, hey, can you guys think about talking about this?
Yeah, automotive people are usually pretty good about sharing their thoughts and ideas, right? So the way right now, and I'm not sure there is online, Cameron can answer that, the way is to get hold of either one of us.
Okay.
We're listed on the website, our email contacts on the website, our phone numbers are on the website. One thing that we know that we do is we serve the members, NADA is the members' organization. It's a nonprofit organization. We serve the members. We work for the members here, so we know who our employers are, for lack of a better term, and we exist to serve them, and they have full access to our entire team, both on the 20 group side and on the academy side.
Yeah, I think that's great. And then before we head out, is there any other best takeaways or anything that, another push for the podcast of anything that they should know out there? Like when you listen to this podcast, we know you're going to walk away with short content that's impactful, but anything else before we head out?
It's fun.
I love that.
This is a fun business.
Right.
We'll laugh. We'll have fun.
That's a very, very good point because I
Cameron
think
and I know how to have fun.
Right.
I love that. I think that's a great point. So not only do you get the education piece, but you're also going to get the entertainment piece to walk away with the education as well. So thank you both for being here. I look forward to hearing and listening to the podcast myself because I think it's always great information. So I'm excited as well. So
thank you so
again.
much. Yes, thank you for having us.
My pleasure.
You can think of a recent deal you lost because your customer couldn't get approved on the car they wanted. But your lot is full of vehicles they can finance. What if you had a tool to instantly show you which ones? Save those deals with SelectFi.
A lot of people have a perception of car dealers, right? The stigma we talked about. And then they come into a store like this. And they meet people like yourself and your team here. There is a secret hiding in plain sight in car dealerships all across the country. Join us as we travel the nation to finally tell the truth about car dealers. Instead of the stigma of we're going to really rip some people off today, it's like, no, we're going to be better parents. We're going to be better family. We're going to be better friends. We're going to be better people.
I love dealing with people. They are so invested in their people. Like, I feel this is my family away from my family.
I gotta take some action. I need to talk to my son and be a mom.
Did you ever think you'd come to work? Someone's gonna sit there and say, I would not have a relationship with my son if I wouldn't have been. Like, y'all are a part of that. Is this a competitive store?
No, not at all. Why would you say that?
I was actually homeless. Like, I was staying in my car.
They give me everything I need, instruct me, they teach me.
This is more than cars.
Yeah, tú, la dueña de esto. She says I'm gonna own my own dealership.
What if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry, your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI with Podium. Try a demo today.
All right, so I've got another resume builder. Not only do I host the live stage, I also do stage setup. If you've seen that podium, I moved it from there to there. So that's another resume builder I'm going to add up. But if you've been following along with us, this has been an exciting time where we have our annual pitch competition. And so we are definitely excited. This is our third annual NADA exhibitor pitch competition. And so to help me in getting this started, I would like to welcome up Anthony. Anthony, you ready? 1 minute? Take your time. All right, so for those of you who basically have not seen this before, basically how it works is that each exhibitor is going to have the opportunity to make a pitch. We're going to have some judges. The judges are then going to judge them on their pitch, and then you're going to be able to come back and you're going to be able to experience and hear their pitch in its entirety. So right now, what you're getting is just an introduction or a snippet, and so you'll be able to come back and you'll be able to see the full pitch in its entirety. I believe that's going to take place on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure, just if you want to double check me, download the app, look at the schedule. It will tell you when that pitch competition, the finale, is going to happen. So again, we're excited. This is the third annual. We've been doing this, and it's just been amazing to watch. It's the excitement, the enthusiasm, the creativity, all of the things that go into the pitch competition. I think you're really going to be able to enjoy it and take a lot away from it. So one of the other things, too, if you need more information, we've covered a lot of information today. Some of the information that you'll be able to get, you can get through the app. So make sure you download the NADA app for 2025. Also, if you have more questions about anything that we've covered, we talked about the new podcast. We also talked about the new Women's and Leaders 20 group, along with some other information. The NADA Pavilion is just straight ahead, right down this main corridor on the right-hand side. So make sure you go there and visit for any further information as well. The other big thing that I wanted to touch on, I wasn't able to personally attend, but I heard the welcome event went great last night. So for those that did attend, thank you for attending the welcome event. For those of you that did not make it, don't feel bad. I was left out of it as well. I thought I was going to be able to make it, but Uber and Lyft had other plans. It was really, really bad. So let's take a kind of a poll here and see, for those that are attending NADA and made it to New Orleans, is this anyone's first time in New Orleans? All right, good. Welcome. All right, fantastic. What about first time to NADA? Oh, okay, this is exciting. All right. Who's been here more than 10 times? Okay. Oh, I see 2. All right. More than 20? Oh, okay. How many years? 25 years. That's phenomenal. Okay, so for all of my folks that is their first time, this is 25 years in. So you have the opportunity. There's a lot of great information, a lot of reasons to come back, and we switch locations, so you're not coming to the same place for 25 years. All right, sir, I'm gonna put you on the spot. What's your name, sir? Steve? All right, Steve, 25 years later, you have any big memory or anything that was like, I remember this? That you, wait, Steve, wait, Steve, hold on. That is NADA Live appropriate that we can share with the rest of the group. He said, you signed a non-disclosure agreement. You can't share anything. Okay, but needless to say, 25 years later, you got some great stories. That's always exciting. So once again, as you know, there are a ton of things that you're able to experience and take advantage of. One of the charges that we gave earlier is to meet 3 new connections that you did not come here with. I talked to LG Bright from Northwood University earlier, and that was one of the charges that he gave to his students, is that the Northwood students, so if you see them, look for the Northwood badge, but their job is to make 3 new connections. So if they happen to come to your booth or your display, or you happen to see that Northwood badge, maybe you might be one of their new connections, but I also encourage you to do the same. It's a great opportunity to take something back with you, as opposed to just the cold and the snow that was here when we arrived, right? So make sure you do that. 3 new people or 3 new connections that you did not have before. Also, one of the things that we've been doing throughout, and you may have seen, we have our partner Asotu, which is More Than Cars. They've been out on the NADA floor. So while I've been here holding it down on the live stage, they've actually been out on the floor doing live interviews. So if you happen to see the camera crew, or maybe they happen to come by your booth, I think they visited True Cars earlier. It was one of the booths that they visited. So if they happen to come by your booth or you see them out and about, make sure you say hi to those guys. But also, it's a great add to the NADA live stage, where we can be not only here on stage, but out on the floor as well. Is that it? Is that the trophy? That's the one? Oh, I love it. Okay, great. So there is a trophy involved in this. So the winner not only gets bragging rights, they actually get a legit trophy that they're able to take back with them. And then, like I said, they're able to come back and do their complete pitch. So make sure that you follow up with that. It looks like we have quite a few that are going to be here and doing the pitch. So I'm excited to see what is going to happen next. So with that, I'd like to welcome up Anthony Rinaldi. Anthony, welcome.
We found good. What is this on? Happy to be here. We made it. We made it for the third annual pitch competition, and we also made it to New Orleans.
Woo!
So let's get this thing started. So welcome to the third annual exhibitor pitch competition. How it works is we have 10 contestants. They each have 2 minutes to sell their company or products to our wonderful judges over here. And then once their 2 minutes are up, a buzzer's going to go off, and then the judges will have 2 minutes of Q&A. So let's go meet our judges. We have Michelle Prim from Cascade Auto Group. We have Bobby Sight from Rob Sight Ford, and we have Scott Doobie from McGovern Auto Group. So let's get this competition started. Let's bring out the first contestant.
Anthony.
See my pretty face? 77796.
Okay.
Not yet. How about now?
Can you hear us?
Welcome.
Absolutely.
All right. Most dealers are completely unaware that there's a very quiet, very stealthy thief amongst them, stealing from the pool of their hard-earned profits in a way that goes almost entirely unnoticed.
And this thief has stepped into every dealership across the country and comes in the form of credit card processing fees that you pay every time somebody swipes a card in your store.
These fees are constantly changing and increasing, and because there's no transparency, you typically don't even know how much it really costs you.
These dollars are taken straight out of your bank account at the end of the month, right when your controller is the busiest, and your banks and your processors get away with rate increases using some very fine print in your contract.
The average dealership pays between $5,000 and $15,000 per month per rooftop just to accept payments. And with 90% of consumers paying with plastic today, this expense is only getting bigger.
And dealers like you typically respond in one of two ways: by either passing your fees on to your customer, but if you do that wrong, you leave yourself up for legal issues, compliance issues, even audits.
Or by absorbing these costs because your bank doesn't understand your business. My name is Amberly.
And I'm Laura.
And we founded Dealer Merchant Services to help dealerships like yours save up to 75% of this huge expense.
And we help you do it without disrupting CSI.
We only work with car and truck dealers, and we have nearly 1,000 stores on our program across the country.
And our dealers have saved over $47 million to date and counting.
Visit us at dealermerchantservices.com or come see us in booth 8331. Together, we can kick this thief to the curb once and for all.
And put those profits back in your pocket.
All right. Very well done. So, if we can't trust the banks,
Banks bad,
and we can't pass it on to our customers, how are you guys saving us all this money?
Well, to be clear, you can, in 47 of the 50 states, pass along those fees to your customers. But it's absolutely crucial that you follow state regulations and card brand compliance. And the biggest piece of that is that you never charge a surcharge on a debit card.
What data do you have on how customers react to having that? I think that's the thing most people are concerned about is, oh, my customers won't like seeing that 3% additional on the bottom, or whatever the number is on the bottom.
It's the most important question, and we never want our dealers to trip over dollars to pick up pennies. But the biggest piece of this is making sure that you're transparent, speaking upfront and often about your communication on both prices, right? So, Mr. Customer, your RO today is $206 if you use your credit card, but it's only $200 if you use cash, check, or debit. How would you like to pay? So you never want it to be a surprise at the end, and that training with your employees is a keystone to making this work.
So you don't want to surprise your customers, is that what you're
No.
saying?
No, sir.
Okay.
No surprises.
Thank you.
So tell me more about your training and the support of the employees.
It's a great question. So we have a twofold training program. We start with what we call our Dealer Merchant Services University. This is our online training platform where we train and certify your relevant and customer-facing employees prior to launch. We've trained almost 15,000 dealership employees across the country with the word tracking and the technology and every piece of it. And then we come on site to each store and smooth out all the rough edges.
What happens, because things always happen.
Of course.
What happens if something happens at 6:05 p.m.? Are you available?
We are, of course. So we're stateside support, and we track all of that to make sure that you're getting very quick customer service. But at the same time, our accounting team is comprised of former controllers and automotive professionals. So we know your business, and we understand the complexity of it.
Personal question for you two ladies.
Yes?
You work in a male-dominated industry, changing. What gives you two the edge and the success?
Well, between the two of us, we've had 52 years in the automotive in the automotive business. I have 3 brothers, which certainly helped, but we actually really love it. We have incredible dealers all across the country. So
Yeah, I started when I was 19 in the automotive business, and I've worked all of my way up through to general manager. So.
Well, I commend you ladies, and you're doing a great job.
It's our pleasure to be here.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maggie from ACV, and I'd like to introduce you to ACV AI. Now, I know AI gets a bad rep, putting extra fingers on hands, sticking to the chatbot that never solves your problems, but the ACV difference is that we're not creating something from nothing. Our technology was developed using data from over 4 million industry-leading condition reports. Accessible from your phone, wherever you are. All it takes is a VIN scan for us to tell you whatever you need to know when you're looking at a car. So it's not possible for you to know every detail about every year, make, model of every car ever made. We have that on our service and more. Let's take an older Ford Taurus, for example. You might not know that there's an internal water pump failure that happens often and requires listening for bearing noise behind the timing cover. In a parking lot, looking at a trade-in, that might be pretty difficult for you to actually diagnose, but if you have the opportunity for a mechanical inspection, now it's worth the risk. Or a Porsche Cayenne, something 10 years old or so. Would you know that the clutch packs fail often in the transfer case? Would you know that you have to drive in figure eights feeling for binding? You might, but you might have someone else on your team to go look at that vehicle for you. ACV AI levels the playing field so that everyone is a gold standard inspector. Every car we look at in this business is a game of risk versus reward. At ACV, we're trying to mitigate that uncertainty. So whether you use it to appraise trade-ins, to gain confidence on reconditioning in the service bay, or to learn trends in the auction lane, ACV AI gives you the competitive advantage. Thank you.
A bell, some kind of alert sound when you want to tell a dealer, run away, don't buy that car?
No, so we're not looking to sway anyone with this technology. It's completely up to you. If you're a dealership that knows engines, super engines specifically, right? If you know how to fix those, you might be, hey, I can get a deal on this car now. Somebody else might be scared away. So it's not really meant to make people choose something specific and more give you the amount of information that you would want to know quickly, so you don't have to, go Googling, looking through forums like, hey, what's the trend on this car currently? We'll tell you right away, and you can make your own decision.
So is that ACV AI a part of your core product now, or is it something you add on? Is it part of, if you're an ACV customer, do you just get ACV AI?
Yeah, so for right now, it is a product that can be bought within our Max ecosystem, but also all of our inspectors use it every single day when they're looking and conditioning vehicles. So it's something that is inherently inside of our production system, but it is something that you can get as a customer as well.
Let me try and clarify. So if I'm an ACV customer and I use it to launch cars or to buy cars, do I also have ACV AI as just part of my, is it in my app already and I just don't know it?
For Max-specific customers, right now, dealers would mostly see it inside of how the inspectors are doing the actual inspection day to day.
All right.
I'm not an ACV customer currently. I'm familiar with the product. What does your fee structure look like, just as a whole for your company, and including this AI product as well?
Sure. So this is more part of a separate piece that you would be a part of. So depending on whether or not you're a group or an individual rooftop would kind of determine those pieces. This is not an add-on cost. So this just comes as part of whatever program you decide to be a part of. Generally speaking, it's based on how many cars you buy or sell. So it's kind of a variable structure. But
Thanks. All right, thank you. Oh boy. Welcome
Hello.
to the stage.
All right, I don't know who this Chris Priest guy is. My name's Rudy, and I'm from Graf Family Motors. And I'm an F&I director for 20 years. Y'all seen one of these? Who hasn't seen one of these? Let me see some hands. Okay, I don't bite. Little closer. Let's get in the crowd. I got some important news for you because I've been doing this for 20 years. My GM's on my ass. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm here to sell product and make money for the dealership, and all I hear about is more paperwork, more regulation, and I can't keep up with all of it. It's crazy. Look how thick this deal is. If you've been in F&I, you know how crazy this is. And all I hear about is CIT. Who knows about CIT? It's over the top. If you're over 5 days, you're doing pretty good. Let me tell you, we're at 10. And then I met these people at Comply Auto. They're over there at booth 659, and they use AI to look at this entire deal in about 60 seconds. Right when I'm done with it, I don't have to worry about any paperwork. They look at this deal and they tell me what's wrong with the deal. I fix it before the customer leaves the dealership, and guess what? My GM loves me. My CAT is down. My unfunded deals is down. I'm paying less interest on flooring. I've got less kick deals, and my customers love me. Because guess what I'm not doing? I'm not calling them up saying, hey, pretty, please come back in the dealership and sign a form that I missed. And of course, they don't want to do that, so then I got to bribe them and I got to pay money. I got to say, hey, come on in, I'll give you a meal, I'll detail your car. All of that is a thing of the past because in 60 seconds, using AI, they check my deal before the customer leaves the dealership, catches all my mistakes, my deal's clean, I print a certificate, and I'm rolling. And guess what I'm doing? Guess what the salespeople are doing? We're selling more cars, more product, making more money for the dealership. You got to check them out. Booth 659, Comply Auto. They saved my life. Thank you.
So how do you train the staff?
Great question. So we do a couple things. We have initial interview to understand the dealership because it is OEM specific. It's bespoke to the dealership. So if the dealership specific forms, we do all that initial setup remotely. Then we send one of our customer success managers into the store. They work directly with the F&I team to understand how to upload the deals, how to check the deals, get the certificates. So we do a lot of in-house training.
Who dressed you?
I would say my wife, but she's not here, so.
I don't think she'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't know. He looks like my dear friend Jim Ziegler a little bit.
No,
years ago.
the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's your PRU, Rudy?
Well, right now it's probably about 3,200.
All right. I don't doubt it. Love those sunglasses.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
You're very
it.
welcome.
So I do have one question. Do you scan all this stuff in? How does it actually get a look at the paperwork? How does the system look at it?
Great question. We have several different ways to get the paperwork in the deal. So we can, if you can print it, we can accept it. So you can do a print to Deal Check AI. If you can't print it, we have a partnership with Informative. So Informative gathers some of those things like driver's licenses, insurance information. All of that gets into a virtual folder. And if the last couple of documents need to be scanned, you just scan them and upload them. We can take one PDF, we can take 100 PDFs. We scan the whole thing and we check the whole deal, cradle to grave. It is absolutely crazy what it looks for.
So it's DMS dependent how this paperwork is going to be generated, right?
It is a little bit, but we work with all of them. So if you can print it, if you can hand it to the customer, we can take it. So that's part of our in-house training. We do that setup with you.
And e-contracting, anything going
We
on?
can do e-contracting because you send those to the customer electronically. They get a copy.
Yeah.
We just intercept that and pull it into our deal.
Great. Thank you. Great job.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do we get right in?
I can explore it as well.
Get right into it?
Do it.
All right.
Hold on.
Technical difficulties?
Yeah.
Yeah. A little jig.
Try 7706.
How we doing, everybody? Yes, sir. All right, cool. So my name's Connor Windust. I'm with VetX, and we help dealers cut out the middlemen and buy inventory straight from the source, from the private sellers. And so, I talk to at least a dozen dealers a week, and they all say the same thing, that the money's made in the acquisition. So the million-dollar question is, how do we buy cars better? At our dealership, we asked ourselves that question, and we tried to answer it. We incentivized our sales staff to buy cars. We put a big sign out front that said, we pay more than CarMax. We tried every inbound lead tool that you could possibly imagine, and they all led to just a handful of acquisitions every month, and it wasn't enough for us. And then it hit us. We're sitting on a gold mine of private sellers that have taken the time to list their cars for sale in our backyard. So with that opportunity, we decided to get after it, right? We went all in. We hired staff. We dedicated the people. We built out processes. And it worked, kind of. We bought cars. We bought more cars than ever before, but it still wasn't enough. And we knew that if we could solve the obstacles and inefficiencies that we were faced with in that process, that we'd be unstoppable. And so we went all in on solving that problem. We built a software that does exactly that. We shared it with dealers across the nation. We were extremely successful. They were extremely successful. And so over the last year, We track the numbers and the results. The results are in. The cars purchased on VetX had an average $2,327 back of book. They had a 59% higher front-end gross. They had a 45% higher back-end gross and a 19% decrease in recon costs. So it's clear that these are better cars and that we want to buy them, but it's difficult to do it. The good news is that we've taken the time to do this, and we built a software that makes it easy. If you come to booth 8445, we'll show you how to revolutionize the way you buy cars. Thank you.
So do you want to give us a little insight into the way that the software works more specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a wealth of opportunity on private party marketplaces like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, and a bunch of others. But it's difficult to communicate with those sellers at scale, and it's difficult to filter out the junk that you don't want to see. So the software aggregates these opportunities and then filters out the junk and makes it easy to communicate with these sellers and make the right buying decision.
So the dealer remains the individual or the party communicating with the customers. You guys are just scraping the data, putting it together in a clean interface for us.
Yes, sir. We actually, when we started the company, we tried to do it as a service and use the system ourselves and set the appointments for the dealers. And then a few years ago, we went all in on training our dealers how to do it, and we've been much more successful with that. So it is the dealer that does the communication.
So does the dealer set up a shopping list or something like that so that it actually filters the...
Yeah, they actually can. So they set their initial filters, and then they set what we call saved searches, and we train them to prioritize the highest saved search first. So for most dealers, that's the CPO, right, the retail units that they want to put on the front lines. But if we can make money on the car, even in wholesale, then we want to buy it. So they kind of go in order of importance from that shopping list. So
does it book the car too?
It does, yeah. We have integrations with KBB, Manheim. There's a vAuto integration and a DMS integration as well.
Do you have ACV AI connected to this?
No, we don't. No.
Damn.
Maybe you can help with that.
Yeah. There's a couple people down here that would help you.
All right, let's talk.
So obviously you're at a new car dealer franchise, independently as like just a used car, looking at that as an independent business. Are you working with new car dealers in particular, or are you working with a lot of independents as well?
We work with new car dealers, mostly new car dealers, but independents and even some wholesalers.
And so, take a Ford dealer, for instance. I mean, how do you help a Ford dealer, really attack, the Ford market?
We help them get all the best Fords in their market and meet all the Ford sellers, the Ford customers that we want to meet, engage, and have come into our dealership.
Okay, great.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, Matthew Davis, Trade Pending. All that time and money you guys spend driving people to your website, only to have those people bounce because your trade-in tool takes 15 minutes and 50 pictures, your payment calculator takes 20 minutes. That's a problem. All the time that customers spend, 10 to 15 hours researching the next vehicle, and they show up at your dealership knowing more than your sales staff does. That's a problem. When people don't trust your service advisor because now they're getting a repair bill that's double or triple what they were expecting, they don't understand why. Yeah, that's a problem. And when people will drive past your dealership to go to one farther away because that dealership took the time to send them a personalized video, that's a problem. When people come to your website and they want to know what the heck you offer for service and what it costs and they can't see it and they go to an Indy, problem. And when people are getting pounded over the head thousands of times over the 10-year ownership life cycle of their car by the big brands trying to lure them away from you and you got no response, that's a problem. So you need great people, you need great processes to solve all that. Having great products really helps too. That's Trade Pending. We are more than a trade tool. We help your website convert better. We make it easier for your sales team to sell. We grow your service business. Here's how. We've got a trade-in tool and a payment calculator on steroids that converts in seconds, not in 20 minutes, and requires a background check. We got personalized video for sales teams to use to build that personal connection before they walk through the door. We got video for service departments because people need to see, to believe, to approve those extra repairs. Am I right? You guys know this. We've got digital brochures where customers can do all that research they need to do for their car in one spot. That's with you. Your sales team has the same information, so they're experts on every vehicle on your lot. We have beautiful OEM-compliant service pages so people know what you offer. They can see you're just as good a deal as the Indies. And our latest product, Value Watch, sends out monthly automated emails and texts to customers tracking their vehicle's value over time, promoting your service offers so they know that you're going to be top of mind for them over that 10-year ownership life cycle of their car. Trade Pending 2025. Thank you. Oh my God, I got every bit of it in there. Woo.
How long have you been with Trade Pending?
5 years.
What did you do before that?
I sold people's location data for a living. I was one of those people. Thank you.
So sounds like maybe I could get a trade value and a payment calculation quicker than your pitch.
That is correct.
All right.
Super quick.
Less
10
than 2
seconds.
minutes.
Yeah.
10 seconds?
Less than 10 minutes. Trade-in tool, usually about 10 seconds. Payment calculator, around 45 seconds to 60 minutes.
And what's the real difference between your trade tool and all the other trade tools that are out there?
Yeah, the biggest
Just
one
pick
is
2 things.
Yeah, configurable, right? So you can configure the trade-in ranges or the single price offer to match your acquisition strategy. And it's using real-time market data. We're not using wholesale values, not using book values. It's all based upon data that is close to your dealership as possible.
How does that impress the customer in terms of, like KBB will tell you they're a third-party validator. How do you see your product holding up under scrutiny from?
I think what impresses the customer is not so much the number on the car; it's the fact we're the only company that actually is transparent about how we got to that number. So here's the cost you faced as a dealer to recondition that car. The customer can see that. Here's all the supply and demand in the market. Here's your car compared to every single one else. So when they come in saying like, hey, give me a better deal, you can say, well, look, here's where you stack up against 35 comparables. Sure, you could get that, but you're going to need a mileage of that, and you don't have that.
I think a question that has to be asked, I mean, you're competing with some pretty big brand names out there.
Oh,
Kelley
yeah.
Blue Book. How do you attract customer, and what's your conquest strategy as a company to get customers to use and really recognize Trade Pending?
Yeah, we have a pretty well-built, established go-to-market team comprised of about 40 salespeople. I'd like to say we have one of the best marketing teams in the biz, but I run that team, so I'm going to be biased on that. But it is a sheer effort of just going out and knocking on doors. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Peter Barba, co-founder and CEO of Lectrium, former Division I basketball player. Let's talk hoops if you want. And dealers have a massive problem on their hands. Their entire businesses, their websites, and their people were built to sell gas cars. What about EVs? What do I love about dealers? Dealers are entrepreneurs, and when they see a problem, they try to solve it. And right now, EVs are a major problem for dealers. Customers are asking questions about range, about charging, and about affordability. And people like Tesla are answering these questions. And dealers need to answer these questions too to sell more EVs. And at Lectrium, we help dealers answer these questions. We've built an EV range map, an EV charging map, and an EV savings calculator, which showcases the exact information consumers want to know to buy electric vehicles. We work with every website provider, dealer.com, Dealer Inspire, Dealer On, Dealer eProcess, and we have VIN-specific solutions that showcase the exact EPA range on one-way and round-trip basis. We have every level 3 DC fast charger in the entire country, and your consumers can see directly on your VDPs how far they can go with this car with every trim level, exactly which charging stations are in their area and how fast that car will charge, exactly which federal and state tax incentives the car is eligible for, and they can check their personal eligibility, and they can see their fuel savings, maintenance savings, and the exact information that the consumers are asking themselves right now, and that 12% of car buyers this year will ask. So anyways, Peter with Lectrium. We're booth 8317. We just got in today. Come stop by. My team's right over here. Say what's up.
Thank you for making it. You got the tech guru look going.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah. As you look at these level 3 chargers that are in the area, and this might not be a problem that you can solve, but it's definitely an issue for EV ownership. I mean, are you able to assess the actual working capacity of those chargers? Are they up? Are they down? Are they actually functional?
That's a great question, and my answer would be dealers should recommend level 2 charging at home when possible for their customers. Level 3 charging is tough right now, and no one in this room can do anything about that. We need to wait for the chargers to be more reliable and to have better uptime, and for the cars to be built with NACS ports instead of CCS ports so they can actually charge on Tesla superchargers. So right now, we tell our dealers, recommend level 2 and charging at home when possible. And still educate consumers on level 3 DC fast charging when they do ask, but it is tough to know the reliability and uptime. We cannot show that with our tool yet, but maybe we'll get there.
One follow-up question, when it comes to, measuring EV range, how far this car can take you, an important factor is you shift climates and you shift weather. I mean, are you able to assess, what it might look like with the drop of 20 degrees in temperature with your tool?
It's also a really good question, and the answer is not yet. Right now, we're just showing EPA-rated range on new cars. So it's the official government range, and we do disclaim that weather can affect range, but we think that showing consumers a real map of driving roads, not just a circle transposed on an image, but the actual roads they can drive on, USA, Canada, Mexico, is a great way to overcome that range anxiety.
Don't you think, though, that part of the problem we have with selling EVs is range anxiety, right? And many of the tools are just like yours. I'm not picking on you, but many of the tools are like yours in that they don't take into account weather. One of the huge problems that nobody talks about is change in elevation. So if I got to go uphill for some amount of my trip, going up a mountain, I've got a problem. So I'd encourage companies like yours to try and take into account all of those things: origin, destination, in between.
That's great feedback. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey.
How we doing?
Great. How are you?
Great. My name is Mike from Full Path. As we're in this massive booth and trade show hall, what is everyone here to do? We're here to generate leads to help dealers sell cars. And at the core of a lead, what is that? It's first-party data. And what are we measured on is how many leads we can generate to help sell cars. Now, when we do that, we spend money to generate that first-party lead. And as we do that, we spend a ton of money. But if you look into industry and you couple how we actually leverage and maximize first-party data, and then you look at turnover rates in dealerships that are north of 50, 60%, we're spending a ton of money for a data that we often barely use, and we live in these 30-day cycles. So what we want to do at Full Path is that we take all that data and we leverage all that first-party data that you have, and we organize that, we put them into audiences, and then we activate that data using AI and machine learning on a one-to-one basis based off of what we know about that consumer. Now, what that allows you to do is actually take the data, and instead of spending more money to say, hey, I need to sell more cars, what do we inherently do? We go to our marketing partner, and we say, hey, I need to sell more cars, here's $10,000, go do it. But we have a mountain of data that we have in our database that we can use, leverage, and activate to ensure that you don't need to spend more money, but before you spend more money on other people's data, you can actually maximize and leverage your own. Now, to the dealership, you don't have to go in and create creative, individualized messages to every single consumer because there's not enough manpower to do that. Now what you do is you send a blast message to your whole database, and it's not individualized to me. But we can actually use the unified view of the customer to drive the message, all the while you guys don't need to do the creative. And that happens seamlessly within our ecosystem, and that's Full Path. I was getting short on time.
No, you're good. So what's a good example of the creative that you guys do provide? I mean, you're talking about individualized messages. I mean, can you give us a specific example?
Sure. So if I know that you're on my site, and let's say I recognize you in our database, and you have $8,000 in equity, and I know you're looking at Ford F-150s, our system will recognize that A, you're on the site, B, you've done business, or you're a lead in our system, and I'll send you a message to say, hey, the Ford F-150 that you're looking at is X price, or the price just dropped, and oh, by the way, did you know that you have $8,200 in equity on the vehicle that you want to apply to it? And that's individualized to every consumer in your database.
And so you're a plug-in to a CRM, or you guys are a CRM?
So we're a CDP, so we integrate with your CRM and your DMS, and we roll all that data up, and then we activate from the CDP layer.
And like an example of how these notifications come in, how the salesperson will communicate, or is it a whole different system that you get into. You've got a CRM, you've got a DMS, and then you've got your platform that you log into and respond to customers that way.
There's a few different ways. We can actually integrate directly with the CRM, or we can actually push that data out to your sales team or sales managers every single day based off of what's happening with all your customers in your database.
I think you better see him afterwards, and he's going to talk to you about business.
We'll see. Come to booth 8137.
So are you keeping a record in whatever the CRM is? Are you also pumping a record into there so that when a person goes to call his customer that he knows, doing follow-up, he sees that something went out already? Does he already see that or not?
Yeah, so they'll see the whole thing. So right now in your CRM, it's based off the last lead source that goes in. We can see everything from what is called identity resolution. So when I resolve the customer, I know everything that you've done since the first time you came to the site and the end result. And then we also have a tool we just released called Data Ups, where we use AI to give you emails, call scripts, and SMS based off the CDP data.
Yeah, my question I think was different than that. We're out of time. Thank you so much.
What's up, brother?
How are you? You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are we having fun?
Are you having fun?
Yeah, hey, good. You ready? Hey, my name's Aaron Cheeks. I'm the founder of The Auto Miner. I'm the CEO of Pure Cars. And I know that the future of automotive marketing and data and advertising is data. And like Mike just said right before me, I understand that housing first-party data, but also all parts of data, and how we weaponize that data in automotive right now for the future of customer communication and the advances of technology, both in programmatic media but direct client communication, is going to change in the next 12 to 24 months in a transformative way. So what we've done at Pure Cars is we're one of the biggest automotive agencies in the business today, and we've invested a massive amount of money to be a data company. So now I'm tracking every human being in North America, both anonymously and de-anonymized, so that I can send them the right message at the right time on the right channel based on how they're interacting with my store or my brand or my region. And now I can actually leverage that data across the entire life cycle ecosystem from day one of buying a car to day one of buying a car. And now we can leverage that in a completely automated way. Now everybody's talking about artificial intelligence. It's really popular on the show, walk around, everybody has it, but it's only as good as what it can eat. So if you don't have the right data foundation, and if you aren't leveraging it in the right places to solve real problems, it's just replacing something else that we're doing in the business today. And I know as an operator of a business, I have to increase revenue or decrease the expenses required to generate it, or it won't impact your balance sheet. So if my name is hanging on the sign, I have to impact my balance sheet by partnering with companies that can consolidate fees to help me improve the customer experience inside my OEM funds in my window, and also get me in front of the future of technology. Today at Pure Cars, we're a data company, and we're going to be the leading edge of automotive in the future. Thanks for having me. Questions for me?
You look like you've done this before.
It's my very first time.
Now you're lying to us.
I absolutely am. No, I was meant to be up here and talking to this. This is what I'm most passionate about. I've got so many folks in the crowd that are here to support, and this is what we do. So we're really passionate about what we're building, what we're bringing to dealers. Happy to be here. Yeah.
How many years you been in business?
Pure Cars has been in business for almost 20 years, founded in 2007. Mr. Jeremy Anspach was the founder back in the day, helped be one of the first programmatic media companies to scale inside of Google. So we're inside of 20 OEM programs today across all of those channels, and really poised to help dealers of all brands across the country.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is Jeremy still around?
He is. He's not here today. I think he had trouble getting in, but definitely a friendly.
Come on, no commitment.
No commitment.
You were here.
I will always be here. Indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other questions for me?
No, all good.
The first 2 minutes must have been okay, huh?
You did.
Awesome. Hey, enjoy the show. I have a minute. So if I have 50 minutes, 50 seconds, as the founder of a business, I will tell you that innovation doesn't always live in the big booths. So if you haven't seen the back wall, if you haven't talked to CEO founders that are building in their garages, that are solving real problems for you, go visit the back wall. We started building 5 years ago in the garage, and now they give me this big microphone to make all this noise. Real innovation doesn't always happen at the big booths. Check out the small guys. Have a great show.
Imagine I put a toll booth right at the exit of your lot. None of your customers can drive away in their new vehicles without paying my toll. You're responsible for manning my toll booth, making sure there's someone in there at all times, and no one sneaks through without paying. I'm collecting $5 million a year in tolls from your customers, and your cut of that is nothing. My name is Michelle Walker with Poly, and if you're lacking an embedded insurance solution, that's exactly what's happening in your dealerships today. You're acting as the gatekeeper for lenders and municipalities, ensuring every customer has proof of insurance. Meanwhile, insurance companies are collecting millions in premiums, and you aren't benefiting. Poly helps dealers take back their that piece of that $5 million, but that's just the beginning of what we offer. With Poly, our dealers are able to improve the customer experience while increasing their core business revenue. In our 2025 car buyer study, 84% of consumers said they want the option to purchase insurance while purchasing their vehicle. And when customers get a competitive quote at point of sale, our dealers experience a 21% increase in vehicle service contract penetration and an 18% higher back-end gross per deal. Stop providing free labor for the insurance industry and start providing a better, more seamless customer experience. Come visit Poly at booth number 3527 and let us show you what this lost opportunity looks like and how you can capitalize on it. Poly helps dealers put the I back in F&I. I know those guys.
I think that the product itself conceptually does bring true value to probably what I can say personally and what a lot of dealers don't capitalize on their showroom whatsoever. I guess the question really is for dealers, is the juice worth the squeeze? What type of revenue are you able to drive to the store doing something like this? And what type of headache does it create, for the sales team or for the dealership itself?
So I feel like you asked me a couple questions than that. So I'm going to unpack the revenue opportunity first, because there's really two ways that our dealers are able to make extra money and really just monetize that insurance process. The first is that 18% increase in the back-end gross, which is real, and we've actually came up with that number after analyzing 1 million transactions from our current dealers. And that's just based on presenting Poly's quotes to customers during the sales process. They're seeing that higher back-end gross. The second piece is we actually compensate our dealers up to $75 referral for qualified leads. And that's money straight to the dealer's pocket on a monthly basis. The second part of what I heard you ask was about the process and implementing Poly in the dealership. All of our dealers are assigned a dedicated performance manager, actually like myself, and my job is to help understand your sales process and where we can fit it in without interrupting it and just make it a seamless interaction for your customers and your salespeople.
So is it a platform? Is it a website that we go to? How do you present it to the customers? Is it a part of the F&I menu process? How does this work?
All of the above. Actually, we are really meant to make it part of whatever you need it to be. So if you want to introduce it during the finance office, we can do that. We've got integrations available, and we're always looking to add more on. We also have an app that your salespeople can download and have in their pocket at all times to submit that lead off, and we have a website, so if they're at their desktop, they can submit it there as well. The difference is the customer is going to get that text, and there's two paths they can go. The salesperson can control the whole process, which is something they've never been able to do before, or you can empower your customers to do it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, the best for last. How's everyone doing tonight? Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm Jamie with One Micro. Now, we sell a key system to dealerships that controls the keys in sales, service, dealer plates, and even spare keys to a manager only. Now, we actually won this in 2023 because we solve a massive problem for our dealers. Who has the key, why they took the key out with a picture of them taking it out, uploaded to the cloud for 24/7 reporting. Now, actually, I'm not here to pitch the key system. What I'm here to pitch is a recent advancement we've made in our technology, and that's controlling pretty much anything. So this white tag can go on any asset that goes into our drawer or locker style system. So I can see who's taking that asset out, taking that tool out, why they're taking it out, for how long. So with that, for a dealer, there's really 3 areas that this applies: specialty tools, titles, and parts for self-service parts. So specialty tools, dealers have anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million worth of specialty tools. Put a tag on that asset or that tool, that goes into our drawer or locker style system. I know who's taking it, why they're taking it, how long they've had it for, with all that reporting to the cloud. Titles. Titles, the ownership of the car in a filing cabinet for anyone to have access to, no tracking or management. Put a tag on that filing jacket, put the title in our system. That's now controlled and transacted across the board. Parts, consumption of those parts. So you can put a tag on any part, oil filters, disc brakes, you name it, we can control it. It's a self-service setup for the technician to come get their own parts, similar to a vending machine. On top of that, real-time inventory. Who's doing what by the day, by the week, by the month. Take that data, package it up, send it to the DMS or the OEM for automated reordering of your parts. So for us, timing's everything. The faster I can get a technician, salesperson, customer through a process, the happier they're going to be. Thanks for the opportunity.
First question is, what are you doing with that knife? And
I have a knife question too. How did you get on the airplane with that?
What's that?
How'd you get on the airplane with the knife?
I drove here all the way from Minnesota, so
All right, great.
I made it just in time.
What are the fees? What does it cost to buy these tags? I mean, you're putting them on titles. You're using a large volume of these things, and you're disposing of them, I suppose. I mean, I can't imagine that you're taking one off a title and reapplying it to another.
Yeah, they're more consumably used if it's what we call a consumable asset, like a title or a part. Each tag is around $2.
And so how sticky are they? I mean, if they're on special tools and stuff like that, how does it?
Very sticky.
Can they come off?
Go ahead and try.
Can I try and peel it
yeah.
off?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. It's hard to peel off.
Pretty
Everybody
good
that can't
quality,
see it.
wouldn't you say?
Very hard to peel off. Yeah.
Any other questions?
First tangible product.
Yeah,
What's that?
you get tangible.
Yeah, there you go. If you want to come see it, 4027, we're there, and I can show you how to take a tool out of our system.
So what keeps people from peeling it off? It's hard to peel off, but our people are enterprising, so they'll work at it for a while.
Yep.
What keeps them from peeling it off and sticking it back in the drawer and then walking away with whatever the asset is?
So in our lockers and our drawers, when you put it in, there's a antenna that senses that asset is in there. So when I take it out, I've removed that asset, and that's now transacted to the cloud with a picture of me taking it out. So sure, I can take it off, but I know that user took that asset out of the drawer.
All right, so you have specialty drawers. So let's talk about specialty equipment here.
Mm-hmm.
What is a specialty equipment type locker? What's that going to cost the dealer?
It can be, it depends on the size, right? If it's anywhere, any sort of handheld like a microwave, anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000. Our lifetime on a machine is usually around 12 to 15 years before somebody considers a trade-in. So
you're using like toolboxes to house special tools, or how are you doing it?
Anything you want to control, you put the tag on it and it's controlled.
We'll follow up.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great show.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time for all of our contestants. So, wanted to go over what our contestants will be winning. They'll win a customized trophy, and then tomorrow at 2:40, back here on the live stage, you can hear their whole 20-minute presentation. So, judges, have you submitted all the scores yet? Okay. Wish I was good at telling jokes to be able to kill some time, but how was everyone's travels? Who had more than 3 or 4 cancellations of their flights? 7? All right, I guess we capped it out at 7. I saw on LinkedIn a lot of like 8 to 10 cancellations, so that's dedication to come here. So we really appreciate everyone making the trip. It really shows the resilience of this auto industry. of how we all came together for this incredible, incredible event. All right, hold on.
All right, so while Anthony's getting that together, the good thing about it is I am good at telling jokes, for the most part. So let me ask everyone this question, because it's important. Can anyone tell me why elevator jokes are so timeless? No? It's because they work on so many levels. See what I did there? Take that one back with you. That was a good one, right? Right. So Anthony mentioned it. We're looking for unique stories about travel, right? Because everyone had a travel story. I told mine a little bit earlier. If you have a unique story that you would love to share, you can actually just utilize the hashtag NADA show. We're going to be utilizing that hashtag. Just do a quick blurb about your travel experience, how you overcame it, what was the funny part about it, all of that fun stuff. And I say funny part about it because it was frustrating. It wasn't funny, but we're gonna reclaim it as funny. I had my phone in one hand, my tablet in the other, my laptop on the table. I had 2 flights booked. It was a mess. I almost thought about driving, but I'm coming from Detroit, so that would have been a very far drive. And then I heard interstates were closed, and they weren't really officially closed. It was just like a random barricade somewhere in the free. Like, did anybody else experience that? My Lyft driver, when we were driving in, he's like, "Oh, barricade." I'm like, it's just there. There's no flashing light. It's just weird. But needless to say, we made it. No one had to leave their car or anything on the side of the highway. We ready?
Yes. And the winner for the 2025 NADA show pitch competition is Comply Auto. Come up here and get your trophy.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you actually took the most boring company in the world and you made it really exciting. Boring's not a bad thing in your business, though. I said boring's not a bad thing in compliance.
Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, once again, thank you to our judges. Thank you for everyone that participated in the 3rd annual pitch competition. We'll be back, of course, to do it again next year, but don't forget, come back tomorrow. You can hear the full 20-minute pitch of all of the information in its entirety. Well, we made it. That's officially day 2 of the NADA show. I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out in our NADA Live living room. My name is Errol. It's been a pleasure hosting you, and I look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow. Get back to your location safely. We'll see you here tomorrow, and have a great rest of the night. Take care.
Hi, Dean Martin here with Affinitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA Live stage presentation, Creating an Effortless Customer Experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage and let's elevate the customer experience together. Hi, Dean Martin here with Affinitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA Live stage presentation, creating an effortless customer experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage and let's elevate the customer experience together.
You can think of a recent deal you lost because your customer couldn't get approved on the car they wanted. But your lot is full of vehicles they can finance. What if you had a tool to instantly show you which ones? Save those deals with SelectFi. You can think of a recent deal you lost because
Today's dealers expect excellence, and Zurich delivers. With over 100 years of experience, we support more than 2,300 auto dealerships nationwide, providing unparalleled service and solutions. From F&I products to sales and leadership training and profit participation to business insurance, Zurich helps dealers increase profits, protect their business, and enhance the customer buying experience. That's the power of the Zurich Advantage.
What if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry, your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI with Podium. Try a demo today.
Imagine putting your car ads on autopilot with engaging videos of your entire inventory. Create your ads in seconds and publish automatically on Meta and all online channels. Take photos with our app and unlock all the Firon features. Embrace the future of automotive advertising. Get your cars online faster with Firon's AI and automation.
A lot of people have a perception of car dealers, right? The stigma we talked about. And then they come into a store like this and they meet people like yourself and your team here.
There is a secret hiding in plain sight in car dealerships all across the country. Join us as we travel the nation to finally tell the truth about car dealers.
Instead of the stigma of we're going to really rip some people off today, it's like, no, we're going to be better parents. We're going to be better family. We're going to be better friends. We're going to be better people.
I love dealing with people.
They are so invested in their people.
Like, I feel this is my family away from my family.
I gotta take some action. I need to talk to my son and be a mom.
Did you ever think you'd come to work? Someone's gonna sit there and say, I would not have a relationship with my son if I wouldn't have been. Like, y'all are a part of that.
Is this a competitive store?
No, not at all. Why would you say that?
I was actually homeless. Like, I was staying in my car.
They give me everything I need, instruct me, they teach me.
This is More Than Cars.
Tú, la dueña de esto.
She says I'm gonna own my own dealership.
Hi, Dean Martin here with Affinitive. If you're a dealer grappling with changing customer expectations, I'd like to personally invite you to my NADA live stage presentation, Creating an Effortless Customer Experience. We'll take a deep dive into the biggest changes in consumer mindsets, discuss some modern ways dealers can level up these experiences, and walk through some key strategies top dealers are implementing to win the customer. Find me at the live stage and let's elevate the customer experience together.
Own the customer lifecycle with strategic solutions for sales, service, and retention by Affinitive. Set the standard for sales excellence with the Affinitive Sales Suite. Create the ultimate service experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. Grow relationships that reinforce engagement with the Affinitive Retention Suite. Reach in-market shoppers with high-impact campaigns from Affinitive Advertising. Then bring it all together and consolidate your metrics with Dealer Lens, our all-in-one dealer performance dashboard. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Attention car dealers. 90% of car sales start with a click. A click on a clean, professional image. Increase your click rates by up to 52% with professional, high-resolution, sleek, crisp, eye-catching images, specially designed to turn more viewers into buyers. But getting those images is time-consuming, expensive, challenging? Wrong. Create stunning car images, fast, easy, and fully automated.
What if your dealership could know definitively for every customer, without affecting their credit, whether or not they're going to be approved to finance any vehicle in your inventory? Could that have saved even one deal last month? Find out with SelectFi. You can think of a recent deal you lost because your customer couldn't get approved on the car they wanted, but your lot is full of vehicles they can finance. What if you had a tool to instantly show you which ones? Save those deals with SelectFi.
Today's dealers expect excellence, and Zurich delivers. With over 100 years of experience, we support more than 2,300 auto dealerships nationwide, providing unparalleled service and solutions. From F&I products to sales and leadership training and profit participation to business insurance, Zurich helps dealers increase profits, protect their business, and enhance the customer buying experience. That's the power of the Zurich Advantage.
What if you could make more money in less time? Meet Jerry. your all-in-one conversational AI employee who sells, schedules, and communicates with customers day and night, while still sounding like the human you are. With Jerry, you'll be the first to respond to new leads from email, text, phone, and websites, turning meaningful customer conversations into more appointments and sales. Get more leads, make more money, faster with AI with Podium. Try a demo today.